That makes no sense in the sense that if the south becomes the north, then it should be more of a pull even. So it makes no sense.
I don't
What
know
did
how.
you say? More of a what?
More of a pull in the sense that attraction, more of an attraction.
Oh yeah.
Would it be more of a push, like the north is pulling, the south is pushing?
It's like just on the globe. It should be equal on both sides. So if you're in Antarctica, it should have the same effect, and the strongest because you're in the center.
I came across the funniest explanation in a school textbook for how they measured the curvature of the Earth, and it was saying they used like the arc lengths, like from looking at the stars, measuring arc lengths or something like this, and they already presumed it was a globe, but then to work out if the globe was like fatter in the middle or fatter at the poles, which was the apparent debate they were having in the 1700s, they decided to have one exhibition team measure the arc lengths in the north, and then another exhibition team measure the arc lengths in the equator. And so they came back and saw, okay, the equator, the arc lengths are bigger, but the north, the arc lengths are smaller. Because we're already presuming it's a sphere, we're going to just assume that the north arc lengths are exactly the same as the south arc lengths, and just assume it's an oblated at the middle sphere. And so I just find that ridiculous, because why didn't they also measure the arc lengths of the south? It would probably have been bigger and then made it the weirdest circle if they still wanted to call it a globe. But, you know, that was for like, I don't know, 13-year-olds to look at and be indoctrinated with.
Arc length in the first place assumes a globe, so it's nonsensical.
Yeah, like, I guess, how do they measure arc length, and what the hell is arc length?
They just go straight and then say that it wasn't straight, it was curved.
But are they using surveyor methods?
The arc length is like something to do with like looking at the stars and measuring the angles from the stars, and probably a distance from like their ground point at one point and another point. It went a bit over my head. I'd like to understand it more, but at the moment I'm a bit vague with my understanding.
They use triangulation at the end of the day, so triangulation does require the bottom to be a line, which would be a horizontal line. So it will always be either an imaginary line or an actual line. So if it's an imaginary line, then you're invoking the flat surface anyway. So at the end of the day, it's always going to be that.
So what, kind of like sextant stuff?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the other way is what the geodetic surveying, which they, what's the guy, like he measures both zeniths, and the zeniths are more than 180 degrees or something.
Yeah, and it's about the apparent position, not the actual one. So you can measure anything that way, but it's not particularly going to adhere to reality unless you know the exact variable to be precise.
I love how they use cartoons in that diagram.
And it's so misleading. They're using like a physical tape measure, but that's not what they're actually doing.
No, of course not.
Well, why is it like 1730? Like, you know, it's year 2000. Why are we looking back at 1700s? Like, it's just so weird with all the technology we have now, but, you know, 1700s.
But hey, props to that school textbook, because like that was the only one in like a collection of 10 of them I was scanning through, which even addressed how they measured curvature of the Earth.
But Glober Stella's we've known for 2,000 years, so how was there a dispute in 1737? They need to settle a dispute if we've known all this time. Come on.
I love how it says supports Newton's prediction. Like, it's got to support it. It's not
They
like
always use
like,
the word when something doesn't work. They use like it rescued the supposition. Like it has to be rescued.
fully just can't be like, Newton would have been wrong. Like, I think no textbook would say that.
And yeah, it was referring, that picture's referring to what is called the French geodesic mission, which one was to Lapland and the other one was to the equator.
What's the other guy holding? Like a bit of paper.
Yeah, an old-fashioned scroll, or maybe it's a ruler. Yeah, I think it's a ruler.
Oh,
It's a straight ruler. I wonder how he's gonna get good measurements on a curved Earth. He should have got a curved ruler.
and even the dude with the wheel, like, that just measures length, not curvature.
I just imagine that he sat on it like a unicycle and juggled some
Apples
objects.
from Newton.
Yeah.
What's the other one? The sticks in the shadows. Was that like 1800s, 1900s? Or?
It was long ago. That guy existed. That guy existed even though nobody else mentions him, but he existed.
Is this every time a Glover brings it up, I'm just like, why the hell are you going back 100, 200 years? Like, now's the time.
240 BC is when Eratosthenes did his sticks and shadows measurement. Or so the narrative goes.
It was like 2,000 years.
Yeah, and his peers don't really recognize him. His peers of the time never mention him in such a way that he was this genius who figured out these things. So how is it that now we see him that way?
Oh well, props to whoever made up the story, because it worked.
The thing that Timbo just sent, I was reading it, and twice I misread the word introduced, and I just read indoctrinated, because that's what it is.
True that. I just like how he like talked to his buddy somehow, 2,000 kilometers away.
Yeah, with a string and a cup. It's a long ass string.
Yeah, like how, because apparently what he walked that distance, or probably used a horse or something, but still, you're like, all right, in a week's time, on this day, at this time, you're going to make a measurement and then come back to me or something. I don't know.
And how would you know it's the same time of day at that point? It'd just be that the angle changed because it was just later in the day.
Mm. And like what, you have to have the same size stick, and the stick would have to be like perfectly straight. Just, yeah, so many variables.
And then is anyone repeating these experiments he did on, in the 21st century? Or do we just say, okay, he did it back then, we don't have to...
No, I've seen it. I've seen like videos with a guy like on a bike.
Yeah, the bike
putting
one.
these things down. I've seen it. Like there's propaganda for these things.
But if I did it, what would I see?
I mean, you would see the same thing, that the angle changes, but that doesn't mean that it's a curved surface that it happens on. It can also happen on a table. You can put two sticks down and
Yeah,
relative to where
exactly.
the light is. So.
I think it's just relative to the sun's position in the sky.
I'll show you a video. A flat earther goes in detail about the whole sticks and shadows and some explanations. But I
do enjoy like watching these videos and then just like reading the comments, and I'm just soaking it all in. Like it just slam dunk flat earthers, like you're so stupid, flat earthers, all of this stuff. It's like, come on, man, you're buying this. Is this really the proof that you're gonna go with? Is this your slam dunk?
Yeah, they go for really abstract proofs or so-called proofs. I wish I could get them to look into proving their ball much more simply. Measure it directly on the surface. But no, look at the sky, that's what they do. And I've even become fancy with it. I've learnt about the terms positive evidence as opposed to circumstantial evidence. And circumstantial evidence is anything of an indirect nature, whereas positive evidence is like factual. This is what actually is, and it's not based on any presumptions. And so these days, if I'm going to talk about measuring the curvature of the Earth, I'll be like, okay, give me some positive evidence, not based on any presumptions, not circumstantial evidence.
That's why you're trying to figure out the refraction, just to eliminate that variable, just to find the average there, so you can see how it doesn't really play a part that much.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was just having go on, you can go first.
Oh, sorry. Just, this decimal Z guy is the best I've found on all the sun angles and stuff. So yeah, check him out.
Okay, I'll click on it and watch it sometime. But yeah, I was just gonna say, there was this guy who made a presentation on how the flat Earth movement is a psyop, and I was at his presentation and I was giving him a hard time, and then he ended up posting his presentation onto YouTube, and I commented. I was trolling a bit. I said, "Remember me?" and he asked me, "Remind me." So I responded, "I'm just reading it because I find it amusing. I'll just save it and throw it in the chat, actually. 1 second.
Yeah, Chucky, I want to see it.
That was me. That was me before I came to this understanding. I was the guy who thought this was a psyop.
Yeah, but why did you think it was a psyop? Because someone said it was a psyop?
I just didn't give it too much thought. My thought was like, okay, we know already. We've known this all our lives, so it must be true. I didn't even think about it too much. As soon as I started thinking about it, I started pondering it, scrutinizing it. That's when I came to understand, okay, it's not really what it is.
Yeah,
Can
well,
you
anyway,
post the link of the video?
oh yeah, I can post that too. You can troll him as well. It's a terrible presentation, by the way. Not to poison the well, but just full of circumstantial
Yeah.
things.
I just want to hear it.
Can you sum it up?
Hey,
What's his main point about why it's a psyop?
Well, his main points were Eric DeBay, like he poisoned the well with Eric DeBay and kind of equated flat earthers to believe Eric DeBay's model. And he went on about like scientific or so-called science things like properties of like gravitons and photons and all that sort of abstract stuff. He was like, oh, you guys, you use mobile phones and they like use satellite GPS stuff and you wouldn't be able to use it if you weren't living on a globe. So he didn't have good arguments, in my opinion. I found it really boring.
That is a
Yeah,
bad
he
argument.
he's an old dude. I feel like the older the person, the more heavily indoctrinated they are, and they can't get
Yeah,
out of it as easy.
Yeah, I think the young people are easier to, less set in their ways.
Because that's the generation that watched the moon landing, so those guys are tough to change the mind up.
Yes and no. Like I feel like majority of old, yes, but there are some older people.
Especially maybe Americans, because it carries a patriotic thing to it. Because I feel like a Russian might not have the same attachment to that accomplishment, quote unquote.
But even still, like my friends, when I first found out, I was saying to my friends, there's no curvature measurements and blah blah, and they're all like, oh yeah, whatever. So it definitely takes a critical mind to look at these things.
Just not only that, like in the first place, for me I was just like lazy. I just didn't see a point in it. It's like, if you don't see a point in it, then you're not even gonna entertain it at all.
And when I came to it, I was like completely the opposite. I just dove straight in without thinking, but just thinking, oh wow, it's flat. I like that idea. And then only like I had to actually mature and realize, oh, that's terrible. Don't just think it like that, and have actually come to terms of logically thinking the Earth's flat.
It's funny. But a part of it is like it resonates to be true. So within yourself, it's true. So that's a big part of understanding it.
Yeah,
And
that's what I've been learning.
Wanting to understand it.
To be honest with yourself.
The two big ones was the sun. When I was like, wait a minute, the sun's actually moving across the sky. Like, what the hell? And then the stars, when people were like zooming in on the stars and they're like looking like frequencies, I was just like, oh my god.
I just remember those moments even when I was a Glober. I had those moments when I would just look up and I would think to myself, are we really moving? This feels like the stuff above is like within the system where I am. I had those seconds and then I was like, oh, okay, no, never mind. We know it's not that. We know we're on a globe and this is space.
Yeah, my favorite thing to do is look up at the stars and realize I don't have to think that there's like an infinite amount of stars which I can't see. It just gives me a lot of peace of mind to realize, okay, what I see is what I get.
You don't have to pretend that you're seeing something from the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow it still has some gravitational force even though it's not there anymore, which is retarded.
Yeah, the world's based on illusion if you believe you're in a globe.
Well, I was looking heaps at before the stars into like cymatics and the little plate they use and put sand on it, pump
Yeah, I've
frequencies
seen
through
that.
it.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So I saw all that, and then I came to the stars and saw how, that those were frequencies, and then it just all made sense. I was like, oh, fuck, like, everything is cymatics and frequencies, and
But is the stars frequencies? Because as far as I'm aware, when you see like this cymatic sort of look on the stars, it's because the camera's out of focus.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It is a kind of a cool idea that it could be something relating to frequency, sound, or some object underwater, some relationship between the medium and whatever that light source is, but can't really tell for sure.
But yeah, even if it is out of focus a bit, like, it's still showing a pattern. Like, you can clearly see there's a pattern there.
Yeah, but even with your naked eye, you can see flickering of like red and green. You can
Okay,
see
so are you saying like the flickering sort of more like cymatics rather than just the atmosphere?
I can both.
I mean, yeah, the globe model says that it's like it's entirely the atmosphere creating that effect, which I don't think that's what it is.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not grilling you guys. I'm just I don't know myself.
Yeah.
But just ask questions.
Yeah, we get that.
Well, you're definitely looking through an atmosphere, so that it has something to do with it. But
Yeah, it
to
is.
what
It
effect?
definitely is. But it's difficult to believe that that's the only thing that's affecting it, or that that's what it really is because of that.
And I've also read in like some Aboriginal astronomy, sometimes depending on like the way it flickers or maybe the hue you see on the star at a certain time can foretell weather changes or coming rains or things like that.
Yeah, and the hue is different depending on different stars, usually. So if the weather conditions are the same, then why does one star have this hue and another one has different hue? So it doesn't make much sense in that way.
Well, from what I read, it would be more like the overall stars in the sky might have like a lot more of a blue sort of haze, and that would be saying, okay, more rain's going to come soon. But yeah, that's just what I read.
Can I tell you something about the word Aboriginal?
I would prefer to say native, but I just sometimes say it complacently.
Yeah, I get you. But yeah, they're the originals, because Aboriginal means they're not the originals.
Yeah, there's like a center near my place, and it's like they call the actual native people refer to themselves as Aboriginals, and I think, oh, okay, I'll just use the word because it's just the way people find it easy to say. But yeah, I am aware of that.
Yeah, because I had a friend who is original, and I tried to explain it to him, and he just couldn't get it. Like, it's such a basic thing, he just could not get. So yeah, this shows you how much it's drilled into people.
Yeah, so do you refer to them as originals?
Yeah, the originals. Because it's like, are you normal or abnormal?
Yeah, I'm just
that makes sense.
Division.
Yeah, but I get you. If you're in a bunch with them, then I'd probably say Aboriginal, just, so everyone feels better.
Yeah, I kind of just jump around sometimes. Sometimes I'll say native, sometimes I'll say indigenous, and other times I'll say Aboriginal.
Apparently indigenous is another one. Apparently it's just digenous. When you put the indigenous, then it's like the same thing.
Is digenous a word? What does digenous mean?
I don't know, I just heard it from this guy.
It's really two words. The first one is Indi and the other one is genus. So genome of the Indi or something like that.
There's also, like you say, first world or first nation. That's what people are starting to use in Canada and America. Like the First Nations that were here, or the first world, the world's first people for that landmass.
Yeah, as if they know who those are, but yes. So
Yeah, I know. I mean, I could see some of them were kind of offensive, like to use. I guess Eskimo is now considered deeply offensive. People say Inuit, which is their word for them in their own language. So it's like, yeah, that's respectful. Instead of making up a word for someone, use their word for themselves. But yeah, I'm not seeing how. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like if you just keep redefining words and redefining what's offensive and not offensive, you're going to end up with a bunch of very confused people.
Those are like superstitious, right? Superstitious. I'm just regular stitious.
Oh yeah,
But that's it in day-to-day life. Normal talking, yeah, it doesn't mean much. But when you go in front of a court or something like that, then these words have meaning. Just like the word citizen. If you're calling yourself, in day-to-day life, it's okay. But, if you're in front of a court and you call yourself a citizen, then that has legal applications attached to it.
Yeah, and then like the native people, they one time they were talking to me about how like back in the 1950s they were classed as animals and not even human, and I thought, well, maybe it's not a bad thing not to be classed as a human in the legal sense, because then that's referring to, I think it's like sea monster, as in CSEE monster, refer to that word in the Black Law Dictionary. But
yeah, I've
I
seen
held
that.
my tongue. I thought I wouldn't say that to them, because then they'd be like, "Oh, you just want us to not be recognized as humans." No, it's not that. It's just the weird legalese sort of Roman law or whatever it is.
And that's what I think. They've kind of molded our language where we think it's no big deal, but once we're in there, in front of them, then, Black's Law Dictionary and all that crap. Which it's all interesting. Even though like the whole money thing, a guy says, like how banks control the flow of currency.
And then that's like referring to maritime law. Sea, current of the sea.
Current of the sea, yeah.
I've glossed over those things. I haven't studied it entirely, but a lot of the things are things like, that's interesting. I'll keep that in the back of my mind.
Yeah, they call it cash flowing.
Yeah, I haven't gone crazy into it, but yeah, just always pick up on those little things. Which, like, it all ties in together, yeah. Like the law of the sea, then, cash flow, currency. So, it's all interesting.
But the biggest question is that sea it's referring to, is it level or is it curved?
Well, I guess they say sea level, so...
I was thinking about how flat earthers are like insecure about using the word atmosphere, but if there does happen to be an enclosed system with like a dome, then the part above would be like a sphere, maybe. So that would make sense to still call it atmosphere.
Well, I guess from your perspective, it does look like it's kind of curving around you. So,
yeah,
from your perspective, I don't know, what do we call it? Atmos flat?
Yeah, like usually I hear people just say atmos, which is air. which makes sense as well.
Just call it Atmos. Yeah, I guess makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's mainly your intentions of like when you say it, what you're actually referring to. But then on a Discord server, it's hard because not everyone's going to know what you're actually referring to.
Either way, people have their own definitions of words. Sometimes they kind of attach meanings that aren't really even there.
That's it. In the end, it's just like, Jesus, like we're just talking about the sky. Like,
Just yesterday I was talking to somebody in the lobby and they said that ignorant means something besides not knowing, that somebody refuses to learn or something like that, which is not what the word means, but that's how they see the word. So that's what it means to them.
If Godrocking's trying to talk, I can't hear him.
Did not realize somebody else was trying to talk until you said it. Yeah, we can't hear you, God Rockin'.
no, it's just got his voice sensitivity up. Fucking TV in the background.
Oh, probably that, yeah. Fair enough.
Someone mute him.
Yeah, it's not loud enough. I didn't catch it until you said it.
I guess one thing that Flat Earth taught me is, the scientific method and, testing things and all that stuff, and not just believe it on blind faith. So, and all about the independent and dependent variables. And so, I don't know, really, opened my eyes to that.
Yeah, Flat Earth definitely taught me what logic is and how to think.
Yeah, and then that's why it amazes me, like professors and people who go to university and they understand the scientific method, but then they'll spew out the sticks and shadows thing, and it's just like, I don't know, it's just like, how can these people be, understand the scientific method, but then not apply it? I think because most of them they'll just get told what to teach, and that's pretty much it. They just teach what's in the textbooks and regurgitate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the whole thing is just not being able to imagine that something could be hidden from them to that scale. That so many people are lying, even though they're not really lying. They just don't know better. They're just saying things they actually believe, but it's not how it really is.
Yeah, and it's also because people just grow up taking things personally without realizing, hey, I don't have to take everything personally. I can just see, okay, this is how it is. I don't have to be insulted by it. I don't have to let my emotions get the best of me.
Yeah, I think it's tough not to be insulted for people about this subject, because everything that they ever believed in is attached to it. So they do take it personal because their personality is attached to that. Because some people like space, I like Star Wars, all that. And as soon as you say space isn't real or all these things, it's like, okay, so you're attacking me and how I think, how I view the world. Therefore, I'm going to be emotional about it.
Okay, yeah, that's a fair point. I was conflating how I think with how other people think. Good calling me out there.
That's it. You've been giving lectures about it for 20 years, your whole life. It's a bit of a shock to the system.
Yeah, it's kind of like a child resetting and becoming a child again and asking how, why, because that's what children do. When we were children, we were told all these things. We asked how and why, and this is what we were told. So we built our foundation of reality upon that, and now if somebody tells you that's not your foundation, you're like, what do you mean? So therefore, at this point, we have to go back to how and why. And that's why they do that. They're like, how, why, how is it possible if this is what I know now? How is it possible that what you're telling me is the case if I already know these things? So how, why? It all goes back to that.
Yeah, I find that the difference between me when I was little and curious and me now is that back when I was little and curious, I would ask a question and then someone would answer the question and I'd just believe them because they were an adult, so they would know, or so I would think. But these days, I'll ask a question and someone with a PhD will answer the question, and then I'll just say, okay, that's a nice explanation, but I won't specifically believe it unless it actually makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing when you're a kid. Like, you're just taking in information and you're believing everybody because you have faith in them being good. And to this day, you might be able to still view people that way, but now you're like, okay, even though I believe you might have the good intention, you might be misled yourself. So what you're telling me might not necessarily be true because of that.
Yeah,
I remember oh, sorry.
Go on. You can go.
I just remember as a kid going, okay, if we're on a ball and things are upside down, why can't they show us, a satellite photo of a city, hanging upside down? Like,
the whole upside down thing, you're not even thinking about it too much. Unless you're from Australia, I guess that's all you're thinking about because everybody's calling you land down under.
Yeah, I'm just like, I want to see a photo. God damn it.
I mean, logically speaking, all of us would be land down under if what they say is true, that everything is relative, there's no direction up or down, then all of us should be land down under relative to the day, time of day, or whatever you choose to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, now I know why they can't show that photo, so... all makes sense now.
Well, I didn't even think that. I thought that there are photos of these things and that they are real. I never sat down and looked at them and thought to myself, is this really real? And after I did, I was like, okay, this is obviously not real. So let's go from there. Why does this not appear real? Why isn't there anything that's real? Let's look at some tangible things now that might point us in the right direction.
Because I was like, okay, they can zoom in on stars and planets millions of miles away, but they can't turn the camera around and zoom in on a city. Like, that's just a bit weird.
I just love the space footage or the satellite. It's always part of the picture is the satellite has to be in the picture, like a piece of the satellite, just to tell you, oh, this is where it's taken from, which is a great brainwashing technique.
Did you see the nighttime one?
Nighttime? What do you mean? Like,
so they had so they had a video. It's a video of a satellite going over the.
Is it like
around the
you
Earth.
can see the light that's on the Earth, like all the buildings and everything?
Yeah. But then someone was like, "There's no clouds." He's like, "How is there no clouds over like a whole continent?"
Come on, man! Don't ask questions. Just believe.
Because when I first saw it, I was like, I think I was still at Global when I first saw it, and I was like, oh, cool, this is awesome. And then when I rewatched it, when that dude said that, I was like, yeah, wait a minute, there's no clouds. What the fuck? So I think, the next one they did, they added clouds, and then they added like little thunderstorms and stuff, and looked a little bit more realer.
I mean, that's kind of how they manufacture it. It's like people say, "Oh, this isn't sufficient," when they add these things. Like, okay, they're saying that's what they need in this picture in order to believe it. We're gonna put it in the picture.
Yeah, I kind of can't wait for the whole Elon Musk going to Mars and how they're going to do that.
Oh, come on, man. They're just gonna keep delaying it. I don't think they're ever gonna do it.
The next announcement, we'll get there within 10 years. And then the next 10 years, the next 5 years. And then I thought they're going to do something to the moon. They're going to put something on the moon, or I don't know. I think that's the next thing they want to do.
I mean, I haven't heard a time where there wasn't something they want to do to the moon, and they just don't do it. They just keep saying it. Oh, every new president of the United States says, "Oh, we're gonna do it. We're gonna go there back again," but never do. Because how do you now remake us going to the moon? Because we're going to be able to compare now with the old footage. So how do you fake it? It can't be like perfect fakery. It has to be kind of goofy because the last one was goofy. It has to coincide with the footage that we already saw.
Yeah, just it's just. I kind of hope they do it because it's going to be just funny to watch.
I think that's why they don't want to do it, because it's just going to open people's minds. But it's also going to open people's minds if they don't do it, because the longer they don't do it, the longer of a time people can say how long ago it was, and we still haven't gone back.
Yeah, I guess that's what happened with the moon. After what 50 years? People are just like, what's going on here?
Yeah, with the kids growing up now, for them, like 50 years and more, it seems like longer and longer. It seems like a lifetime ago, so for them it's like less and less believable.
Yeah, I think the new generation don't even really look at that, or, it's all about TikTok.
It's kind of how the propaganda machine has to keep rolling on, because every new generation has to be brainwashed over and over again, because the baseline of their belief will never be the globe. They always have to be convinced of it.
Yeah, because I think it's like, if the new generation, when they think of space, I think they more think of Elon Musk now instead of NASA.
Because he is propped up as the savior, the false prophet. He's that guy.
Oh well. Either way, it's just a big show, and it's just kind of just funny to watch it now.
It is fun, yeah. But you kind of just want to shake the shit out of everybody who doesn't see it. It's like, wake up, dude. Just gonna keep shaking you until you wake up.
I don't know if the masses will wake up. I think some crazy thing has to happen where, what does it say? Like the sun's going to stop or something, or something like that.
No, for the people, I think the biggest thing is just consensus. The more people believe it, the more it's like, oh, okay, other people believe it, therefore I'm not going to be shamed in believing something else. so I'm gonna just follow what the popular thing is. And as long as there's gonna be more of them, it's kind of gonna be that way. But as our numbers increase, which they do, there's not less of us. We're gonna overtake that popular belief. I think it's gonna shift towards our side. So in order to avoid that, there's certain things they could do. Some big distractions in order for people to not have time to look into these things and realize where they really are. And the big thing probably is going to be, I don't want to be a monger of these things, but or a bad news bearer or a doomsayer, but probably going to be war is the big distraction. That's how people really forget to pay attention to these things and concentrate on what's in front of them, because obviously you have to if somebody's physically encroaching on your space.
Yeah, I heard a good quote the other day, like, even if 90% of the Earth knows it's flat, NASA would still deny it. I think the propaganda machine is just too big, to let it go.
Well, at that point, it wouldn't really matter what they do. If 90% of people know that the Earth is flat, like, we wouldn't even allow that to brainwash us, because we wouldn't have that as part of our system. Like, it wouldn't, wouldn't show that.
Yeah, definitely.
Because everything is like something, we kind of do it to ourselves, right? Like, we're teaching it to ourselves. These teachers that we have in schools teaching the globe, that's not like somebody that's actually planned to deceive anybody. It's like just people that are doing this as part of the brainwashing, because they've been brainwashed. So we're taking it part. Because if you don't participate, then it doesn't happen. So if 90% doesn't participate, then it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see where this is gonna. I feel like it's gonna be a generation thing, though. Like 10, 20 years, probably not. I think it's gonna be 50 to 100 years for it to really get there.
Which really makes you wonder, has that happened before? People have known and then not known and then known again about how it really is. I think that might be the case.
Yeah, you could be right. We're probably on that repeat cycle where we've probably done this 10 times before or something.
That would explain the proficiency at which they can delude us as a unit. Because they're really good at it. They're really good at just imprinting this idea into everybody's psyche.
It's definitely so dealing with highly intellectual people who understand groupthink and psychology, and they're really masterminds.
Yeah, it is impressive. It is, even though it is diabolical, but it is impressive.
I definitely give it up to him to be able to pull this off. But then it's like, just like, I guess, the education system, for one, how like the Rockefeller took it over back in the day or something, the early 1900s or something. So what did that take? Was it just like 10 people got together, 20 people, and did all the curriculum for all the schools? Like, so I reckon it doesn't really take that many people.
Yeah, I don't think it does either. It takes very little. Really. You just have to convince a couple. It just kind of grows exponentially. I remember when I was like I think like 12 years old or something. I had this stupid thing that I used to do. I would just like tell things to my friend. I would like make him believe in things about having some powers or whatever, just silly kid stuff, but he would actually believe it. Like I would convince him of it. So that's like just made me realize like it's really easy to convince somebody who wants to be convinced if they have this fantastical thinking about their environment. You can tell them a lot of things and they're just gonna go with it because they want to believe in it.
Yeah. What the guy's saying is just like a lie has to come with a detail. So if you're like, yeah, I can shoot lasers from my eyes, you know, you have to say, you know, have to give kind of a detail on that, where it's like, oh, you know, my eyes will turn red and then it'll shoot out, you know, like you have to
go into like intangible, vague things like, oh, you can't really see it, but like it's happening because like, oh, confirm it in their mind, like this is why it's happening because you see this effect. Like look at your arm and like move it across the sky and see how the clouds are moving. That's because you're moving them. It's you who's moving them.
Yeah. What's the other one? The it you know, it takes more energy to like debunk a claim than it is to make the claim.
Yeah, or to believe it.
I feel like there was a few times when I was in school and I was presented with like a make-believe story, which I ended up convincing myself was true. And on those times where I was like given the story, I sort of feel like there was actually like something in me which was knowing, there's something not sitting right about it, but then I kind of submitted to the claim anyway and just decided I'd believe it. So there was like a breaking of my own better judgment on a few times. And so I wonder if it's like that with like the globe Earth, if people have that sort of subconscious lack of settling when like they initially accept a belief, but maybe I'm just conflating my own experiences in that regard.
No, for sure. It's like a nagging feeling that like doesn't give them rest. That's why they come here and they can't stop arguing about it, even though according to them it's something that's not real and it's ridiculous and it's stupid. But somehow you just want to keep talking about it all the time. Why is that? Because within their self they know that this has some merit to being discussed and talked about and thought about in a way that might relate to their environment, their reality, and maybe a higher understanding of everything.
Yeah, the last example I can remember was probably when I was about 16 or something. And then for a science class, I had to like do a document on gravity and Newton's law. And then I was seeing this diagram and it had like this car driving, and when the car brakes, there's so much like weight in its front end and that the car would actually dip into the ground, but there's a force from the ground pushing it upwards so that the car doesn't actually fall into the ground. And I thought that is just the most ridiculous thing. But then after like, I don't know, say a few sessions or something, then I made the choice to think, okay, fine, it makes sense. Even though it didn't make sense, but I just forfeited to it because there was a diagram and I got a really good score in that assignment. But I remember that one.
Yeah, you just go with it because, like, at that time you assume, oh, they know better. They wrote this in a book. If it was written in a book and they teach us this, then they must have good reason for doing it.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd be lying to me back then, but things are different now.
I've noticed the conversation is a lot of times about something completely different than what they're talking about. They're talking about flat Earth, But what they're really talking about is atheism, or jingoism, or science.
Wait, what
They've
was the
got-
second one? Did you say jingoism? or something?
Jingoism, yeah.
Not familiar with that term.
It's like a sort of propagandized based version of God, how would you put it? Like nationalism in a way. But like a view that your culture is vastly superior to all others.
Okay.
Well, because that's what it ties into. The whole belief about the heliocentrism is their ideology at the end of the day, because they're in nothingness. So therefore, they become atheists. So it's all attached to the main point of where we are. So if they have misconceptions about it, then that's where they're going to go with it.
Yeah, it was like my electrical course. They were showing us protons and neutrons, and I'm like, that had diagrams, and I'm like, do they have an actual photo of a proton? Like, real evidence?
Because another thing too, like where they think they see something inside the heliocentric model that proves like X. Another idea that they have. So let's say inside the heliocentric model, America is a superior world power because flag on the moon.
Yeah. I mean, that's really ultimately how everything is set up. Like everything ties in and is at the root of this problem. So that's how they can get away with countries and all this stuff, and the war between countries, because it's all tied in.
Or like they think heliocentrism, they got the idea of atheism and they support it because the heliocentric model is so big that obviously a god didn't spend their whole time 4 days making the earth and 3 days making everything else. And then you're like, well, hold on there, pump the brakes, because Newton said the model is so full of glory and splendor that only a supernatural being could have created it.
And then they're going to just disagree with that part. They're going to throw Newton under the bus with that. They're just going to go, oh, he was like from a time that wasn't as educated on.
Yeah, and you could be certainly, Toby. Okay, so this guy was wrong. Copernicus said roughly the same thing. So you could just go on and on. You know,
I mean, they just kind of come up with their own philosophy that attaches themselves to what the reality that is presented to them is. So the whole foundation is that they are in infinite space. So whatever you do with that is like up to the person, but usually where they gravitate towards is that, hey, we're in a place that's kind of random and these random things happen and there's evolution and all this stuff. So everything is random. There's no God. There's no order. Everything is a chance. So that's where they go.
Gentlemen, ladies, sorry to interrupt. I got called in here by Donkey. He says he's got a couple of questions for us flat earthers, and he DM'd me and so on. So I don't want to be an interrupt conversation.
Post them in the live stream.
But I've got one ready to go. I'll read them out, bro. What the hell? Morning, Donkey. How are you, mate?
Good. I had to, because I was getting the picture too, and then it wouldn't show the text, so I had to do it again. I have it ready the questions ready to go. I just had to copy and paste it. So I asked a couple questions to Glowbirders, so I was kind of stumped, and I was wondering to ask you these questions, and a lot of other flatters were also stumped on the first. I had 2 other questions, but John was able to answer the first 2 on that note, on the second, first, and second law. But these questions are a little different. This is from the claim directly from a Glowbirder. So, second. So the first, okay, so let me phrase these. 1, 2. And then let me post the picture for the second one. We could go over the first one. This is what I was kind of stuck on. I was asking around on the server. No one could give me an answer, and I was wondering I could just ask you instead.
Wow, we do have a lot of problems with the second law of thermodynamics and how it ruins space. Wow.
So let me give you context. So that honey, this is directly from quoted directly to him, and he's a Glowbird from the modern day debate. He's not here, but I'm just giving. This is what they claim. This is what the second law and first law is, and they gave me an example, which is a decent analogy. But I was just kind of curious, like, you agree with their statement on what the second and first law is?
But does this have to do with the gas pressure next to a space vacuum?
Told me it has nothing to do with that. But then I met another guy who said that, oh, okay, so, well, I don't want to get off topic here, but to drive a little back. He said, when you guys say that gas pressure requires a container and must, they told me that it's not really a physical barrier. Like, they gave me some examples. One of the guys said that, which I posted in the lobby. You find the guy quote again.
Oh, all right. What do they mean by? Sorry, dude. What do they mean by it doesn't necessarily have to be a physical container? Can you point to something in the physical natural world that can contain something physical? Because
you do need a container, but
at that point they're starting to talk about what magic.
One of his examples, and you can see what you can say about that. So he told me you can also, contain charged gases using a magnetic field. No physical container. That's what he said. You can also contain gases in an open top container if they're heavier than air. Those were some of the examples he gave. He said there's containment of the gas at a lower altitude, not a physical container. And he said, like, what if the air pressure at sea level is 14 psi, only 12 psi, and if you climb up a hill, why doesn't the gas balance out? How can there be a difference in the pressure? There's no physical container between the different altitude. There's containment of the gas at lower altitude, but not a physical container. That's what he said. I can post that directly in a live stream if you want.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
To that point, the ultimate question would be, well, how does a system exist without a container in the first place? So for all of these gases to achieve a pressurized gradient, because of where the gases are produced and how much energy, heat, and so on is put into the system to make it a pressurized environment in the first place. Because you've got to be able to keep the gases there. I get the idea of, okay, was it ionized particles?
You're breaking up, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, you might want to say that again once your sound adjusts. I guess he disconnected.
Well, I'm curious. It says you can contain charged gases using a magnetic field. Is there a demonstration of this? Or is it theoretical?
Well, he was giving examples, but he didn't like show me like a demonstration, like a video of that. Like I even asked, "Do you have a video of this?" And he said, "Oh, but you can do it on your own."
You said that was on Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, his name is can't pronounce his name. It's Intego. Like you know how when you go on a different tab, Intego. That's what it is. That's his name.
Yeah, when I was on that server, they said they set that server up as a place for flat earthers to lose, and a place where flat earthers come to die.
Oh, okay, but
So what
Isn't it
everything they tell you, remember their final motivation at the end of the day is to never talk about the globe, is to only tell you how wrong you are. So you'll change your mind.
the point is that I had to ask those questions is because, like I said before, like before I came to this topic, I didn't know a lot about the globe. I'm not like a physics, a scientist, and etc. What they claim to be, and etc. I had to ask them, these questions. I can ask you guys, what are the flaws of what they're saying? It's wrong. I want to see the bigger picture. That's the reason I asked those two questions in the lobby, in the live stream. I want to see what is the bigger picture here. Why is this wrong? And basically your comment directly to it. The flaws, basically.
I guess my line of thinking is because they claim gravity is holding the gas down, but then they're saying magnetic field. So, and that's the first question. Like, if charged gases are being contained by a magnetic field, then I want to see a demonstration. And
I mean, that's plasma at that point. So it's not equivalent to what we have.
Whatever.
Yeah, Chris, we heard you for like a second.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure I was back. Whatever the physical barrier is or non-physical barrier is in regards to ionized particles and magnetic fields and so on. Yeah, okay. One, like I said, that's outside the story. That's only become somewhere relative over since we've been talking about it, because that first story is obviously wrong. You can't have gas pressure without something separating that from what it should do and disperse into space. You can't have that environment. So it's an ad hoc thing without actual demonstration. Yes, there's assertions, and yes, there are certain things that are pointing to it, but like I said earlier, there are holes as in the gases can still pass through. There's problems everywhere, but again, it's because they realise that just understanding the second law, how entropy works, ruins everything that NASA tells us about the ball. And that's primarily where, the evidence comes from, unless it's a misunderstanding about what the horizon is or whatever. But it's interesting for sure that what they say that's a place for flat earthers to go to die, because what they don't understand that gish scallop word salad. Yeah, they talk beyond the point, past the point, don't actually address the point, and then most definitely don't give you a demonstration about it. Lots of stories, no demonstration. Right. Back to square one.
Exactly.
But did you want an explanation of why there's a gas pressure gradient? Is that one of your questions?
You're asking me why I asked these questions? I put them together, basically. I asked them, asked them questions. Okay.
Dude, it all boils down to the answer. They are fucking...
question again. Sorry, Crit, 2 seconds.
Yeah, dude, you're hogging the mic,
ask that question again so he understands it. No, I wanted the other guy to ask his question so Donkey could answer it correctly, because that wasn't the question he asked. Hogging the fucking mic, man. What the fuck?
I just, said gas pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Are you asking, like, if the Earth
Donkey,
is
he's
flat?
asking you if that's your question.
Yeah. Sorry.
You repeat that again.
Like you say, like if the Earth is flat, how is there a gas pressure gradient? Like, wouldn't it just all be the same pressure? Is that kind of the question?
What I'm asking in the live stream, or
Oh, just like in general.
okay, well, Jedi left. I haven't got that far based on the gas pressure gradient stuff, but
So I might be just not understanding your question. Just, ask the question again then.
well, the question I was asking is directly from the live stream, but I'll ask anyways. According from Donon, who's a Glober, he said, put an ice cube on a frying pan. Obviously, the frying pan will pass the heat to the ice and melt. But why doesn't the ice cube lose energy and pass it to the frying pan? And this is permanent by the first law of thermodynamics. The answer is the second law provides the direction. And the last question I put there, do you mates agree with the example on the first and second law that this Glober claim of what this first and second law of Dramaticus was the first question I asked.
So how does that lose energy to the frying pan? Doesn't it? It does lose energy. It makes the frying pan cold. I know that's my understanding.
You also have a dynamic system. You don't have just a perfect pressurized system. It is pressurized, but it's dynamic. There's heat and cold, high pressure, low pressure moving around the system. Then you have the production of the gases at the bottom. Most of the gases are, for what we know, are being produced on the ground and near the ground. And then you have a more condensed version of all the gases near the ground and a less condensed version of all the gases above that.
It's a false equivalence when you are talking about heat induced on ice and comparing to gases in a vacuum. It's really not relevant.
I mean, yeah, no, not really. He's right in one instance. And sorry, guys, I do appreciate that I've got a bit of a lag going on, so I might be a couple of seconds in the behind the conversation. So I do apologise for that, but bear with me. I'm just here trying to help. Ultimately, it's nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yeah, the second and first law can be used for a lot of things. Putting ice cube on frying pans, it's going to be a little bit of a cold spot underneath the ice cube. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of energy that's going to be taken away from that area of the frying pan, but ultimately it's going to overpower it, and there we go, entropy is going to take effect. But it's not necessarily answering our question. They don't do this. They don't answer the question. They don't give us demonstrations. We just go round in a circle all the time. Now, was your other question about why we have a gas pressure gradient, Donkey?
Oh, that was not my question. That was what the other guy asked. But the second question I ask is, and I'll quote it directly from the Glober, and then you can respond to it. So this is the second law, and the picture I show is the equation that they use, and they were asking me, why do flat earthers don't use the equation for the second law? And they further said, like, how, like, they're globe zealots, they told me that if they don't use equation from physics, then there's something wrong with them. That's what they told me. But I didn't want to say that because I didn't want to be rude, but that's exactly what they said. So why don't you guys use the equation that's provided for the second law? Yeah. I'll let you respond to that, but yeah.
Why we don't use equation within their paradigm, which reaffirms their paradigm by reification. It's kind of a trite premise. The premise is false, so it's nonsensical.
Okay. Those were all my questions.
But you've also got the question of the gas gradient. like you said, 14 psi at sea level, and when you climb up a hill, it's 12 psi. So why doesn't the gas balance out?
Oh, that wasn't for me. That was directly from another Glober. I don't know what he was talking about, so that's why I posted. That's why I quoted it, and then I put Glober next to his name.
Well, I think our answer to that anyway is, correct me if I'm wrong too, is just, because the gases are produced at ground level, and as it makes its way up, then you got heat and other factors controlling that.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the whole gradient of pressure that does exist is dependent upon an enclosed system, as we know from demonstration. If we were to suppose that it is different, then we would need a demonstration for how it is possible in a different environment, which we don't have. We only have these equations which don't correlate to the reality. So we have to have a correlation that adheres to reality in order to be able to actually trust something of the sort.
All right. Thanks for answering my questions.
That's right, but it wonders me too, like if there is a container or a dome, like what's the pressure next to the, right next to the dome? Like, that's the question I have.
Well, why does it matter so much? What does that tell you?
Just interesting, intriguing.
Yeah, but why? What's the interest within?
Well, you know it's not zero.
I just tell us more about where we live, I guess. Yeah, it wouldn't really matter too much, but just more information.
The thing that globalists don't understand, other than their own model, they have no clue what they're talking about. But they'll say these buzzwords like gas pressure gradient. Okay, gas pressure first. And even if you just hand wave it, okay, sure, there's a gas pressure gradient. Why? They tell you gravity. Gravity creates a gas pressure gradient. Okay, does gravity affect gases? Well, no. Okay, well, let's say it does. Okay, give you another one. Here's another ad hoc explanation. You've got a gas pressure gradient without gas pressure, and you've got gravity affecting gases. Two ad hoc. And then they'll be like, well, welcome to the globe. Oh, hold on. But you told me the center of gravity is the core of the Earth. And they're like, yep. Then why would Mount Everest have a lower gas pressure gradient than Mount Chimborazo? Mount Chimborazo, astrophysically, is miles further from the core of the Earth because it's pear-shaped. So Mount Chimborazo on the equator is way farther away. And if gravity affects the inverse square law, the further you are, the less of it you have. Then explain that. And then they got another ad hoc explanation. Oh, it's temperature and storm fronts and all kinds of other atmospheric effects. Okay, well, there you go. So you've got an explanation inside your own model that demonstrates low pressure and high pressure systems. No gravity needed inside your own idea. And they can't even get there. Inside their own paradigm, they end up with a logical contradiction that should be something they could use to answer their own question. But they're just triggered about flat Earth. Because what they really, like I was saying earlier today, the conversation is always about something else. They didn't want to talk about gravity. They didn't want to talk about the gas pressure and vectors and thermodynamics. They wanted to talk about the dome. And they wanted you to make a positive claim about the dome. So then they could laugh at you and tell you you're defeated and tell you, oh, welcome back to the globe. You never invoked the dome to begin with. It all started with a question, a symposium on their point of view, not mine, not yours.
And I guess another demonstration of a radiant pressure system is it's a propane tank. So in a propane tank, yeah, it's denser on the bottom and lighter up the top.
Oh yeah, Donkey Kong. I think it's kind of both. It's like they're whole like they think they got the ace in their up their sleeve. Because at the end of the day, Donkey Kong, they're going to talk about anything other than the surface of the Earth as their only proof of what the surface of the Earth is. Everything else, everything, they'll invoke the whole universe, everything. That star, that giant ball of gas, that exoplanet, the moon, the sun, everything in creation, but the surface of the Earth. To talk about the surface of the Earth. They have to run from the surface of the Earth because they know it presents as flat. The Earth presents as stationary. They know this. So how do they get you away from that? Distraction, magic tricks. Like try to degrade the conversation to shitposting or whatever they do. All these things they do. It's all because they want to talk about something else. They think they're smarter than you because of a Dunning-Kruger effect. They've rated themselves as superior because they think the Earth is a globe, and you as inferior because you disagree with their position. They've added some sort of moral attachment to their worldview. In the best part, a lot of them claim atheists that everything is subjective. It's all subjective. There is no truth. Inside that worldview, they've attached truth to a globe model that offers them some sort of paradigm, value-based morality system. They're just bricked. They really don't even know what they're mad at.
That's it, yeah. It all comes back to the curvature of the Earth. Because, yeah, like this law, that law, first law, second law, this math equation, then it's like, well, show me a measurement of the curvature.
See, I tell them nothing new under the sun. Today, what did they do? Oh, they debunked the flat Earth. Oh, you did you? Okay, let's just pretend that's true. What are you going to do tomorrow? I predict, using the flat Earth model, nothing new under the sun. You'll do exactly the same happy horseshit. You'll never get past the flat Earth because they can't. They can't get past it because inside their worldview, they see something as not knowing or somebody disagreeing as some sort of refutation of their worldview. When they could just go out, live their life, live on the ball, do whatever the fuck they want to do, and just leave other people alone who they don't like or disagree with. It's hard pressed to even get something, especially in that modern day debate. They try to be like, oh, modern humans hashing it out with logic, reason, and science. It's hard to get one of them over there to even recognize people as human. They'll call you a bot. They'll call you all kinds of shit other than human. And then pretend they're hashing out their disagreements without some sort of control or whatever. They're so quick to press that mute button. It is like faster than shit. I knew that place was going to be a shit show the first day I was there. And some guy's like, oh, so you're a flat earther? Yeah. He proceeded to call me like a retard and a mongoloid for 45 minutes plus. And I just ignored him. No responses. I'm not even going to respond to that. I'm just going to pretend that guy, just background noise. And I'll talk to other people who aren't being like that. Finally, the mod said, you have to respond. You have to. I go, why do I have to? He goes, because it's part of the conversation. I go, I'm only going to respond by calling him the same names he's called me. And he says, well, if you do that, you're muted for 24 hours. Breathtaking. Yeah, it's breathtaking. So I did. I said, okay, ask me your question. What do you want to say? And of course, it was something about like, long-winded, took him 10 minutes to ask the question. I go, dude, you're just a retarded mom. And then bang, muted. And they're like, oh, yeah, that guy's kind of a shit show. And, he's a panic, emo kid. And, don't let it go, right? I'm like, okay, sure, I can let it go. First impression, it's okay, though. But now, since I've been off the server since, like, I don't know, March or whatever, I've heard they made that guy a mod. So he's out there, he's out there calling people retarded and stupid, and when they respond, he doesn't even need the mod to mute them anymore. He does it himself.
Yeah, God, it's very twisted. I just had a question for Donkey. Like, have you looked at long distance observations and laser test?
I have looked. Wolfgang sent me a video about the laser test a while back, but I haven't finished it. Are you talking about one they did in LA?
Oh, it's been hundreds now. It's been so many done now.
Yeah,
probably referring to FE Core, which you should make a point to get through that video, Donkey.
Yeah,
there's so many laser tests.
Well, that's the one I need to finish, and then if there's other ones, you can tag me and I'll watch those later.
I got a compilation of 35 different tests.
Yeah, also on the lower part of the server, there's additional information A through L and L and M3Z. All the content you'd ever want. More than enough flat Earth content. Content to last you years. All right there. Any topic you can think of.
Crit, it's always fly earthers getting told we live under a rock and all this nonsense, but it's these people, they truly do live under a rock.
That's why it's hard to get them out. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, they've never, like, even just for hypotheticals, danced with the ideas of corrupt governments, corrupt institutions, corrupt science, all these different things that we know is taking place. They don't ponder any of this stuff. They truly do live under a rock in that sense.
Well, sometimes they'll get there. Like, this is how bad their cognitive dissonance is. They'll tell you, like, some of the globalists will be, yep, governments are full of shit. All they do is lie. They perpetuate violence. They're psychopathic. They commit genocide. You got it. Somehow, except NASA. Somehow NASA is out there doing, like, the complete exception to the rule. And you're like, why? Why is it?
Because in their mind, science is like a humanitarian endeavor, and it's only the goodest of good-hearted people that go into it. Like, you could never have a psychopathic scientist. There's no scientists that murdered their wives or anything like this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because Tyson wrote a book explaining how psychopathic science has been since, like, the nuclear age, since, like, World War II. He calls it accessory to warfare. Or something, accessory to murder, or something along those lines. I haven't read it, but I've just heard some excerpts of it. And basically, he's like saying modern science has perpetuated endless conflict because they're not about it's something like his thesis is somehow they lost the plot and now they're all about chasing dollars. How much can they get paid? Not whether they should do something or not.
Neil Tyson wrote that. Did you say, was that Neil deGrasse Tyson's book?
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He wrote a book about weapons and how space and the space race and everything was all about weapons. Nothing to do with the advancement of humanity. He goes on to explain even how Sputnik was a hauled-out nuclear warhead and how that freaked people out. No one thought about what that meant to put a man-made object in space. All they cared about was a repurposed nuclear weapon was used to show Russian might.
Which we know is fake.
Oh, yeah. I know it's fake right away when they showed you a picture of it. Okay, if that's the first thing in orbit, what the fuck took the photo?
What is the excuse for that? It's like every satellite's got an extendo arm with a camera on it. Or some
Like
shit.
a selfie. It took a
selfie stick.
I know. It's like if people, like, even that logic is just amazing. I mean, going back to the thing with NASA, too, you'll get these people who will say something like, well, NASA's civilian. I'm like, okay, was the DMV also civilian? And they're like, oh, yeah. So suddenly it's not the government anymore, just because you put civilian in front of it. And they're like, oh, well, no, but, and you show them all these articles about how NASA is a government, it's part of the executive branch. And they just keep brain farting it. Because in their worldview, they have to keep NASA separated from government. If they think government's a problem. Some of them think government's a solution. And then that's even more funny. Because they'll tell you government can never can lie to them. They say government never lies. It's only individuals inside the government who've done some criminal things. Government itself is impeachable. I go, well, government says, trust God. Don't trust government. The motto, in God we trust. Now, how do you maintain your atheist point of view when you told yourself government is impeachable and government told you not to trust government, only trust God? And then you say you're atheist.
Yep, some wild mental gymnastics after that one. They're the people that are truly bricked, people that think government will solve things. And the Glober. All I can conclude is when it comes to wondering what is it these people are so desperately trying to hang on to that they go to these lengths to trip themselves up in their mind. And it's the only conclusion I can get is responsibility, to avoid it, to remain in a childlike state of mind where the majority of your life is taken care of by proxy by some other institution or government or whatever. That's what they're hanging on to. That's what they're defending.
So a bit off topic to the discussion we've been having. My grandpa used to be a sailor, and he has like this old sailing dictionary. And there's a really interesting definition thing in it, and I'll read it out to you. Castor and pollux. That's the phrase it's defining. The name given to an electric meteor which sometimes appears at sea, attached to the extremities of the masts of ships under the form of balls of fire. When one light only is seen, it is called Helena. The meteor is generally supposed to indicate the cessation of a storm or a future calm, but Helena, or one ball only, to portend bad weather. And so I looked it up, and it's very vague in what you can actually see about it. And when was it published? 1917 it was published. And when I see pictures of it, they always seem to be illustrations, and I'm wondering, is is it something to do with like the boats we use these days? You don't get that electric meteor phenomena. But yeah, I think there's another word for it, like St. Elmo's fire as well. I might try and send a picture into the chat.
Yeah, if you have a diagram or something, it'd probably help me better. You know.
It's the first time I've been hearing about any phenomenon like that. I have
Yeah,
no comment.
exactly. That's why I found it so interesting. I'll also take a picture of the definition.
Elmo's fire. Did they have a picture of Elmo?
Yeah, but the only thing I've seemed to figure out from it is it's very, what's the word? Like outdated. Like I don't see any recent documents of it. It's only ever like 1900s or 1800s or something.
So it's like the metal spires of the ship becoming electrically charged during a storm, giving
Like,
off some kind of glow.
plausible, potentially. Whether it depends on the type of material the ship uses, I don't know.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
So, what is this in related to? Like the sextant or something?
Oh no, it's just a phenomena, not related to anything except just people who are on the sea in their boats. Just electrical phenomena. Sometimes I watch phenomena videos and I think, oh, this is so interesting. So that's probably why I saw this and thought, oh wow, so cool.
I think it's got to do with the flat Earth and how the flat Earth is somehow like a battery or has electric currents in the air, so something to do with that.
I wasn't paying attention. Were you saying anything about what it's called?
Oh no, I don't. The definition says when it's a Helena, it just refers to one fireball. And by fireball, obviously, I don't think it's referring to actual plasma fire, but just an electric plasma. But yeah, there's two different names for it, so far as I'm aware, is St. Elmo's fire and Castor and Pollux.
Sounds like a disease.
Sounds cool.
Interesting to know if this was happening at specific locations.
Just out at sea, as far as I can work out.
It says a blue fire surrounding the top of the pointed metal object during a storm. So I guess, yeah, it's got to do with storms being electrically charged to the metal or something. Well, have you seen the, what's it called? The atmospheric charge, where every meter you go up, it goes up 100 volts?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Oh man, I'll send you that. That blew me away when I discovered that.
But for this, they'd be sea level, so they wouldn't really be going up.
You know who to DM about this, Stacey? You should send it to Witsit. See what he has to say on this.
Alright, I might just tag him.
It's probably something to do with being a conductor for electricity. It's something similar to when you catch lightning to have it not damage certain things. Redirect it rather.
That's one of the videos above it about it. There's some more, but yeah, you kind of get the gist.
Okay, I'll have a look at it.
So I'm driving right now, and I can't really check these out, but hopefully you're putting these in the live stream links too, so I can take a look at it when I get in front of a computer. Thank you.
Yeah. And so I even asked one of my friends who was working at a shipyard. I showed him this phenomena, and I asked him, do like the people who know more about the boats, or like the lecturers or whatever, have they heard of this? And he said he brought it up, and no one seemed to have any answers.
Yeah, I reckon it's got something to do with what I was talking about, the atmospheric electricity. And then you start looking at all the old churches. Look at any old church, and they all have points. And then there's like a city. There's some city I have to show you, and all the light poles have points on them. And yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, the tops of the cathedrals have like a bronze, which is an excellent conductor for electricity. So it's the same as that picture that Blue Jumper sent in the article with the towers. So I assume those also have a bronze or something of the effect that conducts electricity.
Yeah. And the best thing is that it's measurable. It's actually measurable. That's what I reckon. Like maybe the Eiffel Tower is a power device, just theoretically.
Yeah, I think so. That it is probably, and also the whatever, the arc of what's it called? I don't know. Whatever it's called, the arc thing. It's like something to do with the system, the whole system of the electric nature, and just how you capture it and actually use it as energy. So like if you look at the city from above, it's like a grid. It's like a computer motherboard or something.
That's why I think like the whole solar panel and wind, turbine, like it's all a distraction from this.
Yeah.
Because all you have to do is stick a pole in the ground that has a point on it, and it's pretty easy to do.
if you look at plans of building plans of many cities, like big cities, you can usually find some kind of a grid-based system that kind of, if you look at it like on a map of the plan, it appears very much like an actual motherboard. It's the case with my city, where I live in Europe. The capital of my city, of my country, has that sort of grid type thing. I'm kind of blanking on what the thing is called. The imprint in the ground, like shaped like a hexagon or a star, that they say is from olden times, supposedly, for the purpose of castle protection or something of the sort. Do you know what the name for that is? Anybody?
Sorry, repeat that.
Like a star-shaped imprint or a hexagon imprint in the ground that the history tells us is either a castle defense system or something of the sort. Do you know what that's called?
Imprint in the ground. That's a castle.
It's like elevation, like around it, but like it look not the castle itself, but like what's around it. It's like very symmetrical.
Anything to do with symmetrical, I think I go to cymatics, cymatic frequencies.
No, but it's like actual ground stuff. Like it's not a frequency or not a sound. It's like actual imprint and very like.
But have you seen the cymatics when they put sand on the plate and put sound?
Oh yeah, I have.
So the sound can manipulate the physical form.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what the name for that was so I can find it, because I know that exists in many places. You can find it. More than people realize. Those things like exist all over the world in many places.
Like Stonehenge.
No, not like Stonehenge. Crap! I just need to find it, and I'll share it.
Have you seen the what's it called? Semantic. Oh no, I can't say it. The semantics. That's not the word, but the thing I'm trying to say. Yeah, cymatic. Have you seen that where they like have some amplifier playing music, or like a frequency actually, and then some water going down, and then it makes the water go in different sine waves, or depending on the frequency of the sound it's inputting.
Yeah, the water coming out of the tube.
Yeah, that's super cool.
I looked into that. Apparently, it's got something to do with the camera's frame rate and shutter speed and stuff like that. Where it's not like actually happening. It's like an illusion on the camera. I haven't tested it personally, but that's kind of what I've.
Yeah, because I was thinking I should try and test it, but I've never got around to it, so I can't know for sure if it's true yet. But if it is true, it's super cool. one time I tried to make an app I had my brother collects car junk and he had like a car speaker, so I used that car speaker and tried to put some plywood over it and then try and make my own I can't say the word. Cymatic thing. Contraption, but somehow I never managed to get it to work. But it would be cool to do something like that one day.
Yeah, I think it has to be done with steel or metal. And it's got to be set up right onto the speaker. There's a few things you got to do right.
Yeah, and I think the most interesting thing would be to just say you have if you use steel, you have steel which you can replace it with a different shape and then a different shape and then a different shape, and just see how the shape affects the actual formations.
Yeah, that's interesting because the ones I've seen, there's people on YouTube show you how to do it. Yeah, the ones on YouTube are just square. So yeah, it would be cool to use a triangle or a hexagon or...
All right, so I found what I was looking for. They're called star forts. So when they would try to fortify, evidently, castles, they would make these symmetrical forts, which make no sense. If you want to defend your castle, why do you need these convoluted, symmetrical, star-shaped forts? But yeah, that's what they evidently did. But really, I don't believe that.
Can you post a link or something?
Here's some pictures of it. So this is what it looks like. And there's a lot of these. I was surprised. I looked at the map of near my city, and I found it near my city as well, which is like a small, even though it's the capital of my country. I mean, it's a small country, so it doesn't.
Well, I think it's man-made, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously it's man-made, but for what purpose is the question? Why is that symmetry needed in that way? Is it really for protection against the invasion of the armies, or is there something else?
I think people knew what they were doing when they were building it, and understood cymatics. It's one theory.
So how do you build something that's symmetrical back then without an aerial view?
Good question. Because how did the Egyptians build the pyramids? So definitely some hidden techniques. Have you seen Coral Castle?
I might have, but I don't recognize by name. Can you pause them?
So this guy built this castle thing with massive stones all by himself, and all symmetry stuff and that. So I'll post it.
By the way, these sound waves on the plate, that's proof of God, by the way, because that's order. How does that happen? Sound makes symmetrical waves in the chaos universe. This is order in design of how things work. I mean, it's a proof of creator for sure, because that's not random. If sound as a thing was a random thing, then it wouldn't be symmetrical. It would just be random.
Yeah, I believe they're using some cymatic thing to get that perfect symmetry, and who knows. With Coral Castle, there's he says there's energy points on the Earth, and I don't know, it's a bit over my head.
Is this what you were talking about? What was just posted in the live stream?
Yeah, that's Coral Castle.
Is that it? Is that like the most impressive part about it?
There's other thing. There's a door, like a 5-ton door or something, that like perfectly balanced and like, I'll find the video.
Yeah, I don't want to be an ass, but this doesn't look that impressive to me. I mean, sure, it's impressive, but like not that impressive that I'm like wondering, hey, like who made this that advanced?
Well, in the documentary, there's like massive stones, and apparently he built it by himself. So, and stuff like a 20-ton war or something. Like it's
Okay,
And
if one guy did it, then that's ridiculous.
Yeah, he had this door which was like perfectly balanced, which you could push with one finger open, like this massive door, giant stone. And there was problems with it, so they had to get a professional people to come in to fix the door. And after they fixed it, apparently, the door was never the same, and it couldn't open properly.
When is it said to have been made?
When was it made?
Yeah.
It was like 1950s or something.
It looks older. Okay, 1920. Just not that long ago.
Yeah, that's the video I watched, but yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna save that.
So yeah, like what they're saying in it is he flipped the polarity of the stone, and that's what made it light or something, so he could position it all over the place. I don't know, that's just one of the theories. But I did see it. I saw that somewhere. Where did I see that? They had two magnets, one below, one above, and they had something in the middle, and then they flipped the polarity, and then the object rose up.
It's very cool.
Yeah, it's definitely cool coming across like little things like this. It's like kind of little clues, little pieces of the puzzle.
I'm not getting younger, man. You need to actually like practically use this, start using it. Right? You need to figure it out.
Yeah. And I think people are like people behind the scenes trying to figure it out, and probably some people have, but yeah, you just don't know.
For sure, some people have. For sure.
What's the other guy? The something effect. It's a guy in his garage, yeah, making things levitate and stuff. And oh man, what's his name? I'll try to find that one.
Once in a while, I like vaguely hear this story about a guy who made an engine or something that could use water to power a car, but of course, that if that was real, that wouldn't actually be allowed to exist in our world for us to use, because then you can't monetize it. So
Yeah,
it makes me
there's a
curious.
YouTube video.
It's probably possible.
Yeah, the guy is awesome. He's driving it because he's getting the news reporters interviewing him, and he's like, I don't care if you use tap water, rainwater, salt water, any water.
Stan Meyer. Okay, I'm gonna look at him. Like if you're making something like that and you announce it to the world, it's like you can expect some black helicopters at your house pretty quick.
I just think they won't mass produce it. You know, it won't get funding, and it will never get to that level. Which is crazy because, like, you think now these days, if someone created a Patreon, or what's the other one, the Kickstarter? If someone did that, Jesus, like, then it'll be publicly funded, and that's one way you could do it.
Yeah, until BMW and all these companies start suing your ass.
Well, my brother tried to make like a high hydro engine thing for a car, where he was like using electrolysis to split the hydrogen from the oxygen and feed the oxygen into the car, but he never got it working because the actual electric chips on the car like the oxygen sensors were reading, oh no, I'm getting too much oxygen, so I'm going to pump in more fuel or something like this, so that it was actually even less economical. But theoretically it would have worked if the car was mechanical rather than having these electrical things.
You should just buy a old car then that doesn't have a chip in it.
Yeah.
Was he using salt water? Because apparently salt water produces more hydrogen.
I think he's just using rainwater.
Yeah, you want to use salt water.
Okay, well I'll pass it on to him. He's still trying on the project, but he's like been trying for years and to no avail yet.
Yeah, that's what we would put salt water and then put a electricity through it and then have a lid and then all the hydrogen would build up and then would put a match to the lid and it would explode.
Yes, he did do the exploding thing in a can, because who wouldn't when you have the electrolysis station set up? Gotta see an explosion.
Yeah, which is every man's thing. Yeah, it's cool as. I don't know if I could do it, I'll just keep it on the just keep it on the low. Just have a free car for yourself.
Yeah, mind you, it's not free at the moment. Like, there is the cost of like the generator, or I mean like the energy which is used to power it. So it's not fully just on the water, but it's not a bad substitute for petrol.
I think because you've got an alternator in it, once you get it going, and you get it moving, then the alternator is just going to keep it going.
Okay, so it would more just be the initial starting up, which would take some energy.
Yeah, but once you drive it around for 20 minutes or whatever, then that's fine. It's just going to charge up the battery again.
Okay, I must say mechanical stuff is not my strong point. But yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, me either.
I'd have to get him onto the Discord to discuss it, and then he can also discuss Flat Earth while he's here, and maybe you guys can convince him that it's flat. He's not convinced by me yet.
Do you take him through the, long distance measurements?
I'm not too naggy about it, because like when I started, I was very over the top, and I think I kind of lost some. I lost my ability to be taken seriously, so I've just been very under the radar for it a lot and not really pushy. But I did take him out to a salt lake one time, and I was like, "Hey Matt, where's the curvature?" And he was like, "Oh wow, I can't see anything. Whoa, it must be flat." But then like he said that, and then he's reverted back to, because like I guess it didn't really settle for him. It didn't settle, so he's still back to thinking, well, it's more plausible. It just makes more sense being a globe, because like there's so much things which support it being a globe, and like order models and explain it to be a globe. But he's definitely the kind who would be open.
Yeah, I think maybe people take longer, or same with me. I have friends and family. It just, exactly the same.
Yeah, at the moment, I'm the only flat earther in my family.
Yeah. What's it been, like 5 years for me? And I've never met another flat earther in the flesh.
Or if you ever come to Western Australia, there's a few of us here. Just a handful that I know of.
Yeah, sure. Definitely want to go for a surf over there.
Can't say I've been surfing. One thing I should try one day.
Yeah, I see some of the beaches over there. Look pretty cool.
Yeah, good for curvature long sight tests as well. See if the geometric horizon stands the test or not.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've always wanted to do a long distance. I just don't have the equipment, I guess. I feel like I would need like a long zoom. Got a camera, just need a long zoom.
Yeah, those seem to be the way it's done. Mind you, I have a telescope too, and I mean, it's not cheap, like you don't get it for $20, but I got it for like, I think, $150 to $200. And it's like really, really good, but it is a bit of an investment. Mind you, it's not really that good when it comes to like looking at stars, but I don't really use it to look at stars. I use it to disprove the globe. So I'd recommend a telescope.
Ah, true.
And then I rigged my telescope to like a webcam camera, so it's actually, I get what you see from the telescope, digitally inputs it into the computer, so you get a digital copy without having to buy ridiculous costing cameras. Like the things they'd sell you at a telescope store would be like $500 just to have something capture what you see in a telescope eyepiece.
Oh, that's so what you see in the viewfinder, you can put that over onto the computer.
Yeah, because I just opened a webcam, took out the camera sensor, and then the camera sensor came with all of the wiring, which connected it to the computer where you set up your webcam. And then I just put the sensor right in the eyepiece, rigged it up there. And so it's just like a massive camera. Like you thought the Nikon 1000 is good, my telescope camera does it even better.
Ah, cool.
Not to boast, but just a fun project I've done.
Yeah, sweet. So have you tried looking at the stars with it? What do you see? Or?
I haven't bothered looking, because like what you see with your eye is exactly what you'll see the camera input. So it's more like when it comes to sharing the content with someone with the camera sort of rigged, then you can actually say, this is what I saw from the telescope. But it's the exact same as looking at the telescope with your eye. It's just you can't record what you see when it's just your eye staring at it. But yeah, when I use the telescope to look at the stars, all I see is a white dot pretty much. And what's it called? Jupiter, you can see like some texture on it. But mostly it's disappointing when you've been raised with this heliocentric idea that you'll get to see so much different colors and textures and stuff on the stars.
Yeah. All that CGI. What's your magnification then?
I'd have to look it up. I'll look it up. I do know what the model is. It's like a Saxon AZ72 or something.
Alright. Yeah, because it makes me think, when we film the stars with the P1000, how we can, get pretty close.
Mind you, the hardest part would be aiming it, because like it's one thing being able to zoom with a camera where you you gradually zoom in closer and closer and closer, whereas the telescope, it would be at its most zoomed point already, and you can't adjust how far in you're zoomed or not.
Yeah, true. You have to get a pinpoint. But just makes me think, because like I guess you've seen the P1000 zoom into stars. If the P1000 can do that, what are these other telescopes they have? What are they? The telescopes that are like 2 stories, 3 stories big, like they're the size of a building.
Wow, I've not come across. Oh yeah, I've seen like a big sort of the size of a big room at the Perth Observatory. But yeah, they're probably like with so much different electronic devices.
Yeah, because I was like, well, what the hell is that seeing? Like that should have some crazy magnification. But when I went on the website, yeah, they're just all like blurry photos and like it just looked crap. Let me see if I can get a photo of one.
Well, if I'm reading the telescope's documentation right, I think it's saying 120 times magnification. So it's double the magnification of a P600, which is 60 times. Wow, that does look massive.
What is this you're sending?
What was that?
What is this that electricity is sending?
Well, we're just saying, like, if the P1000 and, little telescopes can zoom in on the stars and see those patterns, like, what the hell are these massive telescopes looking at? Because I've been onto the websites of a few of these massive telescopes to try and see, like, what they're looking at. And, yeah, the photos are crap. They're all blurry and they're just crap.
Well, anyway,
Yeah, they need a still foundation for some reason, and it's still blurry. And somehow, in the space, we have these Hubble telescope or whatever, and it's able to focus and have a focus picture, which is ridiculous.
I'm gonna head off the chat now, but nice speaking to everyone.
Alright, peace.
I would like to. Does anybody know, like, is there a place you can like go to and actually get to view it for yourself from this type of big telescope, where they actually allow you?
What I've heard is you got to have clearance, and then it takes like weeks or months to get your photo or whatever. Like, it's a long, massive process. You can't just rock up and look at it.
Oh, okay. That's stupid. Well, it is convenient though.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? I'm just trying to go onto one of the websites to actually show you what it sees.
Earth is flat. How about that? Cash me outside and measure this curve. That's not there.
He's a Glober, he's a Helioa, he's all into rockets and he loves latest projects. My friend, he loves NASA, convinced he's in curvature, thinks he lives on a spinning ball, thinks there's a plethora of globe evidences, but his head's in the sky while mine's still on the floor, and he's made no distinction that the lights above are foreign to the terrain that we walk until we constantly correlate some. And that's how we don't know where we've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend. The sky is foreign to land. I say it's not tangible, and we don't really know what it might be, but he's seeing the spectrography, and he correlates them constantly. Correlation is not causation, but the best explanation validates it for you. Anything is better than home about an answer, so you find a speculation rather than being unsure. Correlation is not causation, but the best explanation validates it for you. My friend, he's a Glober, and we've been going nowhere, back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet, but we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can convince him of a foreign sky, and he can convince me to correlate the sky. My friend, he's a Glober, he agreed, and probably know that he can see there's evidence, all this foreign evidence. My friend, he's a Glober, he's a Helioa, thinks we met the moon, and I know we didn't go there. He's in love with NASA, but I know she's a liar, he can't comprehend the line, so the night that she would lie, yeah, but I can sympathize, cause I was stuck at 2 months, couldn't comprehend the way that they would lie and make the world of the intent don't really matter, regardless the lie is still there. And now that I'm aware, I think it's time to wake the world up. And that's how we get nowhere. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend the lie without knowing the intent. The reasons you can speculate, but you don't really know what it might be, but they don't admit it openly, so he dismisses a constant. Comprehension is not a reason to dismiss the message that you don't like. Ignorance is better than knowing there's a liar, and the lie sits at the center of the road you admire. Comprehension is not a reason to dismiss the message that you don't like. My friend, he's a Glober, we've been going nowhere, back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet, but we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can convince him that it's all a lie, and he can convince me that NASA tells the truth. But my friend, he's a Glober, he agreed, he probably know that he can see there's evidence, all this big probe evidence. My friend, he's a Glober, he's a Helioa, I tell him to go measure the radius of Glober, he present direction and interpretation, and uses all this data to affirm the cryptic radius. He still needs a model to replace his current worldview. I didn't know the world was so dependent on its model, and he expects me to explain how the world works on the flat plane, and he thinks I'm so dismissive, but he made the positive claim. And that's how we get nowhere. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend. Now without a model, the earth still stands. I say you need direct evidence, so you don't really know what form it might be, but you appeal to what's secondary, like it's akin to the primary. Direct evidence is ultimately worthless if it won't hold up to the direct proof. it's what the evidence is subject to, and it'll shatter that which can't be true. Indirect evidence is ultimately worthless if it won't hold up to the direct proof. My friend Lisa Clover, we've been going nowhere, back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him off yet. But we're caution like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can't convince him a model has no need, and he can't convince me his proof is primary. But my friend Lisa Clover, if he agreed, he'd probably know that he can see this evidence, all this globe of evidence.
Oh, sick. Had like a Blink 182 sound.
The going nowhere reminded me of this. That's fine. I thought you were making a joke, like looking down to the floor and not capturing the stars.
Well, yeah, we need need evidence that the camera is actually pointing where it's meant to be pointing.
I thought you were teasing her about she messed up once and next time she should just point it at the floor.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crappy illustration, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably wasn't the best explanation. Alright, I'm on the big telescope website. Here's some of the images. I don't know, these images look pretty sus.
You think? Let's see them.
I'm just getting them over.
I mean, come on, man. It's one of those where like they take artistic integrity in making it more exciting for the viewer, in coloring it in. It's like, this is what we imagine it would look like with the colors, so we're gonna add the colors.
Yeah. It does say you can...
Dude, do you know what that looks like? That looks like what Globers say Flat Earth is. The last one.
It says you can apply for a time to use the thing.
And that totally looks like what Globers say we are in space on a disk with a dome. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. That's all they got is these galaxies. They don't actually have it pointing at it to a single star or something.
Yeah.
But these are actually like half decent. The other ones were like just blurry photos.
Well, we need video, not photos. That's what we need. We need to see it in motion.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this does look good, but why does it look good? Because it's how it is, or because somebody colored it in?
Well, I want to hit him up to zoom in on Sirius. Because it says you can fill out an application to do an observation.
That would be cool.
But when I'm just reading it, there's a lot of freaking things. Like, I was like, you might have to be part of some, group to be able to do it or something. I don't know.
Might have to pay for it.
Yeah. It requires
So it's like some kind of vortex of something. It's always some kind of vortex, which is interesting that there might be some vortices in the air. Not in the air, I mean in whatever that is, whatever that medium is.
The vortex of the galaxy. I don't know, like, the only galaxies I've seen has come from them, you know? I've never...
This looks like something that happens in water. It looks very watery to me.
Applying time. Says times are available for the Spanish Community, University of Florida, and Mexico. The hell?
It's oddly specific.
All regular proposals are processed through the online application. Alright, I'm going to go to the online application.
Go bird, sniper.
Alright, I'm going to contact them and say, how can you get a shot of Sirius?
It just seems to be a very, very bright light. So it would be something similar to the sun.
Isn't it the brightest star in the sky? Sirius? Let me Google that.
I think Polaris is the brightest one.
Google says it's Sirius.
Fair enough. Shows so little I pay attention to the stars.
Well, this is saying this is from the Hubble telescope. And then, do we have one from the P1000? Did someone post a thing from Sirius? That's like not from NASA.
Man, that looks like when you see in darkness, like a motorcycle coming your way. Or something, like at night. Yeah, it looks very different, but yeah, I mean, it's just optical different, probably from what you're using to view it. Which in both cases you can say that.
And then it's like, why is there so much glare with NASA's one? Like,
Because it's not filtering the glare as much. Because I think there should be glare because I mean we see it very bright. So if you're not seeing the glare, then it's probably being filtered out.
it's another one.
Yeah, so they look very different. This last one does seem like it's very out of focus.
Yeah, that's why I want this. I'll try and hit up this observatory or whatever to zoom in on it. But I feel like they're just going to give us something like the top picture, just something super glary and no detail.
Yeah, I much doubt that it's going to be anything substantial in the form of you look at it and you think, oh, okay, now I get it better.
Yeah, because it looks like they do the same thing like the Blue Marble dude. All they do is get data and then interpret that into a picture.
I do think they like get some soup, picture of some soup, and then they add some colors to it. Because I mean, even with the naked eye, you can see the soup in the sky. So the soup is there, but like the colors of it is like probably something that's. I mean, not probably. They self-admittedly do it for the Hubble, so they must do it also for this.
Yeah, but what you said before was good. Like, why do we only have photos? Like, surely they can get video now. Video, telescopic video.
There is some video, like I don't know if it's like real, but they say it's actually the video. There was a guy yesterday talking about astronomer that he does see things in motion through his lens or whatever he's using.
I'm just looking on YouTube, see if there's anything. And there's nothing. Well, we've got Mars in 4K. Listen to the first 5 seconds of the video.
Are all real. I mean, I don't doubt that they're real. They're just not on Mars.
It's all real. Ah. This is real. Do not question.
I mean, it does look real, but it's just not on Mars. It's just somewhere on Earth.
Just Sahara Desert.
Yeah, I'm just expecting a Dakar rally, just the cars passing by.
You see like a plane in the background.
Yeah, have you seen the one with like a hamster or something of the sort? With one of the
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
And they were saying it's like one of the like Devon Islands natural habitat mouse or something.
Yeah. It's so funny. And I just say, "Oh no, it's a stone." Okay, dude. I mean, these are the debunks that they have, like for everything that we might say that's fake. I mean, they just have an explanation for everything. They just make up the explanation. It's like when you show the fake NASA stuff, like when they get caught on the wires and all these green screens and the hat. Like when you show these to Glober, they say all this has been debunked, but like, okay, how has it been debunked? They just say, okay, we just explained it, but the way you explain it is just like it's just hand wave dismissal. You just say, oh, it's not really like that. You're not seeing it correctly. This is how we have to see it, and how you have to see it is just whatever way that explains it away.
What's they were like people fading in and out.
Yeah, like anything like that. Like the one with the hat, the one who passes the hat away. Have you seen that one?
The invisible hat, or like
There's like an actual hat. It like the one guy hands it over to the other guy, and he grabs it earlier than he actually passed it to him. Like he grabs the hair and puts away the hair instead of a hat. Haven't seen that?
Yeah. I think I'm the one you're talking about. He's like putting away something, but he's got nothing in his hand.
Yeah. And
What's the other one? The lemon?
I don't think it was him though.
Nah, the other one. There's a lemon, and it goes through his hand.
I thought you said Don Lemon. What?
The other one's the microphone. He passes him the microphone. He gets like stuck in his neck.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That one does look like it might be perspective. Like it doesn't really go in his neck if you watch the whole video. Like I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, but the one where the toy comes in, it like
it's just like demonstrating that this is what they can do.
Yeah, when the toy freaking like teleports in, like it's like, come on. That's a video layering, like Jesus.
But it is on purpose. Like I don't think they pretended that it isn't that, but like it just shows that they are capable of doing that.
Yeah, just shows they're capable.
So yeah, the Globers can just make up whatever thing about it. And they can debunk it, quote unquote, but it's not really what's been done. It's just excuses. How many excuses can you make for apparent liars? There's too many holes in the story. It's like too many mess ups, fuck ups, but it's always some excuse.
There's always an explanation.
Yeah, if you want an explanation, you can always come up with one if you so desire.
Yeah, I guess that's what intrigues me is the psychological behavior of the globe, and just people in general who kind of deny I don't want to say facts, but deny the alternate view.
They're not even willing to look at it. It's like they're so ingrained in that mentality of what they believe in. They can't even entertain whatever else that it may be, because in their world it can't be. So anything that doesn't make sense particularly has to make sense. They have to find a way how it would make sense, because it has to. Like, this is where we are for sure, so there has to be a reason how this works. If I don't know it, then I just don't know it yet. But if you're telling me that something doesn't work, then I'm going to tell you how it does work. It doesn't matter if I make it up, but I'm still going to tell you.
That's it. And if someone's got like a technical explanation, which like you can't even really fathom, like, that's how they get you.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, it's like you just make up a bunch of numbers and like make them as big as possible until people can't even fathom the numbers. It's like so stupid. How do you at that point even talk about it when the numbers are something we can't even relate to reality in our world?
Yeah, it's when they look at like math equations, it's just like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's like, how do you go to the math equation before first proving every single variable in the math equation? And the function that you're doing also has to be proven to have merit. Because if it doesn't, then the whole thing is just make-believe.
What's the one that you like, the G in the math equation? It's like, some say to me, it's got G in the equation. It's like, that's just the effect.
Yeah, because there's a rate of speed that things fall. So you have to just insert that and then just assume, okay, whatever that is because of gravity. No, dude, you're just saying that. That's not how you correlate the relationship of that effect to the cause. You just haven't told me how that causes that. You're just saying it.
Did you see what was the list a few years ago, but the LIGO thing?
Yes, I heard something about it. I heard quite a bit about it, but I forgot.
So what happened was that they had a LIGO facility in the States, and then that got a LIGO facility in Europe somewhere, and they both picked up the same thing or something, and then that proved gravity or gravitational waves.
Cool story.
Yeah, so it was like it was pretty much like a blip. It was like this thing on a it's hard to explain. It's like a graph. Both of the graphs matched. So yeah, but apparently it was after a software update. So that they did this software update, and then magically came together.
The software did it, so obviously it doesn't have any reification. Which in software somebody had to make the software, so obviously it does.
Yeah, it just easily just some dude punched in the numbers, and then like it could have been so easily just done.
Even if you do have some observation that matches up with one place and another place, how do you correlate that to gravity? It's like you still have to take a leap of logic, which is nonsense. I haven't seen it ever make any sense.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you have to manipulate the independent variable, which they can never do. They can never manipulate bendy space-time, so it can never be proven.
I mean, evidently all these planets are doing it. They're bending the fabric of space. So, as they're going to go to space, they're going to be able to verify it somehow, I guess.
But you still have to manipulate it.
Listen, man, don't question. Just believe it. I just can't even imagine putting myself back in that mindset that I used to have in these beliefs about whatever is going on up there, and that's what could happen. It's like we're traveling there and we're gonna progress as a species and we're gonna accomplish things in space. Like, I used to think these things. I was retarded or something. Like, what the hell? What was wrong with me? And I can't just even think, how could I ever think that? At this point, how could I think it now? I couldn't, because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's what most people, most people don't really get into the nitty-gritty details. We just see space photos and the freaking ISS, stuff, and just think of it that way.
You just don't even think twice. That's the real issue. People just take it at its face value and don't even really think about it too much. It's like, oh yeah, that's what it is. Okay.
Because yeah, that's it. Most people are just like, well, photos from space.
Yeah, that's why most of them think that you can see curvature from a plane. Most of them do. Some of them think you can see it from climbing a tree, which is comical, but they do. Do you even think about how small would the Earth have to be if you can see curvature from the tree? It would have to be so tiny. With your eye? Come on.
Yeah, I guess one thing for me was ships over the horizon, because I used to live near the ocean and I used to see it all the time. Always watch ships disappearing bottom up.
There was a guy in here a month ago saying that, I live near the sea and I see ships going over the horizon all the time. Therefore, globe.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. And then, I got into, the vanishing point and perspective and, the angle of attack and all that stuff.
Yeah, I told this guy, if you zoom in, have you done that? Is it going to come back? He wouldn't even entertain the idea. It's kind of ridiculous.
I'm not the biggest fan of the whole zooming in and bringing it back, because
I'm a fan of it in the sense that it shows you that your naked eye was misleading you. You thought with your naked eye that it was going behind the curve, and you zoomed in and you found out, hey, that's not what it was. And now, after you zoomed in, if it goes behind the curve that you think it's a curve again, it just shows you that it's the angle of your resolution that's making you see that.
It's like yes and no, because there have been instances where the ship has disappeared bottom up and people have zoomed in and the bottom of the ship's still not visible.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's still resolution, because it's still, the camera has resolution too. It's if you zoom in, that doesn't mean you can keep zooming in infinitely. And also the atmosphere, right? The conditions obscure.
Yeah,
it's the same as if you zoom in on the sun and it before it disappeared, it set below the ground, and you zoomed in, you brought it back up a bit. Eventually, it's still gonna keep going as it appears down, but you know that it's not going down anymore because you already showed yourself that when you zoomed in, it brought it back up. So now your camera can't resolve like your eye did before.
Yeah, definitely. 'Cause you have that vanishing point. So yeah, with your eye, your vanishing point is closer. And then when you zoom in, yeah, the vanishing point is just that little bit further. But yeah, you still get the same effect.
Yep, so I think it's useful for that. The zoom in is useful for realizing that that's what happens.
I think it's bedtime, man. Thanks for the talk.
All right, man. Take care. What time is it in Australia over there? Is it really bedtime? Oh yeah, it's midnight in Australia. Interesting. Who is Edward Hendry? Who's that? Well, of course, I agree with what he's saying, but I just want to know who that guy is. But yeah, repetition is the key. Just keep saying it. Just keep saying the false thing until it becomes true in the minds of the people that don't realize what's true. That's how it's worked with the thing. With the thing, you know that thing. You go in the mall and you hear it. It's played on the speaker. You just keep hearing it, and you keep hearing it until it's in your subconscious as a real thing. Oh, okay. Somebody that does a podcast. Oh no, somebody that has been interviewed on a podcast. Man, I don't know if this is the greatest lie, though. Is this the end all be all of all lies? I don't think so. I think this is probably, no pun intended, the tip of the iceberg. I get a security warning when I go to that website, but probably nothing to be worried about. So with this new generation, we have to look at some people that have influence on the new generation to be able to tell, hey, who is going to be the next defense line for the globe? Who's going to brainwash the youth? So what does the youth like? The youth enjoys TikTok and they enjoy video games. So somebody that has to brainwash them has to be some figure in the video game world, or somebody like a famous person on TikTok or one of these social media places. I don't know if people heard of this guy called Asmongold. It's like he's a Twitch streamer, very popular. Also a very popular YouTuber, like millions of subscribers. Talks about video games, but also sometimes talks about political issues, or recently made a video about the flat Earth. So you have all these impressionable kids who like hang on his every word, idolize this guy, and watch him address the flat Earth. And he lampoons the flat Earth and laughs at it. And all these kids are watching him do it. And then they become ingrained with that false idea of what a flat Earth is, and that it's something to be ridiculed, that it's something that you should feel shame in if you were to believe it. That only stupid people believe it. So, I don't know if these people are put there in place to do this, or it's just people that have proclivity for doing such things in the first place. They just like to address these sort of subjects, and they're just pushed to the forefront, which I think is probably the more likely outcome. People that are in the first place doing these things, and then they're just pushed forward as people that will influence the new generation. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, but like we have to understand that when his viewers take the poll, they're like being contrarians and like messing around, so they don't actually think it's a globe. I mean, they don't think it's a flat Earth when they vote for a flat Earth in the poll. They're just like messing around. They're like making a joke out of it. And when he like is surprised about it, like he also is making a joke of it. He knows what it actually is. Like he's playing an act. And then you have all these, like Jake Paul, this guy, right? This is who the youth pays attention to. Like, he also had some things to say about the flat Earth, and he went to a convention or something. I'm not sure what he did exactly, but I just know that it was something to misrepresent the flat Earth. And then it was broadcast to masses because that's the guy that has a lot of views. The same with the Mr. Beast guy, right? Mr. Beast has a wide public appeal, so he has to convey a message that is in favor of the globe and the lampoons the flat Earth. So it kind of always has to be done, and it does get to be done. Somehow, like, flat Earth is this obscure thing, and nobody really subscribes to it, but somehow all these public figures have to address it at some point, and they make a joke of it at some point, even though it's like insignificant, but somehow they end up doing it. So at the very least, it goes to show that it is on the radar of almost everybody at this point. Like, they've at least heard about it as something that people believe in, even if they think it's stupid or they think it's funny. They're aware of it, that it's a thing. So that's gonna stay there. Like, it's not gonna go away as a thing that people know that other people believe. So as it doesn't go away, it's gonna become more normal. It's gonna become a thing that people go, oh, so why do other people still think this about the air? Let me go and maybe check it out. I think that's how we're going to convert them eventually. You're just going to grow in this way. So in this sense, even bad publicity is good publicity, as they say. Dude, what the hell? So I have my computer so before I never had a screensaver, and I on purpose actually turned off the screensaver because I don't need a screensaver for my monitor, but right now it's somehow auto updated or something, and it has a screensaver, even though, as I said that previously, I turned it off. So what do you think the screensaver is? I'm going to take a picture. Yep. So yeah, my monitor decides to have this screensaver all of a sudden. Isn't that funny? So it's kind of funny how you can delay the update on Windows, but eventually it will just stop you from delaying it. It will just go through with it. It will just update on its own. So you don't really have a choice in that, because you agreed to it in the first place by using its software. So if you have a screensaver with some fantastical heliocentric postulations or imaginative colorings of the soup that we see in the sky, then it's what you got coming to you, because you use the software that's biased towards showcasing that to you. It's the same as if you buy Apple and you don't expect that you're gonna get a blue marble, because you will, or something else of the sort. You're gonna get something that's gonna try to brainwash you. So that's always fun. Wherever you go, it doesn't matter. you're going to keep seeing signs of the globe propaganda. Because, I mean, unless you go to the woods and you stay in the woods, you can't really avoid it too much. You're going to have to see it, but we as flat earthers, we're kind of immune to it. It's we have built immunity as if to poison from a snake. We've been poisoned enough, and has gone over the threshold of actually being toxic to us. At this point, it's just humorous and doesn't actually take effect in any ill sort of manner. But to the Globy, the poison is still working. The poison is spreading to their brain, overtaking all of their autonomous actions. Their whole vehicle of function is being overtaken by the poison. That is the globe belief, the heliocentric lie. The false reality is literally within their body, and it is corroding it, if you will. And what do you do with people that are poisoned, or have a bit of poison in them, or a lot of poison? I don't know. What do they tell you to do? To suck out the poison? Is that what you do? Is that what we are doing? We're trying to suck out the poison of the Globers, make them see, make their minds clear of the poison, remove the toxicity from their consciousness. I would say it's kind of selfless, if you will. Trying to wake up somebody who's not even you. Like, who is that person? Why should I care? But somehow, some of us care. I'm not saying all of us do, but some people genuinely want others to see the reality of their living, where they are. So, why is that? Because people are inherently good. That's what I think. And we have compassion for our fellow man, and we want him to be without lies in a world of truth. So people say that we're selfish, not flat earthers, but like people in general. But I don't think that's the case always. We can be selfish, but in many ways we're not, because we always kind of think about others. And in this case, we think about how we might change their mind about where they are, where they live. And I feel like we do a decent job at it, even though could improve with many things, but it's always the case with most things. As I posted earlier, the quote by Neil Armstrong, you have to remove the truth's protective layers to find out what the truth actually is. So that's what goes on here from what I've witnessed. So that is a good thing. And the Globers subject themselves willingly to it happening. They come here and without knowing it, they're like, okay, remove the lies from my consciousness. Make me see the truth. They don't realize it sometimes consciously, but that's what they're doing. And it's a constant influx of people just coming here and just asking questions about things that shouldn't matter. Why does it matter that this stupid thing, this laughable, comical thing that you think is ridiculous, why does it matter that other people believe in it? How you see it, you think it's belief. So why does it matter to you? Why do you come here and ask questions about it? Why do you need to ask questions about it? Unless something is there within you that wants to have those questions answered. Because what you know right now is not sufficient. And obviously some people do think it's sufficient, so that's when you see people that give up and walk away. And at least I can respect that in the sense that at least they actually are righteous in their actions in a way that, hey, they're speaking with their actions and it's not inconsistent with their words. They're actually saying, oh, I don't care, and then they leave. Okay. That actually shows me that what you said might be true. You might not care, but if you say you don't care and you stay here and you keep talking about it like over and over and over, then you care. Like, you can't say you don't care at that point. And you have to look within yourself. Why do you care so much? Why do you care so much, like so much, that you were willing to write paragraph after paragraph of stupidity? Why? Yeah, and then this person that walks away most likely needs some reaffirmation of their beliefs. And they turn on The Cosmos by Neil deGrasse Tyson. And they sit all comfortable with their pillow behind their head, all comfy, and watch this guy tell them what goes on in the cosmos. And he moves his hands a lot. That's how you know it's real. He moves his hands like a magician, just making you hypnotized by this whole presentation. He's very charismatic, and that makes him right, because he's charismatic. He says things with conviction, and as if they are real, which of course is what makes them real. Don't we know that? If you say it with confidence, then it's real. Of course not. Of course not. That's not what makes things real. You have to verify reality, but But if you want to have your pillow behind your head and just lay down on your couch and watch some fantastical tales about the cosmos, then all you need is a confident man to tell you what happens in the cosmos. And you're just going to sit there and just absorb all that, or absorb it within your very being. And you're going to walk around. You're going to walk around and you're going to carry this man's opinions within yourself, and you're going to be like, oh, okay, this is what I think now. I think what this guy thinks. And it's just thoughts. No actual tangible measurement behind it. It's just imagination. And a lot of it too. Not just a little bit. It's just infinite imagination without boundary. So it can be anything at that point. And when it can be anything, then nobody can tell you nothing. As Kanye West said, you can't tell me nothing. It's like, okay, man, you have infinity on your side. So just imagine whatever fills infinity, because it can be anything. That's why you have to have these globers coming in and they tell you can't know anything, because they are thinking in infinity. Because nothing is ever as it is, because there's infinite possibilities. Things can be as they are, things can be as they are not. All of that. Is that the world you want to live in? Where nothing is everything and everything is nothing? Is that what creates beauty? What creates order? No, that's not what creates order. That's what creates anything in this world. You don't make a building with chaos. You don't make a building with uncertainty. You don't make a building with not knowing what you're building. Everything is tangible when you're building. When you have actual building blocks and you set them upon the foundation that is flat, by the way, of the earth, you have an actual plan in motion, and it has tangible result in reality that you can grasp. And you can verify, oh, I'm going to stack this block on top of this block, and it's gonna stay upright because I verified that if I balance it this way, then it will do so. Therefore, that is reality. That is what happens. But if you look up at the sky and you say, hey, these spheres, as I see them, which I can't prove that they are spheres, they have balancing properties as they circle each other and revolve and do all these unfathomable actions at speeds you can't comprehend. They have some order to them. How is that the case if you're living in a world of disorder? How is there order at all? If you can't really even tangibly prove it, then you're just imagining it. You just have this guy telling you that that's how it is. And again, you have your pillow behind your head and you're just enjoying it. All power to you if that's what you want to do. That's your choice. That's what you want to do. Good for you, but not everybody does. And I would even think that not most people don't want to do that. I mean, they might fool themselves and tell you that they want that, but they don't. That's why they argue with you on the basis of logic. That's why they want to find sense in what you're saying. They want you to make sense, even though they believe in irrationale. So why do we have to make sense if you live in an irrational world? Why are you biased towards making sense if everything is irrational? And such is the tale of the Glober who thinks one thing and does another.
Suspicious. So, do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that we didn't go to the moon.
What if you swore in the Bible that you walked on the moon? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Flat Earth Podcast. I'm Curious Jay. Alongside me, Dave from deep inside the rabbit hole. Another hour plus of Flat Earth audio. Dave, what's happening, my man?
Hey, man. Doing well here. Excited for today's show with my favorite author, Edward Hendry.
Yep, coming up later in the show, Edward Hendry, the author of The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof That Our World is Not a Moving Globe. We've talked about this book before on the show, and we're going to talk with Edward later on in this broadcast about that book and other things Flat Earth related. But let's get into some recent stuff. You know, just recently on our Facebook page, the Flat Earth Podcast Facebook page, you dropped one of your videos. I believe it was a NASA video, and you know, we get lots of views, lots of shares, that sort of thing. But this one really took off, right?
Yeah, it was actually my video, The Earth is Not Spinning, Orbiting, or Flying Through Space, whatever the name of it. I forget the name of it off the top of my head. But it went viral. It's got 12,800 shares as of recording of this. It's got 4,200,000 people reached. It's got 1.4 million views right on the site. And the comments are coming in at hundreds per hour, more than that.
Yeah, comments and messages.
Yeah.
Direct messages. So we're sending out, it's great. It's great when something like this happens, when it reaches more people. However, the downside of that is we need help. The direct messages that come in, we're trying to field as many of those as possible, especially the more serious questions. Not, are you guys retarded? We just, scroll past those. But where our listeners can help us out is if you go to the Flat Earth Podcast Facebook page and you find this video and you start looking through the comment threads, what's happened is now that this has reached 1 million people, most of the comments are the people who've never heard of Flat Earth or who are just like, this
and
is
they're
so
not
ridiculous.
asking if we're retarded. They're not asking. They're telling us we're retarded.
Right, of course. So if you've got some spare time on your hands and you want to read through all that thread, drop some polite but informative answers up there on the, or comments.
Yeah,
on
just
there.
a simple link, to say, hey, here's the answer. Here there is no edge, and and drop the map in there, whatever. But anyone, try not to drop memes in there, because when I see a meme, I just delete it, just because it just takes up too much space and it makes it hard for people to get through the thread.
Yeah, and as far as those comments go, I mean, when I say it's impossible, it is literally impossible to keep up, because as many comments as you see on there, when you go look at this video in the comment thread, there's that many more direct messages that are flying in.
Yeah, so another thing is people get mad. They'll ask a question, and then 10 minutes later, they'll be like, oh, no answer. Running scared. When I see something like that, even when I finally see it, I'm not going to even answer it. There's a 10% chance that we're going to see your comments.
Right.
And there's a lower % chance that we're even going to be able to respond to it. I spend, when I have a little time, I spend time banging out some comments and some answers. The best I can.
Yeah. I was jumping on there a couple times the last couple of nights not on the comments, but on the direct messages, and I was going through, and I was, like I say, trying to sift through them to see if there was any that were worth responding to. And, there were several. And so I would drop in some comments or check this out, go look at this. Because we do appreciate when someone says, who's not a flat earther, but says, well, how would you explain such and such? Right. And one of the things you like to do is you'll drop in, I noticed in some of the responses, you would drop in a link to that site that you like, StopLookThink.com.
Yeah, Stop Look Think. Yeah, they got a ton of flat Earth stuff up there and all of the other deceptions that are going on. But the owner of that in Germany is redoing it. It's going to be an amazing, more improved site, if that's.
Yeah, he's working on the interface, right?
Yeah, he's changing it to be more of a daily blog, maybe, where you'll be able to subscribe to it, get notifications on whatever topics you're interested in. It'll be organized differently. There'll be categories, and inside those categories, there's subcategories for each research field. Things will be entered chronologically according to the published date of the video or article. Each video or article will be a post in itself, so you can have better link sharing. So it'll be easy. Like you'll see something, you'll be able to just click it and send it to somebody that you want to wake up to the deception. It's going to load much faster, because God forbid 5 or 6 seconds is too long in this day and time.
Oh yeah.
And there will also be a comment section open on all posts, so feel free to do battle in there and hone your flat slaying skills.
Right. Yeah, before we get Edward on, I know we touched a few of them in the last episode, but another thing I wanted to make sure so that we don't get too far behind on this, we need to knock out some more speak pipes this week.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah, and folks, if you've
also on the Facebook page, when people just write retard or an insult, I don't finish reading it. I just ban them. I don't even just delete it. I ban them because we don't have time for the nonsense like that. So if you accidentally got banned, it's possible that I have a quick finger. Just let us know, and we'll bring you back in.
Yep. First speak pipe. Here we go.
This is just a fan. I think this is probably one of the best podcasts out of all of them. And I just really like what you guys are doing. You got a upbeat thing going on, lots of information, good attitude. And I love the guests. So I hope you keep up with it and keep the good times coming. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. And we're not just playing complimentary ones. We're playing these. We have not listened to these before airing them.
That one I completely agree with, and
couldn't agree more.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yes, well, no, we appreciate that, and again, we have not pre-listened to these, so anything goes. Here we go. Next one.
This is a message for Dave Weiss. I've been listening to you since Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Just love the fact that you turned to Flat Earth when you did, and it's about the same time I did. Just want to let you know that I am an English teacher in school in Indonesia, high school teacher, and I easily teach Flat Earth to my students through what's called a TOK, Theory of Knowledge class. And this allows me to delve into why we believe the things that we believe. I've turned many students into flat earthers, along with many of my colleagues, especially in the science department, where they're looking into it and not just believing what they have been taught with through their lessons through graduate school. So I just want to let you know that I have the opportunity to share my flat earth beliefs and convince students here in Indonesia.
All right. Well, that was a awesome speak pipe right there. Thank you for thank you for the compliment, and also, man, hats off for getting the word out over there in Indonesia. That is awesome. And I think one thing I'd like to say is, if you're still listening to the podcast, if you come across anything in doing this, keep us updated. You know, if you get any resistance from above, if you get any support from above, you know, anything like that, we'd love to hear progress on this. I know I would.
Absolutely. And if you can record any of your teachings to the students, I'd love to. I don't know if that's a possibility, but love to see that in a video. Yeah, or a discussion or a Q&A or anything. That's awesome. Yeah. Good stuff. Glad people are out there spreading the word any way they can. That's amazing, actually. I know, it is. It's incredible. It really is. In an actual school, teaching kids how to think. Man, that's great. All right, so let's check out this one from A. Kennedy.
Hey guys, it's Andrew from Alberta. It's my second speak pipe to you. I'm just watching something that looks fairly new. It's from 2017. It's on Amazon Prime. And it's the first live 4K from space from the ISS. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the ISS and some speculation behind that, but they're doing some fun like zero gravity things, and they're going to show some live feed from where they are up there, but it's all in 4K. Just wondering if you guys have seen that before. Of course, producer and director of the show is NASA. That's what it says in the description. But just wondering what your thoughts are on that. Thanks.
So now we get to see their buffoonery in high def. Awesome.
Just because you make just because you increase the resolution doesn't make it you increase the legitimacy of it.
I will take a look at it, and I think I heard some people talking about it already. I may even have seen some of it, and it's just laughable.
Yeah. All right, here we go. There's another one. We got a few more to knock out, and then we'll get Edward on the line.
Yeah, you're all a bunch of f***s. That's all I got to say to you guys. Posting bullshit on Facebook, and you block me from your page from questioning your views, so you guys can all go f*** yourselves. I've never seen such a group of f***its in my life. How about you try, I don't know, letting other people with actual opinions talk to you guys instead of just saying, oh, the earth is flat, the earth is flat. Yeah, because none of your proof makes any sense, especially the one about flying through space at so many thousand miles or millions of miles per hour. You forgot to add, the whole mass theory and gravity theory. I can't even begin to say how stupid you guys are. Either you guys are the biggest trolls of all time and you guys are getting me right now, or you're just so stupid that it's so hilarious.
All right, thank you for that speak pipe.
Yeah, thank
you. Proof that we don't pre-listen to these.
Thank you for that. That was wonderful and
charming message.
Yeah,
from T. Martin.
It's probably because his Facebook message was similar to his speak pipe, and I don't even read them, and they get blocked.
Yeah. Wow. Awesome. You kiss your mother with that mouth? All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get an actual one here.
My friend and I were just having a conversation, and we were speaking about flat lens technology, and we were wondering if you had a look into this and examined it in relation to flat Earth theory. Thank you.
I actually responded to that one, Jay, with my first voice response through SpeakPipe, saying I'm not sure what he's referring to and could he send me more information. So if you're hearing this, do share.
And what was it called? The flat space? What?
I forget.
I forget. Okay, yeah. Send us some information on it. We'd love to look into that, and if there are any other flat Earth connections. All right, so that'll knock out a good bit of our speak pipes. I have to look and see if there were any older ones, and if there were, but that knocks out the ones over the last couple of weeks. And,
all right.
And if there's any older ones we missed, we'll catch up on them next week. And in just a second, we're going to have Edward on the line. Go ahead, Dave.
Awesome. Let's get Edward on the line.
All right. We'll be back in just a second.
Following announcement has been paid for by the Flat Earth Podcast.
You want to leave a digital voicemail for us? Head over to theflatearthpodcast.com and click on the blue link that reads, "Got a question? Send us a message."
You can do it from your iPhone or from your computer. First time you do it on your cellular phone, you'll have to download a little app. But after that, you can leave us all kinds of messages. If you want to be anonymous, you can make up a name, make up an email address. We don't care. We just want to hear what you have to say.
We'll do our best to play or answer these questions and comments on future episodes right here on the Flat Earth Podcast. Download the SpeakPipe app and check us out at theflatearthpodcast.com.
The Flat Earth Podcast.
If you're watching this audio on YouTube right now and you're not familiar with the world of podcasting, there's a far better way to listen to the Flat Earth Podcast each and every week.
Think of it like your TiVo or your DVR is to your television. You subscribe to whatever show that you like. Whenever a new episode comes out, it records it, downloads it, and notifies you that there's a new episode for easy listening anywhere. Another great feature on most podcast players is you could speed up if you want to hear stuff even faster, or more importantly, it has a jump back and jump forward 30 seconds so you could skip annoying announcements like this.
We're on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, and so many more. If we're not on your favorite podcast app, send us a message and let us know to make sure we will be.
The Flat Earth Podcast.
All right, back with us here on the Flat Earth Podcast. Dave, we've got a very special guest with us on the line today. The author of a book that we've talked about on the show before, The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof That Our World Is Not a Moving Globe. Edward Henry is here with us. Edward, can you hear us?
I can.
Great. So, we've got a lot of questions. I don't know if you've listened to the Flat Earth Podcast before, but we cover just about everything Flat Earth related. And one of the questions that we ask people when we have guest show is just to get it out there and get it done with in the beginning is, how the heck did you become a flat earther?
Well, it's actually, I've been a geocentrist. Let's start there for a while.
How long have you been a geocentrist?
Oh, my. That would have to go back about 10 years.
So wait, before we jump into this, so you were a geocentrist, so you believed that the Earth was spinning, but everything went around us.
Whether I thought the Earth was spinning, not necessarily. I thought that the Earth was. I thought the Earth was a sphere, and that the universe, the sun, and all the planets. I viewed it as basically Tycho Brahe's model, if you're familiar with that. Okay, I don't know if you're familiar.
No, I'm
Tycho
not.
Brahe had a model of the solar system, for lack of a better term. Actually, it's a geosystem. Okay, where the Earth was at the center, and that the sun, okay, and the sun revolved around the Earth, and then the planets revolved around the sun, and I concluded that the Earth had to be the center of the universe, primarily from reading the Bible. Okay, so I had already, just from doing that research, and there was a book called Geocentricity by Gerald Bow, which was a pretty good book, and there are a number of geocentric scientists. So I had already been
Good morning, everybody. It is a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
What's up, guys?
Yo, what's up? How's it going? Good day today, at least for me.
Oh, it's great. It's a great day. But yeah. How's everybody doing? Who's on the panel right now? We got 3D, Blue Jumper, Elijah just joined, Batman, Flatman Can. What's up, bro? Flying, you joined us. Mike Power Swan, Resolve, and Timbo Slice. What's going on, guys?
Been quite uneventful in the sense of Glober visitation in these parts for 3 hours at least, if not 4.
And we find that usually the mornings are kind of slower. Well, mornings for me anyway. I don't know what time it is where you are, but yeah, it's usually slow around this time. But usually getting on here and just kind of going on little rants, they you usually pick somebody up that's listening.
Well, the big thing is we had the guy that was an expert in, quote unquote expert in spectroscopy, come back for a while, and he talked to us some more, and he did seem to be sensible, so that was cool. And
who are you talking about?
I don't know if it's an ATR or something like that. That guy, astronomer.
Oh yeah. I got good news. He came in when I got off of work last night, about 2 a.m. when I got off of work, and I ran him through the exercise of the 3 points. Guess what? He doesn't know any of those.
That's something that probably was expected. I think it's not a surprise.
Of course, but you think that these guys would be, because of their position, they would advocate a bit stronger and start pulling out some information that they learned along the way. But being as that he's in a position to be an educator, he did not have any information to even cover any of these. Like, he was at the very beginning, the first point, of course, it's the surface curvature, direct measurement, and he didn't have any information except for Eratosthenes. I have the whole clip. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually download that portion of the sound bite last night, and so I'm going to put that on my channel.
I do like that genuine nature of being able to admit that. Oh, hey, I don't know. So that's a good start, I think, from him.
Yeah, but it's still also the thing that we don't want to hear from these guys, because usually the people that say, "Well, I don't know, the expert knows. I'm not a scientist." They are. When they say that, they're actually lending their, they're giving the credibility to those guys that they'll have the information. Well, what happened was last night, I prefaced the discussion. I told them, what do you do? And I was kind of like going over a little bit of like what exactly it is that his position is and how much he contributes and all that kind of stuff. So I got a little bit of that first, some information as to all of like what his participation is in academia. And then I started the exercise so that people can understand, if we're going to have people who are astronomers or cosmologists or anything of that sort come in here, we want them to know what is it that they do, what's their contribution, all that kind of stuff, so that whenever we have the conversation with them, it's not like some Joe Blow. This guy is actually someone who's in academia currently, because he even said he was grading papers that, through our conversation. So knowing that he has a position right now in this particular field of study, of the cosmology, then it's like, okay, so now you're not just hearing it from any person who's randomly out there. This is somebody specifically in a field where they should have the information to be sufficient and give the person who believes that the Earth is a globe enough understanding that it actually is, or rebut anybody in flat Earth sufficiently. But even with the information that he came out with is basically just general type of information that anyone probably can come across over the internet, like in Wikipedia or something. So I ran through the exercise of 3 points, and he didn't know any of those. The last one, of course, was the one that he struggled the most because that's his particular field, right? The vacuum of space adjacent to the pressure air we breathe. So he was, in essence, trying to build a stronger case for that point. And he didn't have any information because I let him go. So let's just say I want him to say as much as he possibly could without me like completely cutting him off and saying no, that's not right or that's not it, or so I let him go because he said the word gravity, the buzzword, and then he said, but just let me explain. So he went ahead and given his explanation, but he used a hypothetical for his explanation. And he was like, well, if we have we have a vacuum chamber and we have like a bucket where we put a balloon inside of, and hypothetically, if we spun this bucket around inside of that vacuum chamber and we pop that balloon, will the air still stay in that bucket, evenly without it dispersing off into the vacuum? But with his hypothetical, I asked him, has this ever been done? Or can it be done? And he's like, well, I don't know, because no one's ever done it. And I was like, well, that's the issue. But anyway, I get into that with him in the conversation, and I'm gonna clip this out so that you guys can see the whole conversation from start to finish. I'm gonna put it on my channel. But needless to say, he didn't give any information that would. He struggled, like I said. There was Wolfgang came in there towards the very end. I think Flatsy Klein chimed in. There was a few other people. I think Heretic was there. Some other people that were joining in, but I kind of told him too that the reason that I'm asking him these questions is just based on his knowledge. I didn't want to turn it into a back and forth. That's not the essence of the 3 points. It's merely just to gain information of what they know, and if it's actually sufficient to give us the response to why the questions are formulated the way they are. But he kind of felt like it was slighting him because I told him that I didn't accept his hypothetical, which is, of course, he was really wanting to assert to say that he can use it. And I'm like, he's like, well, will you agree with me on this point, on the hypothetical? And I was like, okay. He's like, okay, so imagine this other thing. And I was like, okay, I agree with you. And then to the very end of that, he's like, okay, so the end of the hypothetical, would you agree with me about all of this in conclusion? I was like, of course. And he's like, okay, that's cool. And I was like, yeah, because I'm agreeing with you because it's your hypothetical and anything goes. And then at which point he's like, no. He's like, no, imagine if this was something that we could talk about in the way of like something that could actually happen. I'm like, but has it happened? Who's done this? And then he was like, well, no one. And I was like, well, that's the issue. If it's ever something that's been done and we can correlate that to reality, and I could say like, imagine it's like you getting a shovel and digging dirt or something, I could use it in a way that it could correspond to something that can actually be done, then yeah. But his idea was something a bit more far-fetched. So it was not even in the realm of something that can be done because you have to take it into the vacuum of space. The vacuum chamber or the vacuum of space, but either one, it was a scenario where it was not even able to be done in the way that he said that it could be done. So I told him, I was like, unless you can put it into reality, like that, this hypothetical, it's like me saying, okay, we can use known things and then start to apply a different way we can use them other than what we've known. Then I could probably go with you, but it's not feasible even. So yeah, he was pretty upset about it, and he kind of just, left it that way.
Yeah, so I did catch the latter part of that, and he was saying he was going to show us some graphs or something of the sort about his spectroscopy stuff. So he's going to show us some things that might be tangible. So we're going to look at that, and of course, it's not going to prove anything, but at least he has something to offer us in the way of some supposed evidence. But we're going to put it to scrutiny, I guess. So that's going to be something to discuss.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna look for it right now. I'm gonna hunt for it right now, and then I'm gonna clip it out, and I'm gonna keep it because that's so important. Yeah, we have an astronomer who, the first 2 points, he just breezed right through them because he was like, "Yeah, no, I don't know." Second one, no, I don't know about the axial rotation. Third one, he was like, vacuum of space. Okay, I'm currently an astronomer, so I can speak to this a little bit. Did he though? Mm-mm. Nope.
It goes to show even the top of the food chain of like this supposed knowledge that they should carry of this paradigm, they still don't carry the knowledge. They don't know these things. They're just guessing. And they're postulating these models which don't really reflect in reality. Everything is just the model, and the model is proof of itself. And at that point, okay, the model works with the model. It doesn't work with reality. So it's pointless to talk about it.
Yeah, that astronomer's wig is thoroughly snatched last night.
He's gonna come back though. He wants second whatever you call
Round
it.
two. Round two.
For sure.
It's almost though, because he didn't have the information in the first instance. I don't know. It's irredeemable. It's like a one-time use. You either have the information to give the answers for the questions the first time round, or you don't, because that's the most genuine. That's the most genuine time we're gonna get him, based on his knowledge at that time. He can go back and research something and learn more, but because he didn't know, that's the part that we need to kind of like expose. That his knowledge, being somebody who teaches, cosmology, now he doesn't have the information sufficient to then support the idea. He didn't. There was no empirical evidence, and he even said so himself. That's what he claimed. That's his claim. That's his way of demonstrating that he was talking at the very end, which is the last question. He wanted to talk about a model. That's what he was going on. Well, we use models. I'm like, that's not reality. You can't go out into the field and test for gravity being a container anywhere. He's like, well, that's too, I don't know. Did he say it was too high of a standard? Because I think that's what we can never do that. I'm like, my man, so what's the point? Because that's the thing we're looking for. We're not going to just believe things because you have a model designed. Like, we got to go outside and test it.
Yeah, he called that hyper empiricism. So like not just empiricism, but like hyper, something that's going too far, which is, come on, man.
Finding out that the actual thing we're talking about is real. That's hyper empiricism. Okay, I guess I'm a hyper empiricist then.
It's like you're out of line. Like you're going too far. You don't have to go that far.
Freaking facepalm, dude. Like, my God, dude. Like, what is acceptable in their world? Just a model? Hey, let's just use a model and it works? Okay, it works. Hey, it works, guys. We have a model. That's the part that always gets me. Is like these guys don't ever want to test anything because that's hyper empiricism. Oh my God.
That's laughable.
And he's the authority. He's actually teaching individuals who go take courses for these things. That's why, to me, it's like I want them to say that they're who they say they are. I don't care what they can claim anything. They, teacher, professor, whatever. Because when you start to get down to answering these questions, you're going to take everything down with you. All of your credentials are going to go down the drain with you. Everything. Because you should have the answers to these questions. The most important ones, right? This is what props up the globe. That's why it's like that little intro that I had with him was super important because I wanted everybody to realize, okay, you guys who say, I don't know, I'm not a cosmologist, I'm not an astrophysicist. He said that's exactly what he is. That's exactly what he said he is. Because I told him, so are you an astronomer, astrophysicist? He's like, no. Well, he's like, I'm more humble. I call myself an astronomer, but I'm an astrophysicist. And now I'm going to clip all of this in a nice little package. And when you click on it on my channel, you're going to hear it from start to finish where I had that conversation. Because I already knew this is the direction I wanted to go. I wanted people to hear who he is, what he does, and currently, when I was having that conversation with him, he was grading papers. So I know that he's an educator. I do know that. And his contributions to academia were publishing things, because according to him, right, this is what he's saying. But that I'm not sure. He said that they could be in certain certain papers and things that he puts out that people actually read. He was a little bit vague on that. But yeah, this is the guy whom people would say has the answers. And he failed miserably on the 3 points. Miserably. So what else can we do, right? There's nothing else we can do. The only thing that I'm trying to do at this point with these guys, I don't want to change their mind. I don't even want to convince them. I want to expose them so that other people who lean their ideas of whatever of the cosmology onto these guys, that they take a long, hard look at who they're doing that to, that they don't even have the answers. So who are you left with then if the experts don't even know? Who's out there that's going to know? Who can tell you what the Earth is? Is there another magical person who else is a champion? What champion should we look? Should we look for someone else? That's weird.
It's like speaking to the students. This is your teacher. This is who's teaching you. So is who you're going to take their word for it? They don't know. They admittedly don't know, and they're teaching you. So at that point, you have to ask, what are they teaching you if they don't know themselves, if they can't prove it? So what are you being taught? And do they present it as something that they don't know? Because I can bet that they don't. They don't go in class and say that this is a speculation. They say it's a matter of fact. Because they just present it as, oh, this is what it is. It's gaseous planets, it's exoplanets, it's all these things. And that's what it is because I said it. And let's grade your paper now. Let's grade it. If you don't know that these are these things that I told you they are, then you're not going to get an A. That's how it goes.
People like him, they assume they're standing on the shoulders of giants because they've been staring at the sky for hundreds of years and making up stories, so they must be true, right? Come on, man.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to have that conversation with them. It really, really was.
It just shows like what happens when you idolize men. It's like, and when you come into contact with these men that teach you, you get to find out they're not really able to do that. They're not fit for the job. They don't fit the criteria.
So earlier, because he popped in a bit earlier than the time that I talked to him last night, he was not conceding on any point. He went off into like the study of exoplanets. He went off to like different things that he was talking about, throwing these kinds of buzzwords out there. And they were trying to get him on different points. And it took a panel of people to kind of wrangle him to like the place where they were trying to ask him certain questions, but then he would deflect by saying, that's not my particular field, so I wouldn't have anything to talk about on that thing that you want to know. But let me talk about my thing. So he kept deflecting, kept rerouting his conversation back to what he wanted to talk about. And the panel was getting frustrated. So I already knew this guy, he didn't know much. He only wanted to know or talk about the things that he wanted to talk about, where he feels like he's the strongest and the most intellectual in saying certain keywords that, you know, other people don't know or commonly use. And so I was like, you know, I'd be curious to take him to the 3 points to kind of see how he fares with that. I was thinking that in my mind. And so, yeah, I was hoping that he would come back. And sure enough, the creator brought him back to me last night. And I had my moment, my audience. So that's the time I went ahead and did that, and I found out he doesn't know anything. Not even the basic stuff, like with people that talk about Eratosthenes. He didn't even formulate it correctly because he didn't know. So admittedly, he was like, I don't know.
Curiously, the curvature was least of his interest. He did not want to verify.
Numbers, figure.
When we saw him with Black Swan, he didn't even want to entertain it. Like, he didn't even want to look at it.
Oh, yeah, it was so good. So good.
But you know that he believes it's curving, so why is he ignoring it? Why do you think it's curving? If you're not able to entertain the idea, then you must believe it. So why you say you're not an expert in the field? Then how do you believe it then?
Like, flying to me, that just highlights the compartmentalization, or whatever you want to call it. That guy, assumingly, he has studied the sky and all the movements and the math and the whole story and everything, but he never pays attention to the ground. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, but still subscribes to it though. Still has to subscribe to it because he thinks, oh, there's other experts like me, and they are finding things in their respective fields that adhere to the model that I have in my head.
So when he was appealing to the last question and appealing to gravity, he was saying that we don't need to know how gravity works on a physical aspect. We can just make a model and work through it that way. And something like it, we would need something the size of the Earth in order for us to see how gravity actually works, so that we can test it, let's say. And then he's like, because he had 2 points he wanted to bring up. He's like, that's the first thing, so we can't really test for it, right? So he already admittedly saying that defeats his point, right? Oh, which I knew. But then the second one was, we can look at other planets and see how they operate, and then use the examples of like gas giants like Jupiter or something. And it's like, I brought him back down to the realization of like, I don't need to know about other places. And I was like, I'm going to indulge you right now, other planets. Like, I don't need to know about that. I need to know about this one, the one that you're on. Like, it was so interesting. Like, and to hear him kind of not answer the question and keep spiraling, it was great. And everybody, Wolfgang was in here, so he really boosted the last point. But you'll see as he spirals, you'll get to see that like within that conversation.
Yeah, Mayhem, he's definitely a good example of the sunken cost problem. He's probably got so much time and energy invested in this whole sky story, but he's not going to give it up, But good job highlighting, hopefully that'll help break the ice for other people to listen to that. That's the guy they defer to, and he don't know.
Exactly.
So there you go.
Well, that was the most important for me in that exercise, was to show people that he doesn't know. And whether or not I don't care about him saying that, oh yeah, you guys convinced me. I'm not looking for that. I really don't care.
But he did say if it were to be true, then it would have implications, grand implications, if it happens to not be a globe. He at least sees that part of it.
Of course, implications for his livelihood, because he wouldn't be able to work it. Well, I mean, he could work in that field, but at the same time, it'd be such a blatant contradiction to what he's advocating for.
You got the clip?
Yeah, I'm downloading it right now, Elijah. Actually, well, I got to download. This is stupid, right? Because you got to download the entire the whole thing. And it's like 5 gigabytes of information from the 12-hour whatever it is.
I have a solution to that. You can use Audacity and you can record, and it's a virtual audio cable.
You can have it loop back, and you can record just the clip you want.
Yeah, I was about to say that, or like there's a screen record function that you could also just record that one part.
Oh, you guys are too technologically advanced over here, man. Like, I need to. Do we have somebody on our
got you,
team
man.
that actually
We
does
got to
that?
throw together a tutorial, bro.
I need somebody who we need a dedicated sound clip person. That if we had something like that in our group, that'd be heaven sent, bro. To be honest.
It would be a wrap, right? That would be like,
Oh my
there'd be
god,
so
dude.
many fucking people in here. Yeah.
You know, it's weird. I don't want to say it this way because I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but I would crowdfund something like that in our group. If anybody wanted to say, like, we have a dedicated person who's going to focus directly on only doing that, I would contribute massively. Because imagine, Elijah, all the clips that you've had over the years, like just gems, just the pure gems that you've had, conversations. I can remember one. Remember the guy who was talking about colors with you?
Here, this is a beach, and like it's the gym is somewhere in the sand on the beach. We'll never find
Oh my
it.
god, dude. I hate that. That's honestly the heaviest. Though I don't even have the burden of like anything else. That is my burden. I'm like, it's gonna take a lot of work to actually hunt for the clip, edit it, kind of make it nice where it's just only the audio you want, and then put it back into a nice packaged little thing where. And that to me was like, if somebody could actually take the forefront of that, I would definitely crowdfund that. In my perspective, because like I have to work and all that, and my time is limited, and I know Elijah's busy doing stuff, so he can't just, you know what I mean. So even the rare moments that he makes this like points that he does, who's gonna like capture that gem, and then because I don't know. I'm preaching to the choir, but you know what I mean, guys? Like, it's so hard to like get that back, that moment. And
Yeah, a couple of people were like, "Man, you should really clip this hour." I think I was talking. I don't think it's the same guy. I was talking to some astronomer kid or something. I don't know. And they're like, clip out an hour, and I was like, "Yeah, someone please do that." It didn't. It probably didn't get done. So I don't know.
it's definitely worth it though. To build your brand, Elijah, you should have a brand getting started. My opinion, everybody that's a moderator that's actually putting in the work should have a brand. So I don't know if you've thought about
And
it.
you know what? It's not that hard. I guess I could recreate a TikTok channel because I just got my TikTok. Thanks to my ex. I don't want to never take credibility. That's not mine. She showed me how to get 1,000 views on TikTok so I can go live. So I did that for my business account, but I could easily make another one and build it up 1,000 followers, for Flat Earth too. But I need the clips. I can't do any more than that.
But you know how? Nah, I'm not gonna say that it's not possible, but it would take a bit of work to get all of your gems, kind of package them and put them nice and neat to where you got them organized. That's work, bro. Like you'd have to be sitting down somewhere, like just like dedicating time to just doing that.
Clipcord sort of started this. I wonder if he could maybe gain some more steam. He's been organizing stuff in my server.
Is he? Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to my server. You can see he's got, I'll link you the channel called 247 Clips. He's been organizing a lot of clips in there, so maybe you guys could put the pressure on him. He's the guy you're looking for.
Well, I mean, you think he would? I don't know if he would be down to kind of get crowdfunded and like because like look, man, like Indio, myself, Elijah, who else I know, Heretic. Like there are some like super good because I'm listening at work and I'm like, oh, man, if I had this like 15 minutes clip so that I can put it like, because man, it's just. One thing I like with the conversation yesterday, Elijah, when you were talking to the guy and he had nowhere to go. He could only respond in a way that was like poignant to what you said. And the fact that he still wanted to deflect was demonstrable to like how his and to everybody, right? Because damn what he said, because he's not gonna like want to capitulate. But that fact that you were putting it to like, I don't know why you're not answering the question. Like, you know, it's almost like psychology. And so it was psychological, so the people can hear like, why isn't he answering? Like, what's wrong with this guy? Like, that's what you want the audience to actually take a look at. You know, when you're having the conversation and they're not answering directly what you just said, and they reroute to some other means. That's the part that I want to have like, okay, you know, show people. This is what we deal with daily. Yeah, it was good.
I interject real quick by him. They got basically two responses: silence or deflection to another point. Right? They never directly address the point.
Well, there's a couple of things that run Elijah hot, and that's one of them. When they're not directly answering the thing that he asked, and it's almost like, what is the mental block for them to get into that mode? I mean, we call it cognitive dissonance, but just having a conversation with somebody, you don't think that being reasonable would be something that they leave behind. Like, you have to be like, okay, I mean, if I have the answer, I'm going to just tell you directly, or, you know, or I'm going to be like, well, I don't have an answer for that. But, you know, call it pride or whatever, you know, they're not going to give the answer because they want to keep the party going. They don't want to like it. Sunk cost fallacy, maybe, you know, because he's got.
They don't want to admit that they don't know something because they're in here in front of an audience. They know that people are listening. They don't want to be caught with their pants down, like, I don't know the answer, so they'll just not answer. Yeah, it's a strange response.
But when it comes to the horizon,
I mean, almost in anything else. Like, you ask the person, do you know how to sew a button on? No, I don't. Okay. Okay. So what's wrong with the globe Earth that you just can't say, I don't know?
All right, Elijah, you might want to try again. I heard you because you're low, but I have real good headset, so maybe everybody else can't hear you. I heard you, though.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna order something now. I'm done with these Bluetooths. I'm gonna order some. You know what it is? It's because I take showers with my Bluetooth. So I must be fucking up the microphone. Anyway,
nah, the Bluetooth headphones are never really. I got some solid headphones, noise canceling, $300-$400, but the mic always is trash. So you got to get something that's wired usually, unless the mic is super good.
These new phones, they don't have the headphone jack. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look on Amazon right now and get the adapter that goes into the charger port that turns into a wired headphone jack, which is dumb because then I won't be able to charge the phones. But this is so stupid.
Hey, get that double dongle, bro. That adapter with two. No, I know what you mean, though.
Have you got that?
I don't know.
I know what you mean, though. It is a struggle when you're trying to do headphones and charge at the same time.
Well, he's a man on the go. I mean, can you imagine trying to fiddle around with a wire and, you know, it's just so cumbersome for him. He's going to be like, I don't know.
Yeah, I know exactly. I tried to do it on my bicycle as well, and there's always issues with it disconnecting or the freaking thing falling out of your ear or all kinds of stuff.
Especially because he's on a bike. That's the other thing.
Right.
But yeah, you what you said is right, CB. Like, it would be the most optimal way we could hear him. But yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Well, I say that for anybody. Yeah, CB from you, I definitely don't want to hear you on a trash mic, dude. Like, because then that's gonna be like, because all the wisdom is just gonna be like, huh, what? And you know, you said something really poignant. So
Yeah, I'm a bit of an audiophile, so I'm always like checking. I'll go to YouTube and make sure my mic sounds good. If it doesn't, try to fix it. So I'm big on that. But yeah, make sure you guys check out Clipcord's work. I dropped a link to a channel in my server where he's been organizing tons of videos. So if you ever need to like reference and put them in here or somewhere, put them in the bot. That's basically what my server's for. It's just to archive stuff that could get lost in our lobby or live stream chat. It's all there archived, so feel free to use it as like a reference if you need to. But yeah, he's doing great work, Clipcord.
now this is what I've heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but the iPod Pro is top tier when it comes to like making calls and using it as a wireless Bluetooth headset. That's what I've been hearing, but it's a pretty penny if you don't got that kind of cash lying around.
I mean,
Were they
I
like
think
100 something?
if Beats sounded trash, then there's no hope. Because I was using Beats.
Oh, is that what those are? Beats?
No,
You might be
not
right
Beats.
though.
These aren't Beats, but the ones that were worse the other week, those were the Beats.
You might be right though, Miggy. The new Apple stuff does seem to be pretty good. At least they're trying to figure it out. I haven't tried them out though, but I've heard similar things.
They're ugly, man. They got a pair of black ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them in black.
Okay, I'll take a pair of black ones, I guess. I don't like the white and gets all dirty and dull.
Yeah.
There's no way you can try those out before you buy them, is there? Like, cause that just to see how the quality of call is, cause
Yeah, bro, go to the Apple Store. If there's one near you.
they let you try them out.
The quality of the call isn't the problem. It's all of the features that the mic is used to make you sound clear that kind of, when there's a loud environment, it doesn't work because it's going to cancel you out if you're being drowned out or equalized with the environment sound.
Well, that's where the your phone settings come in. Because if you look at, I don't know if you're on iPhone, or I don't know how Android works, but on iPhone you can actually, when you're in Discord on a call, you can adjust how much, like what your mic is trying to pick up. You can have it set so it's picking up a lot of stuff, or just your voice, or a normal setting. So they're trying to work on settings within Discord to help that type of stuff, crisp, noise canceling and all that stuff. So it's getting better.
Man.
But so what happened last night? You saying you spoke to somebody like a so-called astrophysicist last night? I must have missed that.
Yeah, ITR. I think ITR or something.
Okay.
He was in here earlier with the boys. Yeah, he came in last night and I ran the exercise of the 3 points with him, and he basically said he didn't know on all three of those. But I have it recorded, and what I'm doing right now. Yeah, great, dude. It was wonderful. It was like one of the wig snatches that I have. Like, it's a trophy now that I'm going to put on my wall. Like on a shelf somewhere, because it's like you don't often get guys who actually claim this. So when they're saying that you're credentialed, they're astronomer, astrophysicist, I think they're a special category. Because people that usually come in here and say, well, I'm not a scientist, I'm not an astronomer, I'm not an astrophysicist. And you're like, okay, let's go find that guy. And lo and behold, he fell on my lap. So I just wanted to show the world that even they don't know. As much as people lean their mind to these guys, they don't know.
And they quickly defer to, that's not my field. The earth is not my field. I just have space, religion, credentials.
Yeah, it was so good, CB. That's when I clip it out, I'll show you. Because I immediately when we had the conversation, I knew who he was. So I just wanted him to a little preface it with a little bit like what he does and his contribution to academia and all that kind of stuff. So I got that stuff in the beginning of before I started the exercise with him. And then I moved into talking to him about it, and then it just like all just unfolded within the conversation. And like I said, the last one, which is, like the gas pressure without a container question. So he struggled because that's his area of quote unquote expertise. He's supposed to know this stuff. So I knew it was gonna. Like I even said that before I started the last point. I was like, I know this is where you're gonna feel like you want to actually say something more about. So, but just like everybody else, he said gravity. But immediately after he said that, he said, "Yeah, but just let's go through this hypothetical real quick." And so I was like, "Okay." Yeah, had no issue. Like it wasn't like, "No, you can't go there." No, go ahead, tell me. And he started in on the hypothetical, and of course, I think Timbo was like, "Nah, man, it's a hypothetical." He even said that, but I was like, "Yeah, just finish telling me your example." And he went to like gravity, and I said this earlier. I might be repeating myself to you guys, but he was like, either a vacuum chamber or the vacuum of space. I think he said vacuum chamber, and then later on, I think he clarified with like the vacuum of space. But he said, put a balloon in a bucket, with air, and you pop the balloon while you're spinning it around, and you're going to find out that the air doesn't go into any and all directions. It stays in there in that bucket. And I was like, "Bro, when has this ever been done, or can somebody actually do this?" He's like, "Well, no, I don't think so, but yeah, it's just a thought experiment." I'm like, "Well, what use does it have for our physical natural world for you to say that and not be able to reproduce anything of what you're talking about?" So at least it's not even feasible. You can't even think about doing it because you're giving an example of something that cannot be done. So it's like,
yeah, they always try to do this, make a hypothetical and then try to cash it in at the bank. You can't cash that in at the bank. You just made that up. It's like Monopoly money.
Yeah, what do you want to do with this? Like, it has no value whatsoever. Like,
I don't even like when they start going down that avenue. It's like, well, so I try to stop them. Like, so what are you going to do with this when we're done? Well, it's just, just think about it. It's like,
yeah, just think about it. That's what he said too, CB. That's the most amazing. Well, it's just something to think. Like, and I don't need that. Like, I need something that we're going to be able to reproduce in the physical and natural world. That's what I need. I don't need something that I'm not going to be able to use in any context. Like, that's not going to benefit anyone. You're going to have to be able to do some. So yeah, you could see, like, I'm working on the clip right now.
All right.
But I think the most important thing is that he did concede towards the end because he said he wanted, okay, and I let him have it because you gotta give him a bone every now and then. So I tossed him a bone. I'm like, go ahead, man. Like, if you want to say that it's just your model that it works on and not in reality, I'm good, because either way you're proving the point that you can't put this into physical natural world. So I'm good over here. If you want to say that it's only your model that it works on, it's fine with me, So he went and said, I can't give you the evidence that you need to support the information that it can work in the way you say it does. Like, he's trying to make it sound like I'm giving him this really obscure, kind of really hyper specific, and which it's just really the answer to the question, right? But he's making it sound like that's just so weird that you want to get to this minutia of the thing, and I'm over here talking like a reasonable person using a model. Like, he's trying to make it like, and that right there was what I was like, you guys all do this, like, and make it sound like we're asking for something so incredibly complex and like not able to be done because we're asking for specifics that are just like not even in the physical natural world. I'm like, bro, I'm talking about going out into the field and testing for this. Can we do that? And so that's what my whole point was, to get him to realize that what you're saying is not something we can go and do. That's what I'm telling you. And so I was good with him saying that it can only work on a model. So, and then at that, he's like, I can't give you the information that you need. So I was like, okay. So now I'm just going to go ahead and summarize. And so I did. It was great.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, you damn right. You damn right. It was great. And I was like, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for, I told the crowd, because everybody in here was nice enough to kind of just let me have it. So yeah, his wig right now, I'm wearing it because it's kind of nice. It fits me nice. It's my color too. Matches my eyes.
Flat hair.
Man.
Turn their curly globe hair into flat hair.
Yeah, it makes me look like what's his name? Jason Presley.
We're going to be having a glib. We're going to be having a globe wig ironing session happening. We're going to iron out all those wigs.
How long?
This one. Let's see. I gotta upload it to my Wondershare Filmora. I have a program that's gonna. It's that's great, man. This one I can't. I'm not gonna even resell his wig. It's gonna go into my collection. I'll sell Brandon's wig. Brandon, if you're here, I've actually tried to submit your wigs into the pawn shop. They rejected it. They said it's not worth any value. So we're just gonna put them. I'm just kidding, Brandon. Relax.
I haven't said anything yet. I haven't said anything.
But in the case that you do.
No, it's cool. I don't take something like that personally.
You know what's weird though is that you were here last night when the guy was here, weren't you? You heard him?
Oh, well, I was in and out. Yeah, I was in and out. I'm always in and out. I don't really stay for that long when I come in.
Oh, you're missing.
Well, I really see so my attention is kind of split a lot. I go from one thing to another pretty quick, and back and forth.
We're like you ask questions and then you disappear. Like, what the hell did Brandon go? Oh well, we'll catch him when he gets back.
Well, if you're talking, I'm thinking if you're talking.
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
I'm thinking
I
if you're
that
talking.
I figured that the most arctic globers would want like or fence sitters, or globe psych, whatever you want to call yourself. I would assume that when somebody credential does come in here, that's when you would sit down and really lock in. It's weird that globers will leave. Oh no, an astronomer! I don't want to hear anything.
You even think that, eh, Elijah?
No, obviously you were here last night, bro. So you heard him.
wild.
Yeah, I was there at night and then into the morning with Wolfgang when he went on.
Oh, you guys, yeah, because I left and Wolfgang took over. I passed the baton. Wolfgang was just, I think, he was ready to go.
It was
bro.
a good discussion, yeah.
Yeah, he was ready to go.
Really great.
That's another thing. That's another thing for Clipcord to think about, man. It's like, man, Clipcord's got a lot of work. See, I'm telling you, man, we need a dedicated person for this because there's just too much content, bro.
Yeah.
There's way too much.
You could literally go back to like 2020 and 2021 and literally mine the Discord. Because, I mean, yes, we could get new clips, but we also already have gold that you can just go to any random date and go. Imagine the times when we were doing the what's that called? The arena.
Oh, yeah.
There's really popping ladies' night. You know, so B41. Thank you. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I might be wrong about this, but I'm thinking is if I'm not being addressed directly, I can leave. But I might be wrong about that.
No, dude, he's just mentioning that like when somebody that says they're an astronomer or astrophysicist, that you being somebody who advocates for the Earth being a globe, you'd want to stay here to see how he fares against all of us. And if he does fare well, then that would be a benefit. It would behoove you because it would be like, okay, maybe I didn't fare too well with the crowd, but he will because he's somebody that should be able to stand up to these guys. That's why we're like, huh? Why did Brandon leave? Like, he should have been here, sitting here, listening, hanging on every of his words, because that's what you guys defer to. Well, I'm not a scientist, but guess what? He is. He was the guy that you actually say, well, the astrophysicist would know. And so he was in here on your benefit.
Yeah, the astrophysicist wouldn't know. Actually, astrophysicists are about space, not the Earth.
No.
Stop the cap.
What is, hold on, time out. What do you think astrophysics is?
I thought it was can't think of the word right now. Study of the planets in our solar system.
It's the physics of astronomy, basically.
Right. So you know how we have physics on Earth, where we actually do real experiments. So anything that has to do with what's going on in space, he should know. So how the fuck we could have gas pressure without a container? That should be something that he would know.
Well, and he talked about the other planets having that, but it was rejected.
Did he give any evidence or proof, or did he just talk about it?
I didn't stay the whole time, so I wouldn't really know. I should have stayed the whole time, no?
Do you think he gave evidence or no? You think he did? Would you guess? Would you bet your life that a credentialed physicist gave evidence? Do you think?
About the Earth and what it is? No, I don't think so.
About what you did, about where you said you left. You said you left when there should be some kind of answer to gas pressure without a container. You said you left. Do you think he gave evidence for the planets and all the stuff that he said?
I don't know because I left. How would I know?
If you had to guess, and he's a professional, would you think that he were able to give a professional answer based on his background?
You don't know, so you don't know, so that's why you should have stayed. Sorry, I was just gonna say
I should have stayed. I said I should have stayed.
It's not even about him knowing shit. He shouldn't have stayed. Because what difference would it make? He can't even bet that the guy who was talking about planets would give actual evidence. Because he said, well, he talked about the planets. Okay, do you think he gave evidence for all this stuff he talked about? I don't know. I left. That's a very poor response.
But gas pressure being contained without a vacuum, I think he could have given good evidence about that, but I don't know if he did.
Well, that's why you should have stayed.
He did it.
Yeah.
Why do you think he didn't? He didn't. So why do you think he didn't?
Well, asking me how hypotheticals. I don't know.
You don't know? So if somebody claims that something is true, but they don't have any evidence for it, if it's a flat earth, and you don't know.
What?
If a flat earther says, I know something is true, but I don't have any evidence, what would you say to that? You don't know.
I'd say you should study it. Study more.
Any degrees, study more.
I'm sorry, dude, your mic is waking up and stuff.
Yeah, okay. So the astrophysicist study more since he didn't have any answers?
Maybe you should.
Oh, okay, good. I thought you were going to be a double standard, double C. Maybe
I don't do that.
Yeah, but what else? What else do you think he could possibly study?
He already, that's his an astrophysicist is studied in astrophysics. So why would he, do you think evidence for all
stuff he learns comes at year one or sometime after?
I I can't even speculate on that because I can't even speculate on that because I don't know the process of learning astrophysics.
And do you think that the evidence for what you're learning in any subject, astrophysics included, do you think the evidence for what's being claimed should come first or sometime in the future, some indiscriminate time in the future?
Well, there was a low-level education and then there's high-level education.
Are you saying that an astrophysicist has a low-level education?
Well, just like at some grades you learn basic math, and at other grades you learn high-level math.
Interesting.
You won't learn algebra in what, middle school? I think, would you? I don't know.
Okay, but where do you learn astrophysics? Probably in university, right? That's where he went. That's what he got a degree in, right? So he should. He already has his degree. So when you're learning in school to become something like an astrophysicist, do you think the evidence for what's being learned should come before?
Why are you clapping when you do that?
Don't make him snap in a Z formation.
No, it's just weird. You don't have to clap when you say something.
You hear me though, right?
That's racist.
You hear me though, right? So do you think?
Why is it racist? Hold on. Why is it racist?
I'm joking. Listen to Elijah.
Do you hear me though?
Yeah, I hear you.
Back to what I was saying. Do you think that a person who has completed their education, they're not in 5th grade, they completed their education, is now an astrophysicist? Do you think that the stuff that they learned during their tenure, do you think that there should be evidence given for it on day 1 in class, day 5, semester 2, or never?
Is somebody that learns a certain thing, can they bring up all of their education in one conversation?
That wasn't the question.
Well, that's my question. Is it possible to recall everything that you've learned from a specific subject? All of it in one conversation? Or do you sometimes forget things?
The answer is no. Now, specifically as it relates to evidence, which is not everything you've learned, but just the evidentiary part. Do you think that a person should get that in the middle, in the beginning, or at the end of their education, or sometime after they've been in the field?
Depends specifically on what they're learning.
Well, if you're learning about astrophysics, then you're definitely learning about gravity. So he should know how gravity would contain something. Did he have evidence for that?
Well, you should have already known that. Like I said, I should have been around for the whole... Okay, you're saying I'm saying nothing, but I'm not. I'm actually trying to talk.
No. I'm saying he didn't have the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That wasn't directed at me, okay. They should have already known about gravity and stuff, but I have a good example of that. The El Paso without the container thing. The Mount Everest thing is my favorite one because it's a gradient without containers throughout the levels.
Yeah, but it's all gas pressure, yes or no?
Yes, but there's no container.
Okay, but the definition for gas pressure is the energy of the particles exerted on the walls of a container. So you can't. So are you telling me that you're redefining the word container or gas pressure?
So you're using the word gas pressure as the claim.
No, gas pressure as a definition, including from NASA, are particles exerted on the walls of a container, which everybody knows.
In every situation?
In every situation. Well, could you provide a... That's what we asked the astrophysicist. Hey, can you provide gas pressure without a container?
I don't know. The gradients don't have a physical container.
What do you mean?
So it's gas pressure, high gas pressure at the bottom, and as the gradients go to the lower pressure, there aren't physical containers.
How is there pressure at all? You can't have a gradient with no container. How do you have gas pressure at all?
That's a good question. We do, though.
The answer was gravity. So again, to the astrophysicist who knows everything about gravity, has learned gravity, most assuredly, did he have evidence for it?
Well, you're saying he didn't, and I wish I should have stayed to figure out if he did or not.
All right, thank you.
If you sincerely wish that, you should go and replay what happened before, because I think the live stream will be able to show you.
Maybe.
He doesn't care. When it gets clipped and it gets played, he's going to say, maybe that one was a dud.
How do you know what I'm going to do?
I just know.
We know you're going to make excuses for why there's no answers to these questions. That's what.
That's projection, actually.
No, I don't. I don't.
That's what other globals do, so that's what I'm going to do.
I don't think I'm going out on the limb too far. I think that's exactly what you'll do, even though we're discussing it right now. You'll still do it.
And I'm going to do that because why?
No, I don't get into others' motivations for why. I'm not asking why. I'm making a projection, of what you're going to do. That's what I truly believe you're going to do, no matter what.
Can you guys hear me again?
Yeah.
Okay, so Miggy's about to be done with the clip, so you'll get to listen to it with us. So you're not going to do it?
We'll see what happens. I don't know. I'll wait until I hear the clip.
Said it was projection, and we said you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. You're like, it's projection.
You're already doing it.
No, I'm not. I'm not mad. I didn't make an excuse.
When he does,
do you let the winds make decisions for you? Can you just decide and say, are you going to do it or won't? You
no,
can't.
Just the making excuses part already came true just now.
Where did I make an excuse?
About even listening to the replay.
I'll listen to it. What did I say about listening to the replay? That I won't? Or what do you mean?
Don't know if you will, and now you're saying you will, so it's inconsistent.
I said I don't know if I'd give an excuse. That's what I was talking about.
No, before you said you don't know if you will watch.
That's what you're doing right now. That's actually what you're doing right now when you're saying, I don't know if I'll make an excuse or whatever you said. That's making an excuse. Okay. Thanks for proving me right.
God. Well, I'll have to listen to the clip before I give an opinion, won't I?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yeah. I hate when I have to actually make my mic work.
We didn't ask you for your opinion of the clip. I said specifically because you said, well, is a person supposed to know everything and remember everything from all he's learned? And I was like, maybe not, but he should most definitely know about the evidence for why he believes what he believes. And I said, which day of class would he have learned about the actual evidence? Would it be day 1? Would it be day 5? Or would it be February 31st? So you said, well, maybe he gave an answer. And I was like, no, he didn't. And then you said, well, he probably said Mount Everest. That's a good example.
No, that's my example. That's mine, not his. It's mine.
And I said, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I don't want to mute you, bro. So that's your answer. Great. It's your answer, and it could very well be his answer. But there's a premise underlying that statement that it's gravity. Therefore, his evidence, especially being an astrophysicist talking about orbital mechanics and things like this, which is like you superseded already. But the whole thing is he should have evidence for gravity then. So if we listen to this clip and he doesn't give scientific evidence of gravity, then what would you say?
I'll say he didn't give evidence. Because that's what happened.
Okay. Why would he, an astrophysicist, not give evidence?
I'm not in his head. I don't know. I can't even speculate on that because I don't know. Does it automatically call always happen when you're talking about specific subjects?
No one
I don't
has ever
think so.
given scientific evidence for gravity. No one has ever given scientific evidence for gravity. Do you think they have? Do you think they have given evidence for gravity in the past?
I was just waiting for that to end. I don't know. In my opinion, there are people that have. I don't know if he did or not, but
Scientific evidence is not opinion based. It's actually empirical based. So if you think somebody has given it, all you have to do is give us the hypothesis and experiment that was done. Very simple. That's what biologists do. My bad, not biologist, chemist. Whoops.
Well, all sciences do that.
All right, well, give me the hypothesis and the experiment.
Observation is the first one, so I would observe. I'm sorry, but you don't like to be interrupted, but you interrupt me.
Well, this is supposed to be a step-by-step thing that you're not answering. So the first step of the scientific method is observe something naturally occurring in nature. So I'm asking you, what's that?
You can observe when you let something go that it falls. That would be an observation, wouldn't it? It wouldn't?
Okay, great. So now you have to formulate it into a hypothesis. If this, then that. And the if this has to be, this part of that formulation has to be the independent variable. So what's the independent variable in something falling?
Something that you can change. See.
Take your time.
I I'm thinking. Okay, whatever. I can't think about it.
That's all right. Take over, CB or Sonny. It's getting windy out here.
You've been here for this long and you're still thinking about it. Like I would think that you would have
I
thought
was
about
just asked the question, dude, and I was just thinking
but you
for a
have,
couple of
haven't you
seconds.
thought about it by now and you have it in the back of your mind to access it at command?
And this can't be the first time you've thought about gravity, Brandon.
Yeah.
Oh, gravity is over. The independent variable, what you can change about dropping something. I don't know about it's. I don't know. What would it be then? What would the independent variable? I'm curious.
Dropping something isn't a naturally occurring thing when you're dropping.
Yeah, I know. Well, seeing something fall then.
Well, it would have to be a naturally occurring thing. So pick something that falls.
Apples and trees.
I mean, apples from trees would be a good one. I mean, and
Okay.
I don't know.
That would have to do with the tensile strength of the
raindrops.
It would have to be. It would have to do with the tensile strength of the vine that the apple dropped from.
Yeah, I mean, you can't change that thing yourself, so it's not an independent variable, is it?
But it's not really dropping because at the same time, there are shrubbery underwater, and when the tensile strength of their hold break, guess what? The leaves float up. So that's not really a phenomenon. Other than, it broke off of the branch it was on, and so it then reached equilibrium after that, which could be up, down, could be lateral even. That's what wind is. That's what a storm is. That's what going from hot to cold is. A big ass storm coming in from the east.
There's your wind right there.
Like a tornado. That's what that GIF is kind of illustrating. I think a tornado, which is a lot of gas pressure without a container.
What?
That's what a tornado is, or a hurricane is, right?
Within containment, though.
Well, there was no container, but it's contained.
By what? Gravity?
I don't know what's containing. Probably centrifugal force. I don't know.
No, it's not contained. A storm is high pressure going to low pressure. The same thing that would happen if there was low pressure up above. So it's crazy how you can have a high pressure system moving to a low pressure system laterally, but it won't go up. That's interesting. Seeing as that up is where the least pressure is.
That's where tornadoes come from, high up in the atmosphere.
No, they don't.
Tornadoes? What do you mean? Tornadoes don't come from high up?
The gas from the tornadoes don't come from high up.
Well, what is a funnel cloud then?
They start from the ground. What are you talking about? You think clouds just snow? The air goes up.
Yeah, they're caused by turbulence between the different pressure systems, lower and higher.
It's called the hydrological system. You know, when the gas expands, it comes down, comes from the ocean, expands. You know, then somewhere up there, it changes phases. It becomes storm clouds.
So-
there's a bunch of differentials, and then there's
Sorry.
the storm.
So funnel clouds start from ground level.
The energy that is built up comes from the difference in pressure, which comes from the heated gases on the surface of the Earth.
So you're saying that's where funnel clouds come from?
I'm saying if you read about the hydrological cycle, you might discover that the answer is obviously. Tune in next week for Where Babies Come From.
So they don't come from conception?
Do they?
So conception is wrong? It doesn't happen?
Do they?
Sperm goes into the egg and that's how it starts.
Oh my.
Brandon, do you recognize sarcasm?
We know that, but of course. But
That's what conception is.
okay, so where does gas pressure come from?
Yes, pressure.
Babies come from where does gas pressure come from? Now you don't know. Oh, look at the religion. How you know something very real on Earth, babies being born. As soon as I say, now where does gas pressure come from? You can't even go with the definition I just gave you. You have to go stone silent. That's religion for you. I feel very bad for you, my friend.
Well, you say there's a container. Can you demonstrate it?
I didn't say shit. I asked you where gas pressure comes from.
Well, you're saying gas pressure. If it says there's a container in the definition.
Now, you're being rude. Right now, I'm asking you where gas pressure comes from. Pretend I don't know. Tell me where gas pressure comes from. Because you know where babies come from. Very simple answer. You said, well, it comes from conception. Now answer in the affirmative, but yeah, where does it come from?
I've never deeply really thought of it before. I mean, there is gas pressure.
Because you're religious? Because you're religious. I mean, think about it. You just said we were talking about clouds, and I was like, yeah, tune in next week for where babies come from, and you was like, doesn't that come from conception? Okay, genius. Where does gas pressure come from? Doesn't that come from? Finish the sentence.
I'm a genius for knowing about conception.
Oh, just finish the sentence, bro. Come on.
Finish the sentence.
I mean, isn't gas in itself pressurized? It doesn't need. I don't know.
So where does gas pressure come from? Very simple. Just like you answered the other question. Conception. Where does gas pressure come from? Shippy, one word.
I guess you're gonna say from a container.
Is that your answer?
I don't know what my answer is. Honest.
Oh, so you don't know where gas pressure comes from?
I just said I don't know. It's here. I mean, yeah. Sorry, dude, but you need to fix your mic.
Well, the heliocentric religion's answer is gravity. So we're back to where's the scientific evidence for that? Man, both of you.
Well, your little icon is continuously going green. That's why I'm not saying anything.
Well, we're still waiting. Don't worry.
Oh, well. I don't know. I wish I knew more. It's
maybe it's a weird question. Maybe I can. I don't know.
No, it's me. I have a learning disability. I have cerebral palsy, so it's hard for me to this kind of stuff. I'm not using that as an excuse. It's just a fact.
This is what you really
Hold
want
on.
to do. But bro, you
doesn't have any effect on your speech or your understanding, because you've been literally sitting with us, talking to us. There's nothing wrong with your cognitive ability. You were very simple. Where babies come from.
So I'm supposed to know everything because I know that, or what?
But you okay? Here's the thing. So you know where babies come from because you've experienced it. You know where gas pressure comes from because you've experienced it. You should know. Everyone experiences. That's like me saying I don't really know about water. I can't really tell you why if I put it in a basin it pools and you know I can wash in it. I what would you need? I mean, matter in the liquid state. What would you need in order to collect it? This is a hard one. I don't really know. I've never washed my face in a sink before.
Well, water isn't gas, though.
It has to be contained, just like gas. And that's not me saying that. If you look at matter in the gaseous state and in the liquid state, they both involve. Well, I don't want to give you the answer. I want to know what you think. You don't think that water has to be contained either?
I didn't say that, did I? Did I say that?
Oh, so you know that water has to be contained then. So you know that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so what about gas? How do you have gas pressure? What does that mean?
Well, I don't know why it's being contained, but I don't see a container.
Oh, you don't know why it's being contained. So you know it's being contained, but it's not contained by a container. What is it contained by?
Well, gravity seems like a good answer.
Is there a scientific experiment validating that answer?
Gravity isn't empirical. You can't see gravity.
Can you science it? Is there
Can't see the
scientific
container
evidence? Is there scientific evidence for it now?
Can't see the container.
No,
I'm just.
no. Is there scientific? No. Is there scientific evidence for it? Is the question.
Gravity? Yeah, I mean,
yeah. You can't see wind, but I most definitely know it's there because I can feel and experience it. And I also know what a lack of oxygen is also. So, but the bottom line here is all of these things that I mentioned as it pertains to air. What about gravity? Can you give me some properties? At least?
Properties of gravity.
Well, we can get properties of gas. It's fluid.
Yeah.
Like, give me some properties of gravity.
Stable. Properties of gravity. I think. I guess it can change. Wait, that's not a popular gravity. Okay, I'm gonna leave. I'm not being treated seriously by
Brandon,
all
hold on.
the
Let me say
noises
something.
that are going on.
They're
and,
not targeted. I'm sorry, Brandon. Let me say this real quick.
you know, all that
Can I say
shit.
something
I'm
real
not
quick?
being
Brandon,
treated seriously.
Can I say something real quick? They're not targeted at you. If you're not a fan, you can turn it off. Right click on my name, mute soundboard. You don't have to listen. It's for the entertainment of the show. It's not. They're not meant to trigger you. It's just a little lighthearted. If somebody asks you a question, a little suspense music is for fun. It's not trying to get you rattled or trigger you.
So they can laugh
You can
at
turn
me.
it down or you can turn it off. It's your call. You don't have to
So
leave.
they can laugh at me.
Against you. No one's laughing at you, bro.
So I can be laughed at.
It's
So I'm
just
not being
fun.
serious.
Okay? If you don't like the soundboard, you can turn it off. It's not meant to
Why?
trigger you, okay? We're just having a little fun, right, dude? Come on now.
At my expense.
24 hours in the day, we're just having a little fun in the server, okay?
You don't think
Not
we don't
meant
laugh
to
at
put you on
ourselves
your
sometimes? Brandon?
You're having fun at my expense, which means you're not taking me seriously.
We're not. We're not.
No, it's like the globe itself. It's just the information. It's not you personally.
Yeah, so, forget about the soundboard. The bottom line is, look, you know what's crazy? So gas has properties, water has properties. Everything that we can interface with and utilize, like they have properties. You know what doesn't have properties though? Gravity. You don't have to think very hard. If you Google, let me see, because you Google the theory of microwaves. Guess what? Microwaves have properties. They're going to tell you all types of testing and yada, yada, yada. You Google the same thing for gravity and they say, well, we haven't yet found that for gravity. Well,
Is-
interesting.
Is everything known about everything?
Everything that's real is known about. Everything that's not is imagination.
Everything is known about everything.
Obviously,
I'll have to think about that.
if something is in existence and you heard about it, and you can then experience it, or you've experienced it and then talk to people about it, it is known. No one on
Okay,
the
that's
earth-
okay. I got a question about that though. Okay, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Yes, you did. No one on this earth knows that question for gravity. Like, you're saying, well, can we know everything? The fucking astrophysicist that says gravity is real most definitely has to know. Wouldn't he?
Would he know?
Yeah,
Probably. Would he be able to come back with a specific answer for everything? And
Real quick,
just
Brandon. Yeah, Brandon, 1 second. Just gonna let you guys know an update. The video is processing right now, and then it's about 22% done. And once it's done, I'm gonna upload it to my channel, and it could be a clip that can be played in the bot at any time after it's converted. So just to let you know, that's the update already. I'm converting it right now.
This is a little bit of a clip if my audio is not that.
Yeah, you're gonna. I'm sorry. It's not an attack or anything, but you do need to fix your mic, dude.
Yeah, he's well aware of it, Brandon.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
You gotta roll with the punches right now until he gets a.
See, look, little sound clip for Elijah.
He's still 80.
All right, it's just fun, dude. All right, come on now.
Still 80% hearable. Most of the time.
All right, we just let me announce some new people in here. We have M Jam that just joined us. M Jam, I just give you the ability to speak. You can talk right now. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Majam. If you're there, say hi.
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic?
Majam, you there?
I hate. Oh, that's you, CB. I was about to say I hate that guy. I could never catch him.
You got man by the soundboard. Yo, Majam, I hear you, bro. What's going on? What brings you by?
I'm right here.
Hey, welcome. So what brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Majam?
I'm curious about the topic, so I want to learn more from others.
Yeah, for sure. Is there any questions that you might want to ask before we ask you questions?
Well, first, I'm from this part of the world where education came by ship, in Africa. And all my school life, I've been taught that the earth is a ball which is floating in space. Just from, I think it was 7 years, from 7 years, when I went to primary school, that is what I found in the geography books. But my conscience was against that kind of knowledge. It did not settle well in my heart. So when I came across this discussion online about flat earth, I was actually attracted, and from that very first moment, I started to follow up this discussion. And I think the globe sphere is a fake. Honestly speaking, it is just a fake, but I don't know why. What is the point of lying to the masses about the shape of Earth that doesn't exist? That has been my question.
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure. Majam, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let Elijah take point on this conversation if he wants to. I'm gonna give him point so that because he has limited time like some other people in here that work. So Elijah, if you have some time right now, Majam is from Africa, as you might have heard. He's just kind of curious about the motive in that. So go ahead, bro.
Yeah. How you doing, brother? I might be low, but if this is okay with you, then I can proceed.
Sorry, come again?
Yeah, you might need to turn him up to 200%. Because I'm at 200 and he's still, he's hearable.
I didn't get you, please. Come again.
His microphone volume is low, so you might have to turn it up.
It's all right. I'll just use my speaker.
That's better.
How you doing, brother?
I'm
so fine,
you said
that you said that the information that you were told in school, some of it hasn't really settled in your heart, and I totally understand that, because when I caught wind of this conversation, the first thing I realized is that it wasn't as settled in my heart as I thought either. So I began looking for actual evidence.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
can
you.
hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, we first found that there was no evidence for the things that they told us, and then I guess what I'm trying to say is there's healthy skepticism and there's wasteful skepticism. See, if you're skeptical of something that is unfalsifiable, your skepticism will never be satisfied because there's nothing to look into to appease the skepticism. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, if you know something is true and you speculate, that's called creative imagination. But it only works. It only works when you're creating based off of truth. So
Yeah.
when people speculate about the Earth, the first thing we need to know is, well, is what we've been told about it true or not? So has anyone? There's like a set of questions that we ask people to like get a little baseline for what they know or what they may not know. And the whole reason for this exercise is to point out to people that they may have been grown up to believe something their entire life, but we can pretty much show them in 3 simple questions that it's just a belief that they have. Are you willing to be asked these 3 questions? And by the way, keep in mind that you're on the live stream.
Carry on.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you the 3 questions right up front, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to ask you them individually, okay? So the first question is about the fundamental claim about the shape of the Earth and the dimensions. Is there any evidence of measurable curvature pertaining to the size and shape of the Earth that they claim it is? Question number 2 would be, the claim is that the Earth is tilted on its axis and it's also rotating. So the question would be, do you know of anyone in the previous times that has ever actually detected the movement of the Earth? And then the third question is, how can you have gas pressure without containment, seeing as that they claim that we live in an open system with air adjacent to the vacuum of space that is still expanding the speed of light, by the way, to this day. So I'm going to go back to the first question. I'm going to ask you, do you know of any point in time that someone has measured the curvature of the Earth and how? And if you don't know, that answer is fine as well.
Well, I don't know anyone in history or at present time.
Okay. And what about the rotation of the Earth on its axis? Is there any evidence or any, detection of that?
That was a very interesting question I've come across, not from you only, but others. And actually, it struck me when I was young, when this thing was not settling in my heart. I actually imagined when I was a very little boy, if I was able to suspend a ball, okay, in mid-air, then tomorrow morning I will come and see if it's still there, okay, to verify whether the earth is moving or not. Because I was of the opinion that if the earth is moving, then we have to be in another place in the morning. You understand? Our house will be, I was imagining like a kid there, our house is going to be on the other side of the street. So I thought if I could float a ball, if I could float a ball somehow without attaching any strings, I should be able to see it move tomorrow morning. So there is no evidence for that because I was not able to do it when I was a boy. And I'm sure even the top-notch scientists cannot perform any experiment to that cause.
Yeah, they even have a little I think I went to the New York Hall of Science. Sometimes they got these like balls suspended in air because of they have these contraptions where the air pushes the ball up and kind of has it levitating there. Obviously, if the platform was moving, that would be a wrap. So yeah, so you don't know anyone in time who's actually detected the movement, and you've tried to detect it yourself. And you couldn't detect the acceleration of the Earth because the rotation is an acceleration. Okay.
Yeah.
So that leaves us with the final question, which is really
where it gets deep. Now, the region of space being a medium or lack thereof that they told us it was, which
Yeah.
is a vacuum. Does anybody have evidence of that?
There is no evidence, and I want to add something. I came across a very, very knowledgeable point, a very important point. If they cannot repeat this, if they cannot reconstruct the model of their space and Earth in a lab, then it doesn't exist. It's a lie, because if they cannot suspend water on a ball or come up with an experiment or an environment to demonstrate the space and the globe and whatever and the vacuum, if they cannot do that on a small scale, then how can it exist in a gigantic scale? So there is no evidence for that. They have not been able to do that.
All right. Well, just to summarize and conclude the three questions that was asked here about the detection of measurement of the rotation, or the first one being the measurement of Earth curvature, or the vacuum of space being a real medium or place that all of the stuff that they tell us is residing in is the case. You basically answered that you don't really know of anyone who's confirmed any of these with empirical in any empirical sense. Therefore, it's just a belief. There's nothing behind the belief system. There's no answers behind it. There's just, we believe it because that's what it is. And you're no different than anyone else that comes in here. Miggy just asked, I believe, an astrophysicist. And the astrophysicist, he answered the same way. He went down kicking and screaming, but ultimately the conclusion is not being able to affirm that any of these have any actual evidence. It basically just means that people are falling back on a belief system. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's connected with the religion, because when you go down the rabbit hole, you will come to the conclusion that this one is it is connected with the belief systems, connected with religion, because they want to disapprove the in Africa, 90% of us are believer. From the time we opened our eyes here, there's a traditional belief, and we believe there is a supreme being. Okay, you might call him God or Allah or whatever. We might call him Mulungu here in the African language, but there is supreme being or a God, whatever, who is the designer of all this. So they want to disapprove. Maybe there is another belief system that is against the creation or the creator or the designer. So I think down deep the rabbit hole, maybe they want to disapprove, or they want to change the model of the space, the created space, or to corrupt it. Yeah, they might not be able to change it, but maybe they might be able to corrupt it.
Yeah, so you were interested in the when they might be doing this.
Yeah, they might be corrupting it for their own nefarious agenda. They might trying to corrupt it. That's why maybe they are propagating this lie.
Yeah, so something that others have don't really bring up, but I think is very pertinent when you talk about why all of this is happening. Like, specifically, why is somebody saying something?
No, it's just a little background noise.
Okay, well, so in order to talk about this part, it's a little bit of a history lesson. It doesn't really have to do with science or validation. And so, if you can mute while you're not talking, because it's giving a little feedback.
Yeah, Majam, you're feeding back. You're feeding back from the live stream. So if you could mute when you're not speaking,
or go down to noise, or go down to noise suppression. Also turn that off. See if that works. The crisp thing.
Yeah. So when people ask why would they lie, the question becomes, well, who the hell is they, right? So that being said, this heliocentric universe began 500 years ago with Copernicus, who is supposedly a priest. Now, this is around the time that they created the Gregorian calendar, because they wanted a calendar to go with their ideas of us revolving around the sun. And so when you look for the evidence of this premise, that the earth is even moving at all, remember, these are Roman Catholic priests or peoples that are telling people that against their cosmology, the Bible, the earth is moving. So clearly they had an issue with that, or they had a question about that. That's what all of the fighting was about. The stuff we learned about the Protestant Reformation and all of that in school. The part that they left out was because...
Wait, he left, I think, for a bit. I think he disconnected to fix his mic.
Oh, alrighty then. History lesson postponed.
Yeah, but he may still be listening because he was feeding back everything we were saying. So he's probably still listening. That's my guess. I could be wrong, but that was
Is he still in the VC?
No, he dipped out a couple minutes ago. So, but that was an excellent discussion. Awesome job.
It was a little rusty.
It solidifies it over and over again. It just makes it that much more meaningful and that much more. It motivates me to do more. Not, and I know it sounds funny coming from us, but contemplating about what else there is. I don't know how else to say that. To investigate those things that I do not yet know. You got me? I think you do.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, back to those basics, those fundamental things, because we get busy in our heads, man. Especially us. We're some mad thinkers. So I'll just speak for myself. I need to slow the shit down so that I can formulate and I can categorize and I can make sense of stuff. If I get too much input, yeah. So going back to those basics, really great.
Shout out to Stevie with moving houses. Oh, there he is. Majam is back.
When I feel like that, I just don't talk to anybody. I stay quiet and I turn everything off around me, like no radio, no Discord, no phone. I just operate in silence for a while until I feel like opening my mouth or listening to people again.
Yeah. And sometimes I pick up my guitar and do something different, like I hear some tones and then all of a sudden I'm snapped into a different mood. I don't know. I don't want to ramble.
You don't want to ramble more?
Well, I will actually. Miggy, did you hear the MP3 I sent you?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's really it's really well mixed. I think what we got to do now is clean it up with some really good editing.
But listen,
gonna
yeah,
have-
it does need final editing. Yes, I just did a quick job, but I'm surprised at how well I lined up. So listen, there's a couple other things that could go on there. A background vocal, which I already have, and also some extra percussion and some other things in there that, you know, like I could add more to it that are from the original, which is pretty cool. That Guru told me about that, and I snapped it up, and I learned how to do it really quick. So it only took a couple days, and I was like, "Shit!" I was thinking, "Oh, in a couple of weeks, I'll probably have this done if I work at it for like 6 hours a day." It didn't take that long, and I'm actually better at it than I thought I was.
You came through really nicely. I think some really good editing is going to just really top it off.
Yeah, so you know that high second guitar part, and you see, notice how I'm keeping it all general and musical sense. So that second guitar, that can go up or down. So you can bring that up in places to emphasize the chord change, you know. But the timing is weird because it's almost like this upbeat thing when it's all mixing. It sounds, well, I don't want to give it away, but it sounds like a totally different genre where people do dancing on hard floors. I'll just leave it at that.
We're gonna need you. Remember, we're gonna need you on video playing the guitar at a distance, so I can show like a clip of you doing that. Then Helio is gonna have to be like with his headset, like singing into a microphone.
Right.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Well, Majam, if you're back, if you want to chime in again. By the way, the clip is already uploading to my YouTube. The one of the last night with ITR, the astrophysicist. So when that's up, I'm going to post it in live stream voice text. That way, if Majam is talking, I won't interrupt him. Yeah, well,
so
we used to have some people from Africa in the server, but
yeah, we have a couple, mostly younger though. But I think I'm up for giving Majam some roles for what he's just told us is astounding. So I don't know. Time will tell, but I give the thumbs up for value. Or someone could just give him flat earth. No, it might be too soon. Never mind, Sonny.
My robot right now.
Not yet. Keep trying.
Where is the new guy still here? Where Elijah was leaving off was pointing out how heliocentrism is a belief system, basically a religion. So he's still here.
Yeah, he's back. He's typing. He's typing response to something CB put about the audio. So he says, "Okay, yeah, he's here."
All right, continue.
I like what Majam was saying about what you were saying, sir, about how things didn't sit well with you. You know, they weren't settled in your heart. I like that because I think that's what it always was for myself as well. It never really settled well with me. It's something I had to kind of just put off onto a back shelf and not really think about in my daily life when I'm moving around doing whatever, you know, whatever I needed to do. It was just like a secondary thing where, like, you know how when you lay down in bed, sometimes you pick up a book? It was kind of like that, but that's it. I don't know if he's tracking or not, but
It was like that for most of us. You just like kind of put it on the back burner, and it's in the back of your head as the ideology that you hold, but you don't really think about it too much. But as soon as you start to scrutinize it, it kind of falls apart.
well, I think that's why it was propagated the way it was, and how it was done is through imagination. So they went in there and fiddled with our imaginations, pretty much, because that's a really exciting place. Your imagination, you can imagine all these different things, and then they keep giving you new stories, and it goes further and further out, and you're almost awestruck by it, where you go, "Wow, that's really far out, man." But like then you look out and you see trees and birds and stuff. you don't see any part of that fantasy anywhere here in nature.
I guess the sky. You look up at the sky and you wonder, like, how much of it is out there.
Yeah, and I do say here in nature because the thing is, we are part of nature. That's part of what was done. We were separated from our nature. They want us to think that nature's separate from us and we're not part of it. That's why they try to close it all off and tell you can't go there out there in nature. No, be scared. Like, no. They're like, that's how they did this. Took us away from our true nature and told us, no, we're not part of nature. You're separate. Untrue.
I think it's more so that they distorted what nature is. So you are a monkey and you grew up and you're an adult monkey now.
Yeah, like gave us a false nature. Yeah, this false fantasy nature. You're part of this space monkey realm.
Look at this cosmology from energy.gov science. This is not even what cosmology is, but let's go with it. Cosmology studies how the history of the universe led to the stars, galaxies, and other features we can observe today. Cosmology is the study of the origin, development, structure, history, and future of the entire universe. So the question would be to energy.gov, what is the science or the empirical result for the origin story, the development story, the structure and historical story, and the future? What's the scientific evidence of any of that?
Play the crickets for that one. So
yeah, that was extended cricket.
How are they going to say cosmology is a branch of astronomy? They just completely hijack the word cosmology. That's wild.
Yeah, like because the entire universe, that's a bold claim right there, isn't it? That's an extremely bold claim. To know that the audacity to think they know what the entire universe is, what it's doing, where it is, how far it is, like all of that. Please give me a break.
All right. So here it is. Without further ado, the clip.
Oh, yeah.
Drum roll, please.
Yeah, if you guys want to play it, it's up to you. Unless you want to.
Oh, look at this. One more thing. Because I'm reading. Hold on, I'm reading this cosmology wiki. Physical cosmology is the study of the observable universe's origin, its large-scale structures and dynamics, and the ultimate fate of the universe, including the laws of science that govern these areas. It is investigated by scientists, including astronomers and physicists, as well as philosophers such as metaphysicians, philosophers of physics, and philosophers of space and time. Because of this shared scope with philosophy, theories in physical cosmology may include both scientific and non-scientific propositions and may depend upon assumptions that cannot be tested.
Sounds about right.
No, they just spilled the beans. They just said it's unfalsifiable at times. So yeah, very good. Moving along. Trip out on that. You keep that wiki. That's a good one because we just throw that out there. Well, that's not what these people are saying. Because
I just screenshot that and send to Globers.
For the ones that say they really think they know and they want to stick to that, you know.
Yeah, I want to get the I want to see where the like where these are cited from, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll share the whole thing with you guys. All right, go ahead, Miggy.
All right, I'm gonna play the clip unless anybody wants to continue to talk, and we can play the clip later or play it now, and whatever.
Go ahead.
I'll play the clip unless there's a new person here. Go ahead, man.
All right, the clip is 51 minutes. We can pause it, and if you want to talk about something that he said or something throughout it, it's up to you. We can do that too. Commentary.
We can talk during it, I think. Maybe.
True.
Yeah, it's up to you guys.
Could possibly lower the volume a little bit and do commentary over it if needed.
Yeah.
Did you want to adjust the volume on that, CB? You're pretty good.
Oh, you're good. I can just turn it down on the bot if need to. Go ahead and play it.
Okay.
Or I can do it.
Not sounding. That's weird.
Yeah. Why does it stop us?
Hey, we got our astronomer back in here. Hey,
Hi, hello. Hey, welcome back, man. Hey, guess what, man? There's a bunch of lights in the sky that tell us we live on a flat, stationary plane. We checked it out, man. What do you think of that?
Yeah, Flat Earth Professor. Yeah, before anybody starts here, I was just gonna wait for it because I heard him earlier, but I was at work, so I couldn't chime in. But I had a question that I came in and I asked him, but it got overran in the conversation, and I couldn't ask him the question. So specifically, and Indio was here during the time that we were actually talking about this question. So specifically was about the exoplanets. The question that I had was directly to something that you actually study with.
Okay.
So
I
if
just
you're
want to say
here,
real quick though, I don't have time to get back into like a long conversation. I was just going to listen because I'm grading a bunch of homeworks that I do tomorrow. But I could definitely answer like one question real quick.
Anyway,
I will be back later, and I would love to get back into another. I had really good conversation this morning. So
Ends up staying for 50 minutes.
So let me ask you before you.
Sure.
Well,
sure,
before you bolt.
No, I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to leave. I was just here to hang out and listen.
You did say that if I'm because we have a lot of people that come through this chat, right? So I don't want to mistake you for somebody else. But were you the one that said that you study exoplanets? Was that true or not?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, so that makes sure because there was some other guy that we're mistaken for. They were like, "Is this a guy or some other guy?" So we were trying to think.
I was here this morning talking about my work. I study exoplanets a little bit. It's like sort of tangential to my work. I mostly study protoplanetary systems, but it's pretty similar.
All right. Well, I don't know when you want to have that conversation, ITR, but like,
I mean, we could have a short talk about it right now. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. Like, I can't get into like a super long thing like we had this morning, which was very enjoyable and interesting.
Okay, how far or how extensive is your knowledge in the exoplanet
understanding? Like, I mean,
pretty good.
Did you? Okay, so do you make observations of exoplanets? Do you have information that leads, like?
I have made observations of exoplanets in the past. It's not my primary area of study, though.
It's good.
But like, I know.
So you don't publish anything, do you? Like, there's no work that you're doing that's like maybe signed off by you.
I have not published any work that is directly touching on exoplanets. No.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, not that I care that you have your name out there or whatever, because to me that doesn't matter. But only thing that I'm saying is if you had any knowledge behind that, because there was some
talk about exoplanets. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, there's questions that would be leading. What I mean to say is that, like, since you just probably help people, you don't actually, like, you're not the lead person to talk about, like, I would say. Well, it sounds like anyway, you just probably help with certain areas of, like, the study of those things. Like, you don't do, like, hands-on with, like, putting information out there to, like, for public consumption. You know what I mean? Like, obviously somebody's going to be out there saying, the authority on, like, what exoplanets are, images and all kinds of things like that. Like, you're just somebody who, like, helps those guys, or, like, what is your, like, involvement with that?
Yeah, so I do publish research. The research that I publish is not about exoplanets; it's about protoplanetary systems, which are sort of similar. I have, made I have operated a telescope that was taking pictures of exoplanets. I have done that. I don't, work for NASA, so I don't represent, like, a public, telling everyone what exoplanets are. That's not really what I do, right? I'm a researcher.
So how does this? How do you tie into the whole, like, academic, like, system? Like, what part do you play in?
I'm a PhD student.
I know, but I'm saying is, what is your contribution from your work? Like, do you submit things to the organizations?
I do publish papers. They're just not about exoplanets.
But who uses this information? Like, where does it get used up so that maybe the public can know about it? Like, do other companies borrow your work and say, hey, you've done some study over here, let me just take your work?
Publish is publicly available. Yeah. Obviously, I'm not going to link it here, but generally speaking, yeah, it's publicly available. I don't know if random people are reading it necessarily. It's it's intended for a scientific audience, but anyone could read it. It's out there. It's free.
And how many years have you been dealing with this? I'm just going to go background information because it's me. I think it's.
I've been working in this area for maybe like 5 or 6 years.
So you know what you're talking about when we're,
generally speaking,
the subject matter.
I mean, if you want to talk about the evolution of protoplanetary disks, I definitely know what I'm talking about. Everything else, my education has included many things, but it's not like my main thing, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I don't want to take away from what you're doing now because it sounds like you got busy work. But what I'm most interested in. What I'm most interested in is the fact that when we have our discussions in here, and we have the top authorities of these, like, certain fields that come in here, they give us a lot of fluff and not enough, hard evidence. So. There's a lot of things that would precede a conversation that would lead us to understand, like, where you're coming from. Mm-hmm. And we want to gather as much information that we can to at least make our case either that much stronger, or know, at least from your perspective, what you actually do that puts a contribution to, like, the whole scene of, like, the idea of the vacuum of space being told to us by way of academia. So
sure. Yeah, that sort of thing. Like, I'm happy to answer questions. And I also want to say, just so we're on the same page, right? I didn't come in here because I'm like, man, these flat earthers have got it so wrong. The Earth is a sphere, and I got to go out here and convince them, right? I just think it's interesting. This is a discussion, and I don't want to hear about it and just sort of chat about it. I'm not really here to try to deeply convince anyone, right? That's not my goal. I just want to talk about it.
All right. So the authority, would you consider yourself to be an authority for this particular field of study? Because it's not, you're not an astrophysicist, right?
You're not an astrophysicist.
Oh, so you were considered an astrophysicist. So
in modern scientific parlance, like, an astrophysicist and an astronomer are the same thing. Like, there's really no practical difference.
So they're basically synonymous. Like, if you were to say, if you're an astronomer, people would say, well, he's an astrophysicist too. Like,
yeah, I mean, all my colleagues, like, I've heard people call themselves either one. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, no one in the scientific field makes a distinction anymore. Some people say they're astrophysicists. Okay. Some people say they're astrophysics is just like impressive, right? You want but it's like, I don't usually use that. I think it sounds a little pretentious, right? I usually just say I'm an astronomer. But I think either way, that would be
but obviously there's contributions that you're making to the specific academia, which is like
I do physics. I do a lot of physics in my work, and then I study, take pictures of space. So I'm an astrophysicist, right? But I just, anyway.
Okay, there's some misconceptions, I would say, just the base knowledge of people what you guys are doing, behind the scenes and all that stuff. But would you say excuse me, guys, if I'm asking a bunch of these questions, but what I want you guys to do as an audience, me asking these questions. There's a clearing of the air for so there won't be any misconceptions as to specifically what he does, and also what questions you want to formulate to ask him if he's in here, so there wouldn't be these other questions that could be brought up. But I was hearing you with the conversation earlier. You weren't speaking to things that you weren't studied in, or a field that you weren't knowledgeable in, and you made that known to the conversation. To kind of steer away from.
Honest to me to try to represent a really firm opinion on something that I didn't feel like I fully understood myself, right? There are certainly things that I feel that I understand, and there are plenty of things that I don't understand, right? And I am not going to pretend to understand the things that I don't understand. Yeah.
So just as you're saying now, you would be forthcoming and intellectually honest. That way, we can know for sure if any questions were asked you. You would be intellectually honest and tell us, well, I know, right? Or I don't know. So it'd be easy for you to do that, right?
Kind of just wasting our time, right? I mean, I'm not really here to. I'm not here to mislead anyone, right? That's
right. So I'd be happy to just indulge me in this exercise of your base knowledge of the Earth being a globe. As you may or may not have heard, a conversation that was taking place when you jumped into the server a while ago with this gentleman I was talking to right now. It got pretty heated, but needless to say, he's very young, and he's in the server right now, and didn't go well with his the outcome of that. But he's still in here. I mean,
I didn't hear anything like that. I just got here.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just run through this exercise. I do this with everyone, so it's
okay. But before I thought everybody, you say you had a question about exoplanets in particular, or is this something else?
Yeah, I do actually, but I think I just want to get through this exercise really quick because you're somebody in academia, and I think that if people hear you run through this exercise, then to them it's going to be like, well, I don't know, I should ask the expert, and you are the expert, let's say. So they could hear you from the horse's mouth, let's say, the expert speaking on this subject matter. So the exercise that I'm going to give you would be most essential for their ears to be listening to, because now they're going to hear not only from just the average Joe on the street, but from somebody coming from an academic standpoint. And now we're going to get somewhere. So at least when they say, well, I'm not the scientist in the room, we're astrophysicists, we got one in the room. So now that we have that, we're going to create, a kind of a bit of an atmosphere where they can understand, okay, I'm not the expert, but there's one right over there. He's talking right now. So that being said, now everybody in the room, this exercise is going to be even that much more important, right? So with this, I usually pose 3 questions, and they're pretty much a baseline for your knowledge right now. What's your name again? Itair?
Itair is usually I pronounce it. Yeah.
Itair, okay. Itair. So basically, it's just 3 questions, pretty simple. And if you don't know them, we could skip off to the next thing. Because if you say I know, then I'll ask you the leading questions as to hyper-specifically, how you know about these questions, like as in primary source, citation, and demonstration on the information, right? So if you say you don't know, that's fine. I'm not. This exercise is not meant to gotcha. It's just meant to know, okay, this is what you know, this is what you don't know, and you could easily say I don't know, right? But if you start to meander through I'm prefacing it this way so that you can understand.
Sounds like it's sort of a whole thing, which is not what I was.
Yeah, it is. Don't be afraid. If you're intellectually honest, you could fly through these things pretty quickly. So.
All right, but
I'm gonna get 3 questions.
I wasn't here to have a whole super long
It'll be quick. Trust me, it'll be quick. Right. If we're intellectualists, it'll be quick. All right. So the first question is, who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? And if you know, like I said, hyper-specific, give me the primary source, citation, and a demonstration.
My best knowledge of that would be that I have, when I was an undergrad, I was asked to reproduce the math behind Eratosthenes' experiment. As I pronounce his name, the Greek guy who did the sticks.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
I don't speak Greek. You guys know what I'm talking about, though. That guy.
Sure. Go ahead.
That's my answer.
Well, he
that was okay.
shadows, so you've got
okay. Yeah, so hyper specific, right? So if we're gonna talk about primary source, you'd say Eratosthenes. Okay, so the citation probably wiki. I'm just gonna help you out on this because I've seen this about 1,000 times.
I'm not gonna go Google it. What I said specifically was I was
you don't have
to use the math. Yeah, you don't have to. So it wasn't really about who did it necessarily, right? I was asked to try to understand why it works the way it does, and that was my first exposure to that, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying that you don't have to because I already know about this information. But I need you to tell me how that relates to directly measuring the surface curvature of the Earth. So what did he do that we can directly measure the surface curvature?
Well, it is not a direct measurement of the surface curvature. It's a measure of the radius of the Earth, which of course allows. But I'm completely aware, even mathematically, that it allows for two interpretations. You can have a local sun, right, or a faraway sun, and it works out either way.
Okay, so let me then go back to the question and restate it again, so I can get some clarification. What I asked for was a direct measurement of the Earth's curvature. So it sounds like Eratosthenes is not going to get us there. I can give you a mulligan and just let you try to figure out if anybody is directly measuring the surface curvature anytime in history. And if you say that you don't know, I will grant you that, and we can go to the next question. This is only going through what your baseline knowledge for the Earth being a globe is.
If someone were to ask
only 3
me,
questions.
like, what is the best way we could measure the curvature of the Earth directly? My answer would be to look at pictures that were taken from space.
Okay, but when has it ever been directly measured?
I understand, of course, that's probably a point of some contention, but if you were to think that they were real, which I of course understand is not necessarily something we can agree on, but if they were real, it'd be pretty direct measurement, right? You see the curve right there, right? It'd be pretty easy to...
But
hang on, Flatsy. Guys, let me just take this, okay? If you will.
I'm so sorry.
Right. No worries. Okay, so what I asked for was a direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, and how was it derived? Primary source, citation, and demonstration. So if we're going with your pictures, right, then I'm going to ask you for primary source. I'm going to ask you for a citation, and then the demonstration of how it was done. And I'm getting hyper specific because we need to know this fundamental question needs to be answered with the most strictest of prejudice. So we have to specifically know exactly how it's been done. And if you, like I said, if you don't know, it's simply say I don't know, and we can go to the next question.
Is that a question for me? Sorry. Was that
Yeah. So if you believe somebody just figured it out and you don't know how they figured it out because it's not your area of expertise, I will accept that, and we can go on to the next question. But you have to say I don't know.
Not my area of expertise. That is a very fair statement.
Yeah. What would you say that you don't know then?
If you're asking me for a citation of someone who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth, I would say that I do not know.
Okay. And that's fine. So the next question would be, it's like the first, but this way it's going to be asking about the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth. So they're claiming, right, the claim is that the Earth is spinning at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour. Now, you could probably look this information up to kind of, really kind of cite what I'm saying. This is the claim, right? Whether you may or not know this is what they're saying. At the equator, it's measured to be spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. So, the same as the first, who has ever measured this axial rotation by an apparatus, any device, a person or people, and how has it been done? Same as the first: primary source, citation, demonstration. And you could say I don't know, and if you feel like somebody's done it that you don't have to look into, I'll accept that.
I have heard that this has been measured with gyroscopes, but I've never, seen it done in front of me or anything like that.
Okay.
But I would like to just interject super fast, like not trying to distract us here. It is, I think, a little bit. I understand the principle involved in the asking of these direct measurement questions. But I do think it's a little bit unfair to require that everything must be directly measured. There are certainly things we can understand that we can infer from evidence without measuring them directly, like, the existence of bacteria or something, right? And we can measure them now, but that's not always been the case, right? We understood about bacteria for a long time before we could measure them directly.
Sure.
So you would say the Earth, if someone were to ask me for like proof of that, it might be hard to measure directly with an instrument, but like sunsets seemed a pretty reasonable proof from me, or not, maybe not proof, but some evidence. Yeah, evidence.
So I hear. Yeah, for the sake of not meandering, like I said in the beginning of it, like it's easy to say I don't know, and we can just go to the next question, which means that you would rely on someone else that they figured it out, which is, like I said, it's fine with me. Just as long as you're honest,
works, right? As a scientist, yeah. So sure, let's move on.
Well, I mean, okay, but I have to hear you say you don't know. Like that's the way we move on, because that confession comes from you, not from me. I'm just asking for your baseline knowledge. So if you say you don't know, you're intellectually honest, and we can go forward.
I would say what I did for the last one, that if you're asking me for a citation for someone who's done that directly, I do not have one. I do not know.
Okay. All right. The third question, you might know this because this is probably your wheelhouse. So, we're gonna talk about this specifically, and then I'll give you the way that we talk about it in here. So I'm gonna phrase it in a way so that you can have like an understanding of what we said. It's probably something that you were in the discussion earlier today, so you might recollect that you were already talking about this. But let me stop waffling. All right. So the question is, we're talking about gas pressure, and so gas pressure being, or the vacuum of space, right? The vacuum of space is said to be adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe here on Earth. So we're breathing pressure at about 14 psi on the surface. So they're telling us that, when you get past the thermosphere, the exosphere, you're dealing with, the low pressure system at about 10 to the -6, right? Somewhere around there. And like they're saying that the super low pressure that's up there, low Earth orbit, satellites and all that, we're talking about pressure differential that far exceeds, as you start going up, the pressure gradient and all of that takes hold, and the airplanes flying at whatever height, altitude, 40,000 feet in the air. And so with this understanding of having this high vast differential, we're talking about the gas pressure that we have here on Earth. How is it possible that we can have this gas pressure without any containment? So it is uncontained in the sense of saying, with this super low pressure out as a vacuum of space, right? The pressure then would find its equilibrium and disperse off into the void, right? Because it would find its equilibrium, and we wouldn't have any air here on Earth. It would disperse, because that's what gas pressure does with an open system. So if I put air in a balloon, put air in a metal tank, metal bottle, and I pressurize that tank, if I open up the valve, the air rushes out into any and all directions, because that's, what we'd say entropy takes hold, right? High pressure moves to low pressure, that sort of thing. So you might know a little bit about this, but this is a natural law. It happens always. You can't escape that unless there's a way around it that somebody's talked about. So now the question, because we have an open system, how is it possible that we have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, so this actually is something that we discussed earlier this morning. I mean, you and me, but it was discussed earlier, yeah. And of course, my answer is gravity. But in a more general sense, let's do a little thinking thing, right? So imagine that you had like a bucket, right? Like just a bucket, normal Home Depot bucket, whatever. and you put this bucket out in the space, quotation marks around it, right? In a vacuum somewhere, whatever, right?
Sure.
And then you put like a balloon in the bucket and you pop the balloon, and then the gas goes everywhere, right? Like it just dissipates, as you said. We can agree that is what would happen, right? Like you pop a balloon in space, the gas, or in a vacuum, whatever, right? And the gas just dissipates. It goes everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
With me so far? If you look at any particular atom of that gas at any particular time, it's going to be dissipating with a finite speed, right? It doesn't just shoot off into infinity at infinite speed. It moves. It's traveling, right?
Right.
Is that reasonable?
Yep. In your example, yep. So
if I were to take this bucket, right, and put a balloon in it, I pop the balloon. If you were to move the bucket at a speed which exceeded the dissipation velocity of the gas would remain in the bucket, even though the top of it is open, right?
What are we doing with the bucket again? We're
moving it really fast.
Around? Is that what
so it's moving faster than the gas is trying to escape from it, right? So then the gas would stay in there, right? Is that reasonable to say?
No. Yeah. In this example, is it like a hypothetical, or is this something that has been
Definitely
done in the demonstration?
Yeah. Don't put a lot of buckets.
Okay. So I just wanted to make a differentiate that this is a hypothetical. This is not a demonstration in any way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Just hypothetical.
Oh, I continue.
So
Please continue.
Have you done this?
No.
It's
just a thought experiment.
It's a hypothetical.
It's not a scientific experiment or anything. I'm just making sure we're on the same page, right?
Yeah, but keep going.
Well, that's it. I'm done. I mean, do you agree that is what would happen?
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, of course. I agree with you. You know why? I can agree with you.
Because
I don't know if you know why. Yeah, it's hypothetical. I will agree with anything in the hypothetical because it's a hypothetical. I can tell you that unicorns fart rainbows, and you can say, and if I tell you it's hypothetical, you have to agree with me, because how can you disprove what I just told you?
Well,
there's no way it's a hypothetical.
Fair. I mean, I could tell you hypothetically, if I shot you in the head with a gun, you would live, and you would say, "Well, no, that doesn't seem real right to me." There's somewhat of a difference, right?
Well, I'm saying though, hypotheticals to me are like imaginary land. In a room full of people who are critical thinkers and empiricists, we are looking at things in a way to provide evidence to the physical and natural world. So if we're talking about things that can be demonstrated, then I think that leans more into the evidence credibility versus me saying, magical three-toed gnomes are pulling the air down into the earth and holding it down. So I can't provide evidence for that. But I'm like, well, that's just, think about it as a hypothetical. We got magical three-toed gnomes that are pulling down the air, and that's keeping it to the ground. And then you would say, well, that's a hypothetical. I can agree with you on that. And I'll be like, well, that's not fair. Well, why isn't it fair? It's a hypothetical. Anything can go in this realm of a thought, idea. So that's not fair to me, because you're making it very unfair, actually. So back to the example, because you said gravity and then you skipped off to this thought experiment that you had, which in the hypothetical I can agree with you on anything, because anything goes, really. So I know it doesn't sound fair when I say that, and it's kind of like a slight to your intelligence. I don't mean that way, trust me. But what I want to do is get back to the physical and natural world. So coming back to the third question, and we're talking about how is gas pressure here on Earth, you say gravity. Okay, I'm just going to say, if gravity is the answer, and we're going to look into gravity being the thing that keeps the gas pressure here, in what way can we actually have a demonstration of this happening in the physical and natural world? Because what we'd have to do is go ahead and produce something that would show gravity containing the gas in any way, shape, or form. So how is gravity becoming now the container for the gas pressure? Do we have an example of this in the physical and natural world, not a thought experiment?
My answer for that is, we can look and see other bodies like Jupiter. But I would, before we get into that, I have agreed and with everything you said. But no, really, hold on. I've agreed with everything you said before, and I thought they're reasonable questions, and I've tried to be fair in my answers to them. But I do not think that what you have said about hypotheticals is fair. There is a distinction between posing a reasonable question and trying to think about how things might work under the rules that we know, and fantasy stuff like you're talking about unicorns and rainbows is different. If I were to shoot you in the head with a gun, would you live? You could say, well, hypothetically, you never know. It's like, well, no, I'm pretty sure, right? It's a pretty reasonable question.
No, because you can shoot him in the head and try it. You can't take a bucket out to space and see what your hypothetical question was. That's the difference.
You could conceivably build an apparatus that would test this, right? Make a vacuum chamber and accelerate a bucket along the thing, right? But we're not going to do that. I'm not going to shoot him in the head either, right? There is value to being able to interrogate the world.
Wait a minute. What a doofus.
This bucket thing.
Yeah, see, the difference with the hypothetical is that it was posed in a way that there was something that can be done, and the other one was it can't be done, because you have to have there's an underlying
I could add
premise.
Complexity to this situation to formulate it in such a way that you could construct it somewhere conceivably. But I genuinely do not think that adds intellectual value to the discussion. Yeah. That's not the point.
Well, okay, so yeah, we were talking about the. Go ahead, Timbo.
It works.
I was just going to say, people have shot people before. Have people put buckets in vacuums and exploded a balloon and then taken it away as fast as the gas is expanding and see if the gas stays in the bucket?
I think we both know the answer to that question. But it's really, I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult here. I really don't think that that's important. I genuinely don't.
Answer.
Yeah, but that's
of course. Demonstrating more claim.
The answer is no. The answer is no to that. The answer is no to that. We both know the answer is no. But here's the thing, right?
I'm not trying to argue.
Okay, so going. Yeah, no, right. So let's get back to what the third question was all about. It's your baseline of knowledge of what you know of how the answer for the question would be, and it was gravity. So yeah, I know you felt slighted with the whole hypothetical thing, but we understand that it was nothing that can be done in reality. So let's get back to reality and let's talk about.
I really don't think we've resolved our difference on this hypothetical thing.
Right, but I think we're hung up on that. I think what we need to do is really focus. No, I think that if it was, then the physical and natural world would have a demonstration of said understanding. So we don't have to look at it in the sense of saying, okay, what can we gather from that hypothetical? Something in the physical and natural world? Or was it just some kind of crazy idea that could be possible, but then it has never been tested? So it wasn't like something that I was just like, hey, you know what, that's pretty stupid. It's just rainbows and unicorns. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it was never been put to test. So even if that was the case, you'd have to then follow through and construct something to where that could be the possibility that you would show this as an example. But it can't be done. Therefore, it still hasn't been done. So you can't use it currently. We're looking to what right now, currently, how it's operating. So in this current status of operation, right, the Earth being a globe as an open system, we're trying to figure out what is the mechanism by which that gas pressure is not escaping into the void. So we're looking at things, and gravity seems to be the answer currently. So we're not. That's why I don't want to go looking into hypotheticals right now. When I look at how the operation's happening currently, with what known reality is telling us. Therefore, getting back on point, hopefully, how is gravity being the container that's containing the gas? We need a demonstration of how gravity is a container. And if there is not such a thing, and you think somebody else figured it out, I'll give you that. We can just wrap it up, Just say you don't know.
This is why I'm here, because this is the kind of stuff that's super cool that I want to learn about, right? So what you're saying is that, so what you're saying is that, in order for you to believe that gravity was containing creating the state of the system we see, right? Whatever the explanation for it, you would require a separate demonstration of that principle that could be repeated by anyone. Is that what you're saying? Or not anyone, but you know what I'm saying? Repeatable, right?
Gravity. Well, gravity was the claim that's keeping the gas onto this into the ecosystem. So what we're looking for right now is a physical, natural world real world demonstration of how gravity is doing said thing that it's doing. So there's a claim on the table, right? And I'm not saying that you made it, but what I'm saying though, people advocating for it are going to now, the burden of proof has to land on those who are advocating or making the claim. So the advocation for the claim is that the claim is that gravity is holding the air in. Well, what the gravity colloquially termed to be known as is an effect. right? It's an effect. We don't know the cause because the cause in the globe is, you know, right? I don't want to get too far into the weeds with that, but like you already know, I know what the claim is on that. Theory.
Well, like I said, this is interesting. This is the kind of thing I came here to learn about because, you know, I just saw a couple videos about. I think I told it this morning, but I don't know if you were here. I was just like, you know, I'm not here to, like, you know, try to get into some crazy debates. I just want to hear what you guys are thinking and, you know, why do people think these things, right? And I think what we've hit on here is really interesting to me. So what you, again, just to repeat what I said earlier, just make sure we're on the same page, right? We have this idea, you say gravity is doing the things and that's why it looks like this. And you say, okay, that's fine. But to believe that, I require a separate demonstration that shows that principle in action, you know, probably in like a smaller form that I could repeat on my own or something like that, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I wouldn't think
it's talking about down to the details. I mean, whatever, but like, you know,
but check it out. I don't think when we speak in this manner, it's not a belief any longer, because belief was only required when the thing that was said was a thought experiment. It was like, well, what do you think about this? This could be the case, right? And we'd be like, well, yeah, this could be. I mean, at that point, I think I could believe that this could be, but I don't know until the part where we're actually saying, okay, let's focus on some kind of demonstration. What can we do? You know, let's try to quantify this. Let's figure this out, and, you know, kind of get a handle on how we're gonna test this. So when we do that and put that into the physical natural world, then we actually make known what was a belief or a thought experiment or some kind of hypothesis, and we can then now test this result to be the case. But see, that's what I'm saying. So we're getting to the matter of either the knowledge that we have is built on this idea, this belief perhaps, but not on something we can verify.
That's what I, sorry to interrupt, but like that's what I was trying to get at a second ago that I think is really interesting. Is the question of like what you think is required for something to be proved to you, for your own own sort of satisfaction. And so the idea that you would require a separate demonstration of this principle is not something that I think I would personally require.
Any single demonstration of the claim.
Excuse me?
You're getting your words mixed up, mate. It's not a separate requirement. It's the actual requirement. So
wait, that's not really the point. Well, the point that I'm trying to make is
no. Hang on. You're saying
I was kind of talking. So
hang on. You're saying you need a separate experiment or demonstration. It's not a separate experiment or demonstration. It's actually a demonstration of the thing you said doing what it's doing. That's the only thing.
It's not about us believing either.
It's
not proving what you're saying to be true.
Going to say is that for me, the demonstration of this model being the world that we live in is sufficient as long as that model is self-consistent and makes testable predictions.
Are you talking about mathematically or in
models of demonstration?
Yeah, hang on. Sorry. So you're just talking about a model at this point, and what we're talking about is actual physical, tangible reality. When we go outside into the field, so when you go to the field and you test in the field, you're going to use the physical, natural world around you. You're not going to use a model. The model was there used for like whatever predictability ideas that you have, and constructing mathematical ideas and such. But what we're doing right now is now taking whatever people are saying about the Earth being a globe, going out into the field on the very same thing, not a separate thing. The separate thing you're talking about is model and reality.
Yeah, like model isn't a demonstration.
So that's why you're saying another one. It's like we're talking about the very same claim that they're saying with the gas pressure claim. So we're going out into the field. Where out in the field can we test this information to be the actual reality in which you and I exist in? Whereas gravity becomes a container for gas pressure. And so that's the question at hand at the moment for having gas pressure without a container. So if that's possible, then we need to demonstrate that in the field, whereas the idea of a model in your mind, that's where you're kind of happy with, is only good enough for you. So the people in here, we're like, okay, the thing in question, which is gravity being the container, we want to see it acting as such. And if it is, then that would satisfy the question of the gas pressure without a container argument, being gravity would be sufficient. But it needs to be demonstrated to us, as in it needs to be the thing that holds the pressure in. So I would say if you don't have that specifically, just say I don't know, and we can move off to summarization of the three questions, because I think keeping us from just waffling on into other topics, we can just wrap this up and.
Well, I'm
summarize.
happy to say I'm not an expert on the first two questions, but I really do still disagree with you here. I think that if you have a description of the world and it makes sense and it explains how things work, and then you go out and you discover new things and they still adhere to that description, then that is a demonstration.
No, it's not. Making sense.
But are you going out? Are you going out into the field and demonstrating it?
Well,
or is it
for me, I look at other planets, other stars, right? They appear to obey the same description that we've developed here before we even knew they existed.
Reify your reification.
That's a reasonable support for me. It's
right, right. That's great. That's great that you have that mind for whatever reason you want to have that mind for. But the demonstration only suits the Earth that you're standing on. So the Earth, this Earth. Not any other planetary body that you might have. And I'm using these words to kind of like resonate with what you're saying. So that's the only reason why I'm using them. Otherwise, I would not be. But if you're saying that you're staring at other planets,
if you prove it somewhere else, it's not necessarily proved like here for Earth.
No, the thing is, what I'm saying is that those other places are not this place. Mm-hmm. We're talking about this place, not those other places.
Yeah.
So if we're saying that,
well, I wasn't
right. So you
brought it up.
Well, no. What I'm saying, coming back to what the question was about, it was about this specific place, not those other places. So if you point to some other place, I would have to direct your attention back to this place and say, no, we're talking about how.
It's not the place itself he's talking about, though.
On this place. So
there's only one place.
Things appear to work the same way.
Earth.
Yeah, but I don't want to look somewhere else. I want to look right here. It's got to be demonstrated here on Earth that thing we're talking about, which is gravity, is a container, and we have to demonstrate that. So if you can't do that, then it's simple for me to say that you don't know. But you'd have to admittedly say that. If you keep
I would not say that I do not know. I would say I do not agree with you that it is
don't any other places.
For me to have a self-consistent model which describes things, which makes predictions, which appears to be accurate, at least somewhat accurate description of how things work.
The sun isn't a place.
That seems like a reasonable description of the world.
Right. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think I'm getting resistance from you on this one last point? Do you feel like
actions are going on at the sun?
Or do you feel like you should know this, or what do you think that the reason is?
I think you're getting resistance from me here because we've found something of a fundamental disagreement.
The Earth is the place,
right? In demonstration, or in a model, like, because I'm looking for the demonstration in physical known reality. So we're going out into the field and testing this idea that you're talking about. So that's what we're doing. And if you're saying we can't do that, then why is it that we can't do that? I'm looking for the answer to the question, why isn't it possible to demonstrate gravity being the container that contains gas out in the field?
I can give you two answers to that question.
This is the clip. I've been listening the whole time.
Easy answer is that, the formulation, like the gravity that I talk about, right? The scientific concept of gravity, right? Gravity is not very strong as a force. Right, you're familiar with this concept? Like if you have sorry?
Is it force?
Yeah, or effect, whatever you want to call it. The semantics are not really important here. It's not very strong.
Yeah, they are.
Right?
Words.
So if you take a magnet and you hold up a paper clip with this little fridge magnet, right? You can hold it up against the entire gravity of the Earth. It's not a very strong force, and so in order to demonstration.
Sorry, let me save you some time. We're understood in the fact that the rhetoric is talking about it, the weakest of all fundamental forces. So you can continue.
It's fine. So the point is, because it's weak, right? You would have to construct something of extremely high mass in order to have a physical, hands-on experiment of the gravity influencing gas to stay in a container. It'd be a hard thing to do. Practically difficult. That would be my first answer. But my second answer is, in terms of my area of expertise. I look out into the universe and I do see things that appear to be acting in accordance with this idea. Like I said, Jupiter or Saturn, these gas giants, right? They appear to be a very massive object where gravity is holding the gas, right, and causing that gradient, the same as we see it here on Earth.
It's not a demonstration.
You're not happy with that because it's not here, and that's fair. I think that's a difference of opinion, though. For me, that is reasonable evidence. For you, it's not, and that's
it's not evidence at all.
That's subjective.
Right, the first rebuttal was that you couldn't demonstrate it because the Earth we needed something the size of the Earth. That was your first rebuttal, that you couldn't demonstrate it. So it cannot be demonstrated here on Earth because we needed something the size of Earth in order to demonstrate something like that. The second one was, let's look at other things.
But something quite large, certainly.
Right, but that's, yeah. But then the second one was that let's look at something else other than the Earth. Once again, like, it's like those two rebuttals to the thing that I'm asking for directly looking at the Earth is actually saying that, number one, I can't demonstrate it because I need something as big as the Earth. Or number two, let's look at something else other than the Earth. Do you see the problem I'm having here? Because now it's like, first of all, the first rebuttal was, well, we can't do it. The second one was, well, let's just do it with something else other than the Earth. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with just doing it from the Earth? Like, because that's what everybody's asking.
An actual, like really sincere question. Like, I'm not trolling you here.
Go ahead.
So, suppose for a moment, I know, hypothetical, right? I know. But bear with me, right? Suppose for a moment.
Oh my God, I hear.
No, seriously. Just give me the benefit of the doubt here, man. Give me the benefit of the doubt here, man. This is not a hypothetical like experiment or anything. That's what I'm talking about. If the understanding of gravity that we have, the scientists have, is true, right? If it were true, then it would be very difficult to demonstrate to the standard you want. But it would still be true, right?
Why do you think it's real?
Things can. Well, hold on. I'm not talking about proof. I'm just saying that there can exist things that are very hard to prove that are still true, right? That's possible.
Oh my God!
Could I quickly jump in here just to speak to Tier?
Yeah, I would say this, Wolfgang, before you start. I'm at the last point of the 3 points, so I don't know if you just want to tie in whatever we're saying here, but I do want to finish up with the 3 points. So I'm going to let you go. I'm just saying, like, I'm just letting you know I'm at the end of the 3 points.
I just wanted to address it here when he's saying that he doesn't think a demonstration is necessarily necessary. But you have to understand the reason that we're doing this is because not only is there not a demonstration for this claim, but in reality, when we observe gas and air, it's doing the exact opposite of what it's claimed is happening, right? So air on the surface moves omnidirectionally. It doesn't move down, right? And gravity, in the conception that we're given, is supposed to be strongest at the surface. So it doesn't hold to logic that it can move up where gravity is strongest, but then when it gets to the edge of the atmosphere or wherever, much higher up, then that effect starts happening where it's pulled down. That flies in the face of what gravity is explained to be fundamentally. On top of that, you could look at
that's just a lack of understanding. Like, if you want to debate like the fundamental points, that's fine. But if you don't understand the model, then you can't really get into the details.
No.
Just describe the model.
You're just a misunderstanding of how hydrostatic equilibrium works.
No. That's entirely the case, right? The claim is that gravity is what would be holding the air down. That's the claim, right? But we can observably know the air moves omnidirectionally on the surface. It doesn't have a vector of down. That's not a misunderstanding. That's the fact. So that's observable reality.
Your interpretation of it is based on a misunderstanding of hydrostatic equilibrium.
No. There's no misunderstanding of what the claim is versus what's observed. The claim is gravity will hold it down. There'll be a vector of down for the air. That's not the case. It will not be pulled down. It's not pulled down on the surface. So it doesn't hold to reason based on what we're told of gravity as being strongest towards the surface. They would be pulled down higher up. Further, we could put a container of air in a vacuum and then open that container of air. The air is not going to sit in that container. It's going to disperse in all directions in the vacuum. So the reason we need a demonstration of this claim is because in reality, all observation of gas pressure behavior flies in the face of this claim. Do you understand that?
That's just not accurate.
What's not accurate?
Okay, so you say that at the surface, sea level, whatever, gas moves omnidirectionally. That's true, but that would be expected in this model. That's not surprising.
Right, but you're claiming that it's held down.
It doesn't say what's wrong.
Yes, I am. Those two things are not in conflict, and the fact that you think they are just shows a misunderstanding of the model.
Going up is not going down. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right, so saying that the air is being pulled down is in conflict with the fact that the air is going up very clearly.
I'm sorry, it's not. You just don't understand the model. I'm happy to explain what you're getting wrong.
No, well, I'll let
Is it always going up though?
We can come back to that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
Thing, but that's simply not true. So,
I tear. So I want to make sure that I finish up this 3 points that I'm doing. So if there isn't any demonstration we're gonna look to gravity holding the air in any way, shape, or form, then we're gonna be going to say that you do not know how gas pressure is here on Earth without a container. So
no, I don't think
if you can't demonstrate, well, it is reasonable because that's the issue. Well, here's the thing: it's not up for this isn't up for debate. It's only up for a discussion of how it's possible to be demonstrated as such. And if it's not demonstrated, then it's not really. There's no point. So it's not really. This point is not an agree to disagree position. It's either right or wrong. You're either right in what you're saying, and you can solidify that by saying, "I have a demonstration to follow up," and then we can say, "Okay, you've done it." But if you can't do it, then you don't have a demonstration, which means that you would be wrong in saying that. And that's okay to be wrong, because if you think somebody else figured it out, I don't care. To me, this question it's not about, okay, the 3 questions that I'm asking you is just basically your baseline knowledge of how this is true. It's not about a back and forth about how you ask me a question, I ask you one.
That's not exactly what you're saying. My baseline knowledge of, for instance, the model of how this works is quite accurate, but that's not what you're asking about. You're asking me for a demonstration, which, as we both know, is not really something that exists for that. And that's
if he understands it actually,
things, right?
He said Wolfgang was wrong.
So it doesn't exist?
Not to my knowledge, no. But I mean, well, okay. By your standard, from my standard, it absolutely does. The world that we live in and the observations we make are sufficient demonstration for me. And so this is the thing that is our tension here. Okay. To your standard, I do not believe that there's an experiment that exists that shows this. To my standard, there absolutely is.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and just tie this up, because at least on this point, I understand that there isn't a demonstration to follow up. As you say, the way I'm saying it, which everybody here knows is the only way. But so let me just go ahead and put a summarization to this. So, yeah, it's the truth. It's the truth. Everybody heard. So now we're going to get to the final point of this exercise, which is, I'm going to summarize. So the Earth being a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space, is just a belief that you have, even currently as you reside in some academic position right now as an astronomer. So it's kind of, to us, it's curious, but at the same time, we're trying to figure out why the world has gone this way. But nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and probably have conversations with you, probably more, because I still had questions about what I was telling you about the exoplanets. But on these 3 fundamental questions for the Earth being a globe, it was I don't know to the first 2. And the last one was a little bit kind of like you have your own model and ways that you think about the Earth, but there was no demonstration provided. Therefore, it is just a belief. So all of us are content with that in here, because we've already, thoroughly went through this many times. So we understand what the implications are. So I guess if you want to go ahead and have a conversation with anybody here, I think I'm done for the night because I have to turn in. But
I'll just hit a quick pause there.
Yeah, no, I stopped it. That was pretty much it. I just went in and said goodbye to everybody afterwards, so it's really just a...
So, Brandon, it's understood that the astrophysicist didn't give evidence. Again, he just said he was listening.
We do have someone new.
So the point is, there's no evidence, and he threw the word scientific theory around. And I know Miggy didn't want to, get into that. That would have just been a whole nother argument. But the guy basically said, what I'm saying is unfalsifiable, basically.
I'm curious, Brandon, now that you're back, welcome back, by the way. When Wolfgang was describing the quote-unquote model, and the gentleman said that he had it wrong, or it was a misunderstanding, what is your thought on that? Do you feel like Wolfgang broke it down properly, or do you agree that he was wrong about the claim?
This model with, let's see, the gravity thing?
Yeah, Wolfgang was saying that the claim is that the gravity is holding the gas down at the the higher limits in the sky, whatever. When the claim is that it's strongest at the ground. So we see gas going up / all directions when the claim is that it's being held down. The other gentleman said, you just don't understand. So I just wanted to get your take on that from your perspective.
Well, not always. Gas pressure doesn't always disperse in all directions. Sometimes it just stays though stagnant. That's why we have
air in a stagnant room is stagnant because it for all intents and purposes an enclosed area. When you have a non-windy day, you're still breathing 14.7, and guess what? The gas isn't going down. You said it's just not doing anything. It's definitely not going down. See, on every point of the earth, if the sphere was holding gas down, then relative to you where you are, down is towards the center of the earth, which for you is down. Nobody experiences gas being held down anywhere ever. But it was more interesting because he was talking about what was the specific term he used? It was 2 words. I don't care. When you go to the table of elements and you look at the gases and they have weight and yada yada yada, the one thing we all understand is that these particles aren't attracted to each other. When we're talking about gas going randomly in all directions, that means that there isn't a single atom that is attracted to each other, or a single particle that isn't attracted to each other. That's not what we experience. We even know that. We all know that. We all know that that's not the case.
So you're saying every atom of oxygen is deflecting every other atom of oxygen? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you look at NASA's website, yes, the particles of gas bounce off of each other and off of the walls of the container. If there is no container, then they just bounce off into nothing, into the last area. Yeah, of course. So what? It's called a hostile witness. Do you know what that is in philosophy?
I know. I know what it is. I get it.
Okay, so what's the problem?
I didn't say there was a problem.
So can you answer the question?
Oh wait, what was the question?
Look, in the table of elements, and with all the gases that have weight, we understand that gases aren't attracted to each other. And he made the claim that Jupiter, which is only made up of gas, is doing the exact opposite of how we experience gas particles here. There's no evidence that gas particles are attracted to each other anywhere.
Well, it's staying together somehow.
Gas particles do not stay together somehow. There's no demonstration of that.
And what is Jupiter?
Not gas particles that don't disperse into space, because we don't have any examples of that story being real.
It's not a gaseous body, is that your claim?
It's your claim.
Well, how can it be a gaseous body in a vacuum?
So you're saying it's not?
When we don't, how do we claim? Because I'm not claiming it. You believe it. I don't have a belief in it whatsoever. I don't have to say what it is or what it isn't. You believe that it is. And the question becomes, how is there gas pressure without a containment? For the Earth, for Jupiter, for the Sun? Gas particles, as a matter of fact, during the Big Bang, all of the particles and all of the atoms and all of everything that it exists, at least from that story, is actually expanding flat, by the way, because the universe is flat, expanding so fast at the speed of light, away from each other. So the claim is that at some point, gravitational accretion caused these gaseous particles to clump up. There is no evidence of that.
I love that painting, by the way. Sorry,
do you have evidence of?
I listen to you. I just love that painting.
So do you have evidence? So do you have evidence of that? Do you like, what is the evidence for? Since, because do you think gas works differently in space than it does here on Earth?
Well, the thing is, we're talking about the Big Bang.
Yeah, it was a yes or no question. It was a yes or no question.
Is there evidence? Do I have evidence? Yeah, but you rejected it.
It was a yes or no question.
Beat
Is
up,
there
listen close,
evidence
bro.
that
I
there
said
could be
yes.
gas?
There was
Okay,
evidence.
where's the
Now I want to
evidence?
talk about the Big Bang now.
Okay, where's the evidence?
Oh my
It's-
gosh.
You rejected Jupiter. Now I want to talk about the Big Bang
Well,
for a
where's
second.
the evidence?
Okay,
All you
wait a
said
minute.
was Jupiter. All you said was Jupiter is. Okay, what's the evidence of it being what you said it is?
It's something. It seems to be gas and stuff. I want to talk about the Big Bang for a second.
Aha, see, there it was. You made the excuse I told you about beforehand just now. Thank you very much.
No, I said the evidence he said was Jupiter.
Sonny was correct again. You made excuses for why there's no proof. Thank you.
Yeah, that's begging the question. Saying Jupiter, looking at the sky as an astronomer, I mean a glorified eyeglass person that looks at the sky and saying Jupiter is a gas giant. What's the evidence?
The evidence for what?
Oh my goodness.
Gas pressure without a container. Gas pressure without a container being Jupiter.
Is Jupiter gas? Yes or no?
Jesus, dude.
That's what I'm asking you.
Well, I believe it is. Do you believe it is?
So what's the evidence? Some people believe in Santa Claus. These words, I believe. Do you believe? Yeah, that's what people say when they're religious. But I'm asking you: is there evidence for your belief?
Jupiter's gas giant.
Yeah. What's the evidence for that?
What kind of evidence are you expecting? What do you want?
Evidence. Just looking at something isn't evidence. You have to. How do you know that it's a gas giant? How do you know empirically?
Well, we've had probes go to Jupiter, and
what do you mean?
Seems to be gas. Yeah, we've had probes go past.
Isn't
Jupiter and
evidence.
stuff.
Oh, okay. So your evidence is probes. Well, in order for there to be probes, then the Earth has to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. You know that's been debunked, right?
Can I have a citation for that? That in order for there to be exploratory vehicles, the Earth has to be a sphere?
Yes, because what they use is orbital mechanics, and see the way that people went to the moon is that they had to include the radius of the Earth so that they could wrap around the Earth multiple times before they reached escape velocity. So they would have to go in a circle around the sphere of the size that they claim to reach the intended trajectory. So that would mean that that would mean that the Earth would have to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's what the math is telling us. So you do know that was debunked, right?
It seems to work.
No, mathematically, but I said you do know that the math has been debunked, right?
Oh, I didn't hear about that. I don't know.
Well, the Earth would have to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles for the math to be true, and the radius of the Earth has been debunked. Did you know that?
No, by who?
By anybody who will go out and make an observation, because the claim is that because the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that's been debunked.
So are you saying that you see something, therefore it is that?
What I said was the claim is that because the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, every distance to the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that has been debunked. Did you know that?
No, by who?
Anyone who wants to test it.
Anyone who's willing to validate the claim that the Earth is a sphere of 3,959 miles being the size, so the distance to the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is false.
Can we just point out real quick, Brandon? Notice how you're applying a bunch of rigor all of a sudden out of nowhere when he was asking you for evidence for what Jupiter was, and you went, it was kind of crickets. And well, it seems to be. That's not applying the same amount of rigor that you are. This is double standard.
Okay.
Oh, well, who debunked it? We're asking you who proved these things to be true. Okay, let's not have these double standards.
Okay, you're right. Okay.
So now you're trying to reverse it on Eli. Well, who did that? I was like, well, the claim is the video we just listened to. The guy was saying that my claim is also the proof. He was pointing at the sky and saying, well, that's my demonstration.
Yep.
You understand the flaw in that?
Okay.
You've actually done nothing. Yeah, you've done nothing but what I said would happen is make excuses for why there's no evidence, and you're still doing it.
I don't know. I'll point to the gravity. Well, I actually wanted to talk about the Big Bang for a second. If the gas and everything for the Big Bang had just expanded in infinitum, we wouldn't have planets or anything. So it had to coalesce at one point. So it didn't expand infinitum.
No, but you're saying if my story is true, then it has to be true. That's not how you prove things to be true.
Well, did all the gas and stuff expand infinitum?
You have to prove that there's gas in this place to begin with. Not saying, well, if my story is true, then it would make sense. And it makes sense, so it's true. That's what the last guy did.
Are you saying it's possible there's no gas at all?
Bro, it's the claim on the table is that gas pressure is existing without a container. Okay, so that has not been demonstrated. That's as clear as you can be.
The container hasn't been demonstrated either.
Well, now, let's not get into these double standards.
The definition for gas pressure most definitely. The definition for gas pressure is the energy of the gas molecules exerted on the walls of the container. So earlier, you already said, well, there is a container. It's just not physical. It could be gravity. So you can't demonstrate that there isn't a container because you already believe that there is one and you believe it's gravity. Now, did that guy give scientific evidence for it or did he not do that?
Well, you rejected it. He said that, yeah.
I'm sorry. It was a yes or no question. Did he provide scientific evidence? Did he cite it and source it? Yes or no? He's an astrophysicist, so he most definitely should.
No, he didn't name names or anything. No, he didn't.
So it's yes or no. Did he provide?
I said no. I gave the answer.
Thank you very much. And he's an astrophysicist, so don't you think that because he said it's a scientific theory that he would have had to give scientific evidence? Or did he just claim? Or did he just claim that there was, but it was too tedious to talk about?
Well, you're right about that, but there seems to be some kind of containment because if
seems to be. You're saying that the containment is gravity, so it doesn't matter what it seems like. We know that there is. So the question is, what do you think the containment is? We already know because you already answered that the containment is gravity. So did the astrophysicist provide scientific evidence? Yes or no?
He didn't know. He didn't cite a person or anything that discovered it. I mean,
not discovered. Do you know what scientific evidence is?
He's just tap dancing right now.
Do you know what? Do you know what scientific evidence is? Yes or no?
It's not something that can be discovered.
Yes or no?
Stop tap dancing, bro.
Yes or no?
Is it? I don't know. Is it not something that can be discovered?
Well, the scientific method is not in the words that you put something that can be discovered. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Let's see. The first step is observation. Then shoot all the steps. I can't pull all the steps from the top of my head, but I know what they are. I don't necessarily know them in order, but I know what they are.
Are you sure?
Yeah, like I said, I can't cite them in order, but I know what they are.
Okay.
The scientific method is actually an order itself. So if you don't know the order, then you don't know the scientific method, because it is a method of order.
Steps. No steps. Yeah, I know what the steps are, but I know
thing is a method and an order. Yeah, the steps are what you don't know. So that's fine that you don't know.
No, I don't
know
know
why
the
it's so hard
steps
to say
in
what you
order.
don't know. And besides that, people, I don't know why it's so hard that you just can't say I don't know when you don't know, instead of
No, is a hypothesis false? Is a hypothesis false, or is it observation?
You're fucking still interrupting me. Stop it. So listen, you didn't know what the method was, and you're making excuses. Now you're just interrupting every time I talk. So listen, all you have was excuses, just like I said. You proved my point for me in spades. Thank you very much.
Okay, is hypothesis false, or is it observation?
Well, you should know this. You should know this.
Oh, yeah.
This is how claims work. B. This is how claims work.
Observation is the first thing you do.
You gotta back it up, right? So when you say, "I know what this is," then you have to back that up. Okay, so if you can't back it up, then maybe your claim isn't true. Just like the claim about Jupiter.
But it's not even about him. Did the astrophysicist provide evidence that gravity was the mechanism for why Jupiter is the way it is?
Exactly.
Yes or no?
Did you prove it was?
Yeah. Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, by your standards, no.
Not. What do you mean by my? So wait. Time out. What do you mean by my standards? What are my standards?
Apparently not what he was talking about.
But what are my standards? Because in order for you to say not by my standards, you need to know what my standards are. Could you elucidate them for the audience?
Well, no, his standards, because
I didn't ask you about his standards. Yes or no? Did I just ask you about his? Yes or no, Brandon? Yes or no, Brandon? Yes or no, Brandon? Did I ask you about? Yes or no, Brandon? Did I ask you about his standards? Yes or no?
No, but you disagree with his standards.
So then why are you telling me? Why are you telling me about his standards if I didn't just ask you about his standards? I asked you about my standards that you said wasn't good enough. So what are those standards?
What I know is that your standards are not his standards. That's what I know for sure.
What are my standards?
I don't know specifically, but what I do know is your standards are not his standards.
Sounds like you don't know.
So my standards is the scientific method. And no professor would deny this. And it's observe a natural phenomenon and then suppose what's causing that phenomena. That would be your independent variable. Then use what you suppose is the independent variable, being gravity, manipulate it to prove that it's the thing that's causing the phenomena. That is actually science. And why couldn't he adhere to the scientific method? Since he said the words out of his mouth, scientific theory, because the scientific theory comes after many validated hypotheses first.
Well, technically you can manipulate gravity.
How?
A zero G flight?
No.
You're not weightless doing that?
No. Wouldn't you have hold on. You can't be weightless if you're falling, can you?
Well, in the levels. Come on, I'm being interrupted. Hello, can I finish?
Hold on. The reason I'm cutting you off is because I'm asking you yes or no questions. Yes or no, when you're falling, are you weightless?
inside the specific reference frame
still falling,
of
Brandon.
the zero G flight.
You're
No, in the zero G flight, you're falling to the earth with the plane. If I'm falling to the earth with the plane, I am by definition definitely not weightless.
But you're floating.
No, I'm not floating. I'm falling to the earth with the plane.
You haven't seen a video of
Yes, we have, Brandon. We have. We know he's educating you.
Hold on. Are both the plane and I falling to the earth?
At different rates. Because
yes or no?
Yes or no?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
At different
Yes
rates,
or no?
yes.
Yes
At different
or no?
rates, yes. At different rates, yes.
If I fall at different rates from the plane, and the plane is falling at a value, and I'm falling at a value, we're both falling. That's not weightlessness, is it?
It's at different rates. So technically,
it's not weightlessness. It's not weightlessness, is it?
It looks like you're floating, so it kind of.
But it's not weightlessness, is it?
That's also not manipulating.
I got another example.
You know what? Define weightlessness. Exactly. You don't even know the word that's using. Back to what you said about gravity being. Back to what you said about gravity being.
I'm out of here. I'm being interrupted.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe you're gonna leave after this, but you said gravity has been manipulated. Look at this. LinkedIn.com Pulse. Scientists have long sought to find ways to control gravity, but so far they have been unsuccessful. Suck it, Brandon.
Well, he had his tap dancing shoes on today.
Yeah. And it's a shame, you know? It's a shame. But suck it, Brandon. Scientists have long sought to find ways to control gravity, but so far they have been unsuccessful. Therefore, no, it hasn't been manipulated.
But Eli, have you never heard of a G-plane? Like, bro, Eli was educated. You were educating him on how it works. He had his tap dancing shoes on. It's so annoying.
Look at something that we know we can manipulate. Can you manipulate microwaves? The first thing I find is microwave manipulation. Now let's go to gravity. Can you manipulate gravity? Scientists have long sought to find ways to manipulate gravity, but are unsuccessful. Suck it, Glober. Suck it.
They have a hard time. Like, I was just going to type in the chat. Here's a pro tip for Brandon. Stick to claims that you can back up. What happens is they put their foot in their mouth, they make a claim, and they cannot back it up. And then they have to start tap dancing. Well, what do you think? And, well, how does it not true? That's not proving anything.
It seems to be a gas giant without container.
It makes sense when you look at it.
Yo, let me tell you that it's extremely hard not to replicate his accent. Because I'm purposely not doing it. Because if it was any one of you guys, I'd be doing it. You see how fucking social justice warring just fucks up your. I'm not gonna do it to him. He gets a special privilege, but I'm gonna fucking do it to everyone else.
I have a clip from QE who did it. So yeah, it's too funny. God. I gotta pull it up now. Hold on.
I mean, another thing that QE mentioned the other day, and we already know that there's like a bajillion vectors supposedly proposed by our current cosmology. So the question is, how come we can't feel the Earth moving? And they're like, well, because it's at a constant speed. No, it's not. It's rotating. So it's a constant acceleration, actually. How do we not detect that?
Right.
Are there any Globers in the chat that would like to answer that question? Seeing as that the Earth is a rotating body, it therefore has acceleration. Why don't we feel this acceleration? Why can't we detect this acceleration? Do you think we can detect this acceleration?
And not to like beat a dead horse with that zero G plane, but you get the same effect when you're on a roller coaster. And as you're falling, you drop a coin in front of you, and it looks like it's floating in front of you, right? Is that zero G?
Right. Good point. Good point.
Zero
Yeah,
G
the
plane is
helium balloon
ridiculous.
is
First of all, zero G is not weightlessness. Let's
Right.
just stop that right there. Like
Even the
it's
name is a
it's
misnomer.
the same thing as with a bucket. When they spin a bucket, it's like, yeah, but unlike the bucket, you need the air outside. Well, the same thing with this rotation is like, and they're like, oh, we don't feel it. No, you're supposed to.
Here's that clip from
Yeah,
Kiwi.
Speed would leave all the gas behind.
Yeah.
The key thing is you feel everything else. The whole thing is about. Oh, sorry.
It doesn't matter what I measure. It's whatever I measure.
Okay, well, let's say.
Yes, it does. What do you
Hold on. Let's say you, Brandon. Let's say you
Why
measure
does
a
it matter?
table. Hold on. Let's say you measure a table. Is the table the measurement?
Oh man, Meme, that's my guy.
Whatever you measure.
No. Okay, the measurement is a thing we did.
That we applied to the table.
Yeah, we applied to it.
Sorry, that was from a while ago. Whatever you measure, dude. Dude, Kiwi had me rolling with that. So funny. Sorry to interrupt, though, Sonny. I didn't want the point to get too far gone.
Oh no, it's okay, no problem. I'm usually doing a couple things at once anyway, so I forgot where I was gonna say on that topic, but I'm kind of reading through the voice text right now, catching up here.
Gotcha.
Oh,
That's
That's
just
a lot of wigs.
No, I think I was just going to like emphasize what I was saying is how the Glovers will willingly, even when you tell them that they're going to walk into the strap later on, they refuse to believe. No, they're like, no, I won't. What do you mean I'm making excuses? And then do nothing but do the exact same thing that we predicted because they're predictable at this point. So I don't know like why that's, but if you look at Brandon's, not just Brandon, but these people's method of, or let's say, they have an idea of what proof is that's so far removed from truth. They don't even know it. So they're literally they're like lockstepped into this fantasy world, and they don't know how to get out of it intellectually. Mm-hmm. They can't seem to like get around it. Like it's blocking their path. It's literally that is the obstruction in the globe Earth. Is the globe Earth itself is a mental obstruction.
It is. They literally like you can explain everything to them, like in context, without saying globe Earth or flat Earth. Oh yeah, I get it. And as soon as you mention flat Earth, what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean?
Yeah,
my girl is not cheating. The shaft going into the hole is different. See, you have to look at it like, fuck out of here. Yeah. That's true because I asked all because there's a guy who was saying I don't know where the horizon is. Well, obviously it's in front of the boat, and I'm like, there is no horizon in front of that boat. Yeah, well, the stripes are disappeared. Yeah, but there's no horizon in front of the boat. And so I said, I'm not going to play this game. I went to ask 5 of my friends randomly. I sent a screenshot of the picture of the boat, and I said, where's this horizon, before, in the middle, or after the boat? And they're like, LOL, in the back of the boat. Duh, why? And I was like, don't worry about it. I don't want to ruin your day. Because if I had said, like, imagine me going back to those friends and we're talking and they're like, oh, you're a flat earther? That's dumb. I was like, well, you agreed. What do you mean I agree? We never had, well, remember that picture I sent?
It was mad disrespectful when Wolfgang cited the claim. He's like, dog, you just don't understand. That's probably what your friends would do too. Oh, you just don't understand. If you had brought it into the context of flat earth.
That was like the heaviest ad hom of all ad homs. It's like, what is there not to understand? Like, because I would have definitely brought it to, okay, well, the table of elements. Which one of these gas particles are attracted to each other? Are gas particles attracted to each other? No. Then what the fuck are we talking about? static equilibrium, or what did he say?
He did say static equilibrium.
Okay, what does static equilibrium have to do with gravity?
Nothing. All right, B-Dub wants to come back.
I don't know why. Look at this shit. Static equilibrium occurs when an object or a system remains at rest and does not tilt or rotate.
That's ridiculous, Brandon. You're asking if you won't be interrupted. You've done nothing but interrupt everybody that talks. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you expect to not be interrupted. Stop interrupting people yourself. Start out with that.
Just because you're losing the argument doesn't mean you need to interrupt and say, "Oh, I need to get this back on track." No, you're losing the argument, dude.
Yo, but like this dude, this astrophysicist, dead ass, if he did say static equilibrium, and it's just like the very first thing I find is occurs when an object or a system remains at rest and does not tilt or rotate. Damn, that's crazy because the Earth is tilted and rotating. Supposedly, it's not really tilted, to be honest. It's just in relation to the sun or whatever, yada yada, the ecliptic. But yes, not rotating. No, that you can't get around that. Like, there's nothing that'll get around that. So what the fuck? The bottom line is there aren't forces acting on gravity that causes them to be in some stasis of equilibrium while the Earth is spinning and moving. And no, it's exactly the opposite of that, according to this. So I mean, you just don't understand.
You're not an astrophysicist.
So what does it mean that the net force on the particle is zero? What does that even mean? In classical mechanics, the particle is in mechanical equilibrium if the net force on that particle is zero. So basically, if the Earth is turning and there is what do you call that? Centrifugal force or centripetal force, whatever it is, and then you have the force of gravity, meaning the force on the particle is zero. Well, if that's the case and the particle is expanding, then again, what the fuck is stopping it from leaving the Earth? Yo, these guys are insane, man. It's like you can read it right here. Like, what the fuck is going on within the world? It
can't be a net zero. It can't be a net zero. It'd have to be a net gain of something. And even then, things float away. Like yo-yos.
Brandon, you still back?
No, he never rejoined. He's just being salty in the chat.
Wow. Why don't they just yo, there's a whole Hubble telescope like Facebook group that's live like 24/7. Why don't they just go there? What's the point of coming here?
The space is boring.
If you're not willing to be honest, then you could just go to like any one of NASA's affiliates and talk about how beautiful not real pictures of Jupiter is, photorealistic images that are look at this photorealistic observation of exoplanets.
Yeah, join the celebration of the fellow sleepers, the fellow unaware, unconscious, and have someone else tell you what to think.
But and you know what's funny? Go ahead. Go ahead, Sonny.
You don't have to worry about it.
I was just going to say, what's funny is they keep coming back. Like, you could tell them to go away, and they're going to come back. Did I cut out?
No, we got you.
Oh. Sometimes I can't tell if I cut out or the other person cuts out. But I'm just amazed by that. Like, they're like, oh, this is stupid, but then they just keep coming back. It's like that. What was that? A Bug's Life with that the little fly or the little moth. Don't go towards the light, but it's so beautiful. Zapped. I'm gonna get zapped all day, every day. I miss y'all. I haven't been here in a while.
No. What is on your card? Yeah.
You what? You're too far away. But no, it was nice to hear your take on things, Elijah. Thanks for coming in. Is there anybody else in here? Who's Mahjong? Mahjong joined yesterday.
I ain't taking off mute.
Or is that today? No, it's today. They just got VC verified.
He just had some feedback, but he's
okay
over in Africa. He's still got some.
Oh,
feedback.
okay. That's who he was talking earlier.
Oh, that's Elijah.
Yeah, him and Elijah were talking when Elijah was walking by that church.
My bad. What'd y'all say?
Oh, I'm just circling the room, seeing what's going on. I was saying earlier, thank you for speaking, Elijah. I miss hearing you speak. I miss your knowledge, your wisdom. Yeah, circling the room, seeing who's all here, who wants to talk.
This is mine.
I guess that's pretty much it. What's been going on in everybody else's world? What's going on in your world, TV?
Not much, man. Not much. Be sure to check out the events section. I've been making events for the server. Lots of fun stuff in there. If anyone wants an event, let me know. I'll have to make one for you, bro.
Maybe. I mean, I'll figure something out because I think my shtick has always been like, let's hear your story. It's like a testimony. Let's hear your testimony. What was it like the day that you broke? I don't think I've ever heard your testimony, man.
Who, me?
Yeah.
You mean like how it all started, or?
Yeah, like what were you doing? What led you up to it? When did you finally come to terms to it?
I'm gonna mute some of the guys that got background noise real quick.
Yeah.
Elijah, you got some feedback as well, brother.
He can unmute himself, probably.
For me, bro, it was like 2017. I think it was the first time I even heard the two words put together.
Gosh, you're like 19. I'm kidding. I know you're a little older than me.
But I mean, I was watching all the documentaries, Neil deGrasse Tyson, The Cosmos. I mean, that stuff was the jam. I thought it was cool, man. So I was looking into it. So I don't know. As soon as I started asking questions, though, to my friends, hey, like how do flight paths work and stuff like that, I got kicked out of the Globe camp. That kind of kicked off my journey.
Okay.
So, but yeah, around 2017, I'd say. I think the
same thing. You same for me. I asked my friends that. Same thing. I asked my friends that. I was like, no, because I wasn't going to drop flat Earth because I was still like, it's got to be flat, but I don't know. But I like, yo, guys, like, honestly, like, have any of you looked into the moon landing? Because I'm like, no, that's not it. And they're like, yo, are you a flat earther? They definitely rejected me instantly. And I'm like, wait a minute. So wait a minute. I do have valid questions. I know what a valid question is. Me merely asking it makes people go nuts. That was very weird. That is definitely what definitely pushed me into the flat earth as well.
Uh-huh. Like, why are people so emotional if it's true? Surely there's got to be some evidence, some non-emotional evidence.
At least let's give you like a big filter and a better peripheries to, how to operate, where to operate, and how to deal with some people. And friends, it's kind of like a friend filter, because this guy's your friend, but you say it's not a glow. I'm not your friend anymore. Okay, thank you. Bye. You're not a real friend, bro.
Right? You never were a friend.
Not as black and white, but yeah, some people get triggered. They want to look down to you like a lesser someone just because you don't want to participate in the glow medicine religions. Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, you can operate normally. It's just you can LARP being the normie that they are, and it's gonna be totally fine. You don't have to tell them anything. Just be the. I LARP them. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I definitely fuck with my friends. They know that I'm a flat earther, and I don't bring it up, not at all, and they don't bring it up either. But there are points in conversation where we're talking about government, this, that, and third. I'm like, yeah, just like, or me and my friend, we were talking about, the Bible, and I was like, yeah, I mean, because by the way, do you think there's like an objective up, like up is up? And she's like, what? What do you mean? I'm like, up is up and down is down. He's like, yeah, I'm like crazy. Most people don't believe that. Anyway, moving on. Like I'll say shit like, I say, hey, I was like, you know what's weird about New Jerusalem? I was like, yeah, most people think that we're going to heaven, but heaven is actually coming to earth. You know the cube dimensions of Jerusalem?
Right.
The earth. A bit funny. You have this squared object on the earth. Yeah, anyway, think about that. That's I'm throwing these points out there because he's like,
Elijah, I have a near circle family member. He has a NASA tattoo and an astronaut, like an astronaut in space, on his way to the moon, on his body, like huge. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Wow.
I asked him, the family were talking about different things, and he mentioned, yeah, my NASA tattoo, blah, blah. I'm like, have you checked the etymology of NASA? NASA in Hebrew, what it means? And some of the family members asked, what does it mean? And I was like, it means to deceive. I mean, that's one of the meanings. And he was like, oh, yeah, what's that? And he's kind of like a player with girls. So, yeah, he's kind of like a deceiver in that kind of sense. So I think he liked it.
Right.
You know what's weird? If you type, I don't know how this is possible. I just know that there are excuses already as to why it's possible. So if you put in flat Earth and nothing else backwards, it leads you to NASA's website. And I'm like, why? How do you do that? Like, And the answers I get are like, oh, you can create any domain that will link back to NASA. I'm like, okay, a .com, but just typing in the word flat Earth backwards is not a dumb. How did they do that? Y'all are trying it.
Because the browser automatically adds .com because it assumes you're trying to go to a website.
I gotta show that to him. Is it like you say it's flat Earth backwards, and then it will take you to NASA?
Yeah. What do you mean? It doesn't. It includes the .com.
Yeah, just messing a little bit.
I can't hear the person that's talking about the website too well. I don't know if I'm.
Yeah, Elijah, get in the same room as your mic, okay, Elijah? In the same room, bro.
I don't see a .com here.
Come on, man.
There's no .com. It just takes you to. It doesn't take you to NASA's website. It pulls up NASA on Google. So I'm trying to figure out how is that?
The owner.
Oh, is that what happens? Okay.
Wait,
Look,
really?
I
Let me
just
try this.
Look, I copy pasted. There it is, right there.
The owner of that domain, maybe someone owns that domain, and they have it that when you put the domain into the search bar, it will take you to the other domain.
But it didn't take me anywhere. It just has the search result of NASA and then all of the other people talking about it in like Instagram and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, Eli, bro, it takes you directly to nasa.gov. If you type in it backwards.com, it took me right to nasa.gov.
Yeah, that's that right there. They can explain. I don't know how to explain it without the .com. Is what I'm
let
saying.
me try it without the .com. Okay, I got you.
Because you could just do a .com after you've discovered this and go, oh look, no, this is just a dumb flat earth. Somebody did this. But forget the .com. Why the fuck is it coming up in the Google search?
Well, maybe the search engine recognizes that as the website, and that's the first thing that is relating to it, so it presents that.
This seems relatively new. People are commenting about this.
It's easy because NASA probably pays Google.
It's also those words are like very gibberish backwards, so if there is a website like that, then that's what it's going to link to, even in the Google search, I think.
It seems relatively new as of like April of this year.
All right, then. Then it's just a trick then. Maybe. Because I want to know how long somebody would do that. Like, that's what we don't know. Because I would have never thought to type it in backwards. And it's like, yo, what if that's been the case as long as Google's been like, yeah. But we'll never know. We'll never know now.
Yeah, I think Indio has an answer to this because he was talking about it one day. He was saying how easy it is to redirect with certain keywords. Like,
no, we just covered that. We covered that.
No, but he actually went in depth, so you probably need to ask him because he knows a little bit more about this. So
it's nothing. It's nothing to really ponder. Then you're saying.
Well, according to him, it's something that a person can do if they really wanted to, and he said that there's no like secret to this public knowledge. So he went in depth.
I think he was relating it to. He was relating it to actually going to a website, but this is a bit different as he is typing in the search engine, and then the search engine is giving the first result as NASA.
So yeah, well, like, he's in the text chat right now. Indio, if you're listening right now, if you can just run it by us again, what you were talking about that day about redirecting certain key phrases, like when you're looking up words and such on Google. There he is.
I think it's just because it's so obscure that that's the only thing it can show.
Hey, Indio, are you there?
Yeah. What do you mean there he is?
We were talking about that thing you were saying of redirecting people with the like words, and like you were kind of describing how it's possible that anyone can do this, like if they really wanted to. What was one day I was listening to you were,
It's not ringing a bell.
What do you mean website tab backwards?
Is that about changing the metadata?
So before we get into all this, I see now my conspiratorial brain is working, and so let me tell you what I think. Everyone is answering to there being a .com that you can make, or domain that you can make that'll lead you to whatever website you want. I get that. What would do that for a search result? Like, cause what if the search result was the search result and somebody just made a domain after the fact?
I mean, yeah, maybe, but yeah, you will never know, as you said.
Indio?
What, dude? What? I'm distracted. What'd you say?
I'm just saying, strictly Googling flat Earth backwards and nothing else. What's the like? Is there an explanation? Am I just reading into it too much?
Why? What happened?
You just go. The Google search result comes back NASA.gov. It doesn't take me to the website. It just comes up as NASA.gov. And then it goes to all of the hashtags and all of the other search results that explain how a .com specifically, which is a red herring from just typing it in Google, in my opinion, and they explain that instead. So I just thought that was weird. I'm like, oh, this is a Glober tactic as usual. They're talking about a .com. I didn't discover this on a .com. I just Googled backwards flat Earth and NASA.gov came up.
Yeah, so you could change. You can look at the source code of any of these websites in the HTML, and you can look and see what the metadata says. You could put anything in there. You can edit that metadata so that you can make it pull up whatever you want it to. Backwards or not, literally, the metadata in the source code of the HTML. You can find, and there's probably a way to find out the history of that.
What is an HTML?
What was added? They usually just add.
What is an HTML?
The HTML is the code that's used to create websites or anything on the web at all is all done in HTML. All your graphics behind all of that is the code in HTML. Hypertext. It's called, I'm sorry. It's called
even in
hypertext markup language. Say what?
Even with just search terms like keywords.
Yeah. Yes, because that's what the metadata actually is the key search terms. That's actually what it is. So that's where that information is found. And on my system, because I have Linux, I can just hit a key and it'll change it to the source code, and I can look at all of that. It's been a while, but I have it. It's part of my system. Any website, you can look at the source code. You just go, probably in Windows 2, you could just go to source code. You find it, and it'll bring up the hypertext markup language.
So wait, that's what I'm confused. It's not, but we're not talking about a website.
Neither am I.
But you said when you go to the website.
Yeah, but the HTML is for everything on the web that you see is generated by HTML, not just websites. Everything. There's a text markup language for every single thing that you see graphically on there. Even in the Discord, there's a source code that will tell you everything, how the colors are arranged, how the borders are situated, the distances to edges, all of that. And not only that, the metadata search, there's a line for that in the HTML. When you add that, then you can put in there specifically where you want any search to be directed to that. So they could have it in both places. Like, see what I mean? There's a reciprocating kind of thing there. But yeah, that's an all web, any kind of web stuff is all done in HTML. These are just common things.
That's what I'm saying. That whoever owns, I don't know, maybe NASA owns that website, right? But whoever owns it, they set it up with the coding that whenever you put that into the search or into the bar, it's gonna take you to the other destination.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of looking at. What Sonny said is it's where the information is being pulled from. It's not an actual website. It's pulling from the data from a specific source, and whenever you type that in, those keywords are rerouting to the source and it's pulling from that.
Yeah. So in other words, what you could do is you could have a search bar, and you could add a line in the hypertext and say metadata, whatever the coding is for how it's done. There's a procedure and method for that. You put in the metadata where you want that to go, or what kind of searches using keywords that you want to be directed. That you want to be directed to that. Now it could be it could be just a line in a browser. It could be an address, an IRL in a browser, and then you can have metadata attached to it. It's like it's been a long time, but I took a couple classes in web design years and years ago, more than 20 years ago. But I still remember some of the key things. But yeah, so the markup language, I can look with the metadata. That's what.
I just wanted to throw my 2 bits in there, just because I think the question was more geared like, well, how's it coming up in the search results so prominently? And stuff like that can really only happen if something's actually popular, or if it's a really rare term that only a lot of individuals are looking up, essentially. But you can also change the SEO settings. I think don't ask me what it actually stands for, but basically you can push it up on the list basically by marketing it really well and having it be able to be clicked on somewhere else. But to my knowledge, that would be the only way to like sort of boost your page, if you will, or that result in any search engine.
I think it also boosts by actually people visiting the website that has those exact words. So people will type that in and leads them to NASA. So that's what comes up the most.
So the Flat Earth discussion, it's pretty obvious that it's been Flat Earth. What's against Flat Earth? So NASA. So a lot of people in the NASA website are saying Flat Earth this, Flat Earth that, or whatever comments, and maybe tagging NASA.gov, NASA's lying, the Earth is flat, whatever, right? So all of those, all that information that is populating a word, a term, a topic, can be tracked and followed to a certain pool that is full of that information. So Google does that for you.
I agree.
I was going to say, there's also evidence that Google meanders with the results. So I don't know if you guys remember back in 2004 or 3, if you typed in the word failure and searched, it brought up a sort of bibliography of George W. Bush, and it was kind of a running joke for a while. But it was clear that well, how is that done? Well, you'd even just have to change the server to always show that result. So we know that at least there's some evidence that Google does tamper.
Hey, real quick, I'm just gonna see if Guru, are you in here? Alex?
Yeah, bro. How's it going?
Pretty good. Last night there was an astrophysicist that came in here, and I asked him the 3 fundamental questions for the Earth being a globe, and he failed all 3. So I have it on my channel. I just uploaded it today. So if you wanted to take a listen to.
Beautiful. I love those conversations. I'm around for a lot of them, and sometimes I'm listening on YouTube without being present in Discord, so I'm listening a lot more than I seem to be present. But yeah, I love those conversations. I mean, does anybody actually succeed with those 3 questions?
No.
Exactly.
So it's really, I mean, but because of the fact that these guys, PhDs and so on, they tout that as something to be put forth as as far as people looking at them with their credentials, and it's even worse whenever they can't provide the simple evidence that should be there in the physical and natural world. I think that's what makes it a stronger case for just the average listener who's a baller. They're like, wow, how come he didn't have the answers? Because I'm not a scientist, but that guy is, and he couldn't answer the question. So
And the other problem that I see with Discord is that most of these Globers, they come in with an attitude as well, which doesn't help. And I really loved Witsit's latest, if you want to call it a debate. Well, it was more of a conversation with was it scientist Dr. Roberts or something like that? I mean, that's, in my opinion, that's the way we should be going forward, is just taking these people to task politely.
Yeah, they don't have the answer.
Really pretty politely. I heard the conversation you had, and the guy, the astrophysicist, he was pretty polite and great conversation. So he was in a way answering your questions, just tap dancing and everything. But you got him to the point, saying, "No, I don't know," and he answered all three out of no. And what you pointing out that this guy with certificates of expertise, because he said, he's some type of authority on it. Well, he doesn't know either. So where's the Globers at? That thing that the experts know, because the Globers come here and tell you the experts know. I don't know. And he was saying something like that as well. So yeah, I
just really liked the way that interview or that conversation resonated with me. It was really pleasant listening, and I think those are the sort of conversations that the scientific community would listen to. I don't think they want to come on Discord and have an argument and with that everyone's got an ego, I know, but I just found that really enjoyable to listen to, and it went on for almost 4 hours, and I wanted more. It's just I don't know. It's just the way I like to hear. It's much more enjoyable from my personal perspective.
Yeah, if you have two people having a conversation back and forth, yes, you can have that. In Discord, it's a little different because you have dozens of people talking at the same time sometimes. So yeah, it's a difference.
Yeah, it's definitely different. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the heated discussions, I love it, but what's going to resonate more with the scientific community, my point being, is that they're going to want to listen to those intellectual debates between these so-called flat earthers. It really raises an eyebrow when you hear a quote-unquote flat earther talking the way Witsit does. It's kind of astonishing, really, and it just smashes the paradigm that, flat earthers are dumb.
Well, one of the things that I wanted to bring forward with when I ask these three questions are just three fundamental questions that anybody with a mind, like let's say in academia, could be able to answer eloquently and thoroughly. But what happens is even the simplest things that we have with flat Earth cannot be answered by these guys in academia, which is kind of like, Witsit has his own style and his way, and that's great. He can like match a level to where he's speaking like them. But I feel like what I'm handing over to just the general public is like the power to be able to step forward out of the shadows and onto the fact that these guys who tout themselves as people of high intellect, they don't have the knowledge that they think that it's all basically a facade. And if you think you have to have eloquent speech just to speak to them, then that's making the people who are just like the common people, the laymen, like not be able to feel like they should be able to talk to these guys. So that's why it's a difference. So you can go that route and have that conversation with them, but in the other way is like what happens if we just want to
have an objection?
Possible? Go ahead.
The conversation you had is exactly like the one the interview Witsit had. We have those conversations here all the time. You just might not catch it, but if there's a moderator in here that's moderating and everybody's on the same page, like, listen, this person is going to have a conversation with this person. 50-50, it goes exactly like, we got tons of conversations just like that. I had a conversation with actually an astrophysicist last year with Crack Villain, and he agreed that all of it is theoretical and he can't really say that there's evidence. It was a good conversation. It's like an hour, 2 hour long. I don't know where it is. It's lost in the ether now.
Yeah, but that's the crying shame of this, is those conversations are lost in the ether. Like, those conversations are vital, but
yeah,
I mean,
we're talking about that too.
Yeah.
We're actually mentioning that, I guess, earlier with Elijah, that we need a person who's dedicated to like just capturing all these, because most of us are busy doing things like in life, like we're working and such. And it's great if somebody's just like kind of like, that has the time to just grab those clips and just start making, little shorts of them or whatever, like the gems, really.
Yeah, because there's an entire podcast there. There's probably years worth of podcast material there.
God, like
you've got to find that someone that's willing to go through and catch and cut out those little beautiful conversations. But that's a hell of a job.
we got thousands of hours of content, Alex, like throughout the years. How many years, Elijah? 5? Maybe 4 or 5 years, I would say.
Well, maybe what you should do. Well, maybe what you should do going forward is then when you know you're involved in a very good discussion and you know this is really good material, because you know when you're involved in those conversations, you're all thinking, "Fuck, this is a great conversation." Maybe make a note of the time, like a timestamp of when it roughly started and when it roughly finished, and then at least you can give that timestamp to somebody to go, "Hey, can you cut out this particular conversation? It's roughly starts about there and roughly finishes about here." Then maybe that would be easier. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, we're thinking about my suggestion was to maybe crowdfund some guy who's going to actually be dedicated to doing that, like as a job. Like I would be happy to contribute to that.
9, season 9.
You know what I mean?
The only problem with that is the incentive. There is no incentive. I mean, there might be some incentive, like services, community service, and providing the. Hello? Hello? I'm talking. Who's talking?
Yeah, the payment. Like, yeah.
Oh, hell, I just hot mic and that's what.
I'm not going to interrupt you for no reason. Jimsy, that's what the crowdfunding meant, meaning someone's getting paid. That would be the incentive.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. A lot of the the crowdfunding will definitely help. That will be pretty good. But you see how... Yeah, that will be the only fix I'll think, and that's very powerful if the crowdfunding can help. But from the other side, you know how all these videos, Helio has so many thousands of videos, and they get scripted from the internet out of nowhere, and the content. Oh, I'm gonna put all this work. The content is out there, and then it gets deleted. So people don't feel incentivized to do the work, because monetary issues, time, and that kind of stuff. But the crowdfunding.
Yeah, I mean, if you had those gems, so there's no question, there's no end to what you could do with it. You could have a 24/7 channel running, just playing those gems constantly. Again, it's a podcast as well. It could be uploaded on so many different platforms. It's just getting that content in a, I don't know, and it's something that you'd be able to title the conversation. Well, but they'd all be pretty much the same. The conversation about flat Earth, but volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, never ending.
Yeah, just finding the guy who's willing and able. That's the tough one right there.
Yeah, we need to call it. It definitely ain't me.
Yeah. Yeah, you got busy with your garden and music, so it's gonna be,
Yeah, as much as God, I'm now envisaging me doing the gardening and listening to Discord, picking out the greatest conversation.
Do you have a pond? Do you have a pond in your garden? A pond?
I do. Yeah, I've got a pond with koi fish. Yeah,
that's so cool. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's like you can actually use the fish shit and use that to fertilize the garden. There's the permaculture techniques there, which I haven't utilized yet. I will do eventually.
Interesting.
Cool stuff.
Yeah, basically, if you take all the water from the pond and then you pump it into your garden, and your garden becomes the filter, and then you basically pipe it back into your pond. So you're using the garden as a filter, and the pond becomes nice and clean, and all your plants are getting all the nitrogen from the fish shit. So yeah, it's something I need to do.
Crazy. Hey, when was the last time you got into a really good discussion, Alex, like with someone about flat Earth? Like, that's probably been a minute, huh? Since you've actually.
Well, I mean, I leave that to you guys, because you are way more articulate and way more knowledgeable than I could ever be. I've got some bullet points that I can put into music, and that's what I do. I'm very good at bullet points. I'm very good at being sort of, I do a bit of this and a bit of that. I'm kind of like a jack of all trades, but a master of none. I'll never be a guitar virtuoso. I'll never be a great singer, but I can do all of these little things, and I can just pick the bullet points and just make something out of it. So I don't go into the weeds with anything, really. It's just kind of how I'm built. So I don't have these debates. I refuse to debate. I love listening to them, but I can never be as articulate as you guys and as knowledgeable as that. I don't know. I just like to take the bullet points and put it into music. So I kind of stay away from, debates or discussions about flat Earth. I know where we are, not fully, but I don't like to really talk too much about it. I like always to just hide behind the music, if you like, and just put those bullet points in, and let them be the seeds, if you like. I'll always refer to my albums as bags of seeds. I just put the bullet points in there and do with it what you will, But the discussions, I try and stay away from them, really, if I'm honest. But I do like listening to them.
Your music, your video, your content has been aging pretty well, so that's a good thing because you've been putting content for a while, and it's still relevant. So
I think it always will be, because it's this movement, whatever you want to call it, is always growing. It's never going backwards, is it? So it's always going to be very well placed. And I always joke with the wife, like that if Flat Earth ever became mainstream, then we might be able to get that house by the sea that we've always wanted, right? Because it's kind of like I'm before my time musically. The music's there, and it's more and more people are waking up, and more people are finding that music, and I'm selling more and more CDs. So it's kind of this growing thing that's eventually could be crazy, in terms of consciousness and dare I say it, finances.
Well, yeah, if it took off like the way you say it could, man, you'd be squatting in tall cotton, man. Like
it's king of the hill. Taken off. You already have everything you need to be wealthy, man. I would say, learn as much about finance as you can, because that's as much of a topic as flat Earth. If you look at flat Earth and all the things people believe about the Earth versus what actually is, that's exactly the same thing with finance. And I try to get people to understand that. I try to give like free tidbits here and there. But for sure, if you're making money and you're putting your energy out into the world and you're receiving things back for the seeds that you plant, you want to make sure that you're doing the right thing with that money. There is a right and wrong way to go about money. I don't care what continent you're on.
No, I completely agree.
That's why rich people say, put me anywhere on God's green earth, I'll triple my worth, because that's actually true. Doesn't matter where you are.
I agree with that. Yeah, real quick, that's the currency, the energy. That's what they had to call it currency, because we put the energy into the system, and that's how it works. So yeah, the money has the way of doing the correct way of utilizing it. Yes. Yeah. It's been hijacked in many ways, but it's still important.
But your music is excellent, man. You most definitely do deserve that house on the beach with your wife, for sure. And it's
absolutely,
it's yours.
Thank you, man. I was quite an entrepreneur for many years, like doing the ringtones and that. And don't get me wrong, I struggled, and then I kind of hit it with the ringtones, making little jingles, and that's what got me to Spain. That's what bought my house and everything. And then when I bought this house in Spain, I had this sort of the awakening, if you want to call it that, the flat Earth stuff, and my paradigm is completely shattered. I see things completely differently now. So I'm not chasing the dollar anymore. I just have a better intent, a more, I know that my actions have consequences. So I put a better energy out there. I'm a nicer person. I just do things with the right intent, and I try and be a good person, and I just kind of let everything else fall into place. I know that the universe will provide now, so I don't try to make money anymore. I just do the right thing and know that I will be rewarded financially for it. Yeah. It's a nicer way of operating, really. I don't have any worries about bills or any shit like that. Yes, I've got bills. Yes, I've got to, I've got to pay my bills. I've got bills just like everybody else. I've got to pay tax and all that other slavery shit. But I don't worry about it. I just go, you know what? Everything's going to be okay. I'm just operating from a different standpoint, if you like, with a better intent, and it's just things work out. And language is important in that as well. My wife and I, we've changed our language. We don't say things like, oh, we need to save money, we need a new car, hopefully one day we can get a car. We don't say those things anymore. We just say, you know what, we're rich. We are rich beyond our wildest dreams. Everything always works out for us. The universe always provides, and we say that to each other. We incorporate that into our language now. So we're not these entrepreneurs trying to make money and get a new car, and we want a new this and a new that. We're just like, what will be will be. Let's just be good people, and things just seem to fall into place for us that way. It's an incredible paradigm shift for us.
For me, Music Guru, I just wanted to say this. Like every day when I wake up and I go outside, it just feels a little bit brighter knowing the truth. It really does. Like I feel like I've told everybody this. I don't know if you've heard this. I actually feel every day when I wake up that I'm breaking even with the world that is around me.
I hear you. I completely hear you. It's like a light comes on it. I mean, it's not a bright bang like just someone's put a light on in a room. It's a slow things slowly start to get brighter, and you start to see things in a different way. You start to look around a little bit, and it's like the Truman Show where one of those lights falls from the firmament, and he picks it up, and it says Sirius, and he looks up and he starts to question his reality, and it's like, oh, this is weird. You know, it's kind of that kind of vibe. It's like, just everything seems so much different now, and it's so much brighter. It's like the lights are coming on slowly. I mean, it's a long journey for me. It's only been 11 years for me in quote unquote truth, but I can't wait for the next 10 years and the next 10 years when the light gets brighter and brighter and brighter. It's an incredible journey. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful.
Hey, we have a new person that just joined our Discord. We got Stephanie here in the wings. Let me unmute Stephanie. Stephanie, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You are unmuted if you're there.
Hi, I'm here.
Hello.
Hi. I was just listening.
Okay, yeah. What brings you by the server? It's a very unique server, so interesting topic. What would a friend suggested to you? Did you click the link and join us, or how'd you find it?
I've seen the link on someone's bio on Dave's app.
Oh,
so
Dave Weiss?
I got the link. Yeah,
Okay.
and so I thought I joined the Discord, but there's so much stuff. I can't possibly keep up with everything people upload. So, and I saw the live stream, and I thought, maybe I could listen what people say. So that's why I joined.
Excellent. Yeah, definitely. You can listen. We got a lot of information on the bottom of the Discord, in the way of like links you can click on. A lot of information regarding all the topics that we talk about in here. You can ask any of the panel. We got a ton of moderators on right now. We got just regular people in here, just like yourself. And I don't know what position you take, whether you think the Earth is a globe, or you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat. It's we like to have the conversation of the topic of the shape of the Earth. So you're most welcome to sit here and listen if you want, or you can join in the conversation. Yeah. So you're very welcome.
Yeah, I've been on the Flat Earth about 2 years now. So I'm glad I'm part of the community. And yeah.
Well,
now
welcome on behalf of the community. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm from the Netherlands, so I'm trying my best to speak English, but sometimes I have to think what I want to say.
You're doing a good job.
No, you're fine.
You.
We have a moderator from the Netherlands, and yeah, he's in this Discord. So him and his sister both are from. Oh no, he's from Iceland. Never mind. But but anyways, the people would resonate from the Netherlands that are in here. So you will find that. Go on, Alex.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I was just saying, I can't believe you coupled the Netherlands with Iceland.
Yeah, my bad. Like, because I was like, oh wait, they're not in the Netherlands, they're in Iceland. Yeah, that's right. But,
well, to make his point, there is people from the Netherlands in here, and there's a moderator from the Netherlands in here. So it's that his point was correct. The only thing he missed, it was the people that he was thinking about. It's other people that are from the Netherlands.
No, Heider's from the Netherlands, right?
I think he's a racist.
Yeah, Netherlands from the. No, Heider's from the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken. He's a moderator. He is from the Netherlands.
There's Arwen also, right?
Northern lands are all the same to you, aren't they?
Yeah.
Isn't Jim from the Netherlands also? He's not a moderator, but isn't he from the Netherlands?
Jim who?
Jimbo?
Tim, not Timbo. Tim.
Oh, Tim.
Tim the
Oh,
Viking.
We don't talk about him anymore.
Oh, I didn't know.
I don't even know who that
Just
is.
kidding.
Okay. Oh, okay.
See the back chats for more. But
Yeah.
isn't Arwen from the Netherlands also? Shout out to Arwen.
Yeah, see the back shots on that one too. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm typing in the back chat right now if you guys want to take a look.
And we got Timbo. He's from Canada.
Yeah, I don't think so. He's been there. He's visited Canada, but he's not from there. No, yeah, but yeah, just we're talking also or typing, not talking. We're talking in the voice channel, but the text channel that we're typing in usually is going to be live stream voice text, Stephanie. That'll be the text channel right above the voice channel that you're in right now. So if that's where everybody is typing in right now. Most of the people in this voice call. So you'll see them typing in there. So all the information that we're talking about relevant to the conversation that we're having. So yeah, you can.
Yeah, I joined the Discord server a while ago, but like I said, there's so much information. So I'm still learning to use the Discord.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, once again, welcome. There's another new person here. I'm just gonna say hello to that person. We got Sintar that just joined our server. Sintar, I've just unmuted you. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Sintar, are you there? Okay, no response. Sintar, if you're there, all you got to do is speak because it looks like your mic is open. So you can say hello and we'll greet you back. At any event, yeah, just if there's any questions you have, Stephanie, or you want to talk about something, because right now there's a kind of a lull in our conversation. So if there's anything you wanted to bring up. Today was kind of surprising. We have a person all the way from Africa that joined us, Majam. He's red muted right now, but we're going to unmute him, see if he's able to keep himself muted. I don't know. He was having some technical issues with his mic. Majam, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you?
Really well, bro. And for just the audience, people, Majam was giving us kind of like a spiel about like his journey through the conversation or the topic of the shape of the Earth, and he pretty much resonates with the Earth, you know, as we say, flat and stationary. So, yeah, he's also talking about like the whole issue of like how that information has been propagated over there in Africa, and like, you know, what did you say the percentage, Majam? About 90% of the people over there, you know, do know that there is a creator and so forth. So this is I would say an easier transition for most people for saying that the Earth is as the creator spoke of.
Yeah. Exactly. That is what I said. I'm sorry. Earlier there was a lot of background noise. I was not be able to put up with the conversation, but I'm back now. I didn't know if there was this conversation going on, but then I got it. I got a link and joined, and I really want to also. Share what I have to my people here. You know, we only speak English at school, but most of the time we use Swahili. So majority of people here they speak Swahili. So what I would like to do is I really wanted to be in a certain setting of people, like-minded people who also believe on the same thing. They know it's true and it exists, and so that they could help me, because I want to actually bring this information in a sort of a book and in Swahili, not English, Swahili, so as to reach a majority of people here, because their main language or their mother tongue is Swahili. So I don't know if you're able to see my email, so I could get material where I can actually sit down and take the very the points and turn them into a Swahili book, sort of people can read. Then I will spread it all over East Africa.
Sure, that's great because I have a similar situation. I speak with people in a different language in Spanish about the topic, but most of the information that I find it's in English. So you can definitely do it. The only thing is just get familiar with the information, go through it through English, then do some translations from the topics that you think people are gonna find interesting, and translate that to Swahili in the better version that you can, and bring it to them. That's how I did it.
Yeah. What I'm kindly asking for more information. I'm craving for more information. If it could be shared through my email, because there is a lot of conversation going on here. I'm not able to record this one here, or there's a lot of chats also going on. I'm not able to keep up with them. But if I can get something like from the email directly, that would be very much easier to go back and to read again and to understand, and then to turn it in Swahili. Maybe I was asking, are you guys able to see my email so you could forward the information in my email?
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying, Majam. But what I would say is, if you're talking about something to archive the information, like the conversations that we talk about on this voice channel, we're doing that currently right now on YouTube. We have a 24/7 live stream that's constantly running. Well, somebody dropped the link in live stream voice text, I guess, for Majam. If not, I'll find it real quick and give it to him. But the live stream is archiving all the information that we talk, like even right now. So it's archiving everything that we're talking about, so that if somebody wanted to, they could go back to the live stream and then pull back the content that they wanted to. Like, let's say if you were in here and you had a conversation with somebody, about the shape of the earth, and you wanted to take that information and make a clip out of it or something, you can do so. There's a channel that you can just go to, and it has all of our voice call every single day, archive. So
I just dropped the link.
Oh yeah, thanks, bro. So yeah, I don't know if you where did he go? I think he dipped, didn't he? He might have internet issues. Oh, wait till he comes back.
We have an Instagram? No, it's something else.
That's something else. Yeah. Ah, there you are, Majam. You still with us, Majam? That's a negative.
Oh, he's still ignorant. What's today? Monday? Tuesday? Today's Tuesday, right?
Yeah. I'm going to drop the link to the video that I have of the conversation with the astrophysicist. It's in live stream voice text. You guys take a look if you want to at your own time. Check it out. It's 51 minutes. All right, so we got Max Smart 86 that joined our panel just a little bit ago. What's up, Max? What's going on, bro? We got Jean
Yes, sir.
Nardovic. John Nardovic.
Up in Century 21, bro.
Well, you're doing your thing. Huh? You're getting it done. You're doing it right.
Get her done.
Get her done. Yeah. And Max Smart is
in here enjoying the smooth conversations. That's been having. I'm enjoying to get to know the new people that you've been interviewing on the panel. Been enjoying listening to Music Guru's perspectives and the regular banter back and forth between our regular folk. So it's just been a pretty good experience because I really can't engage too much in conversation because of where I'm at.
Yeah, and when you do actually, when you have those engagements, you probably get some of these guys that are looking at you like you got three heads. Be like, what in the hell is he talking about? Because, I mean, I hear you going off sometimes, a couple of times that I've seen somebody been in here. And then if you are out there, on the streets or whatever, people might be looking at you funny because you're not holding back, man.
Oh, let them look, man. This is New York, man. We do anything out here. Ain't nobody looking twice.
That's probably normal for the standard there.
And I love that conversation. I love being out there in public. I don't do it very often, but every once in a while, you just walking through wherever you're going, and you're flat earth this and flat earth that, and people are looking at you, and it's fun.
Yeah, it's great. Tell them, there's no globes. There's no globes.
Plant some seeds, man.
There have been a few times where people have overheard me, and they'll look at me emphatically and they'll go, "Yeah, that's true."
That's a good reaction. Have you had bad ones though? Like, hey man, what you talking about? With you
Because typically when I'm talking, and because I'm like a T personality, a technical personality, once I say something about science and math and citation, they're like, "This motherfucker knows what he's talking about." So
yeah, it's the approach of like, I don't know, man. I do want to step to him, but he's saying these pretty fancy words. I don't know. Let me second guess that. Like, they're not just gonna come straight to you and be like, "Hey, man, you're gonna get down for that flat Earth, or what's up?" Like, you're not gonna get that guy. Usually, unless they're somebody of an intellectual mind that could probably think they can rival you, but I don't know.
And the conversation is different in person. Like when somebody's in person, and then you ask them it's just a basic general technical question, and then you start going into more in depth about the conversation, and they're like, "Well, I really just don't know enough about the topic to have that kind of discussion," because you would look foolish pulling Google out right in front of me.
Hold on, let me check my phone. You're like, I see. Because you can't see that from where we're at sitting behind a computer, right? The screen, right. You don't know what they're doing. If they mute themselves and frantically go to Google while you just finish telling them about what the size of the Earth is,
Click. For example, I brought up a couple of points from your discussion with the astrophysicist, and when he was talking about the reason that air is held to the ball, he just threw out the term static equilibrium.
Yeah.
Did you hear me read out what it says here?
Do you still have?
May as well go over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, static equilibrium occurs when an object or a system remains at rest and does not tilt nor rotate. This word static means that the body is not in motion, while the term equilibrium indicates that all opposing forces are balanced.
Mm.
So then I went deeper and I'm like, okay, well, if all the forces are balanced, because he's talking about centripetal force, I don't know which one it is, which is why he talked about the bucket spinning. And then the opposing force would be gravity, and it kind of cancels it out. So that begs the question, why on earth are gases expanding then? Because in this situation, they would be static. Why? Because the forces are equally repelling and pulling them, and therefore it would have zero net effect. So nothing would. So then ultimately, it doesn't even contend with, well, why do we see things why do we experience gas pressure expanding to fill a space? Because he's basically, I mean, everything I read here is in contradiction to what that guy said.
Absolutely.
And the reason I pulled it up is because he told Wolfgang he doesn't understand it and understand static equilibrium, when Wolfgang was saying, well, you're saying that gravity pulls and holds gas down, but we understand that it goes up. So that's a contradiction. He is like, well, you don't understand static equilibrium. Well, static equilibrium occurs when an object or system remains at rest and does not tilt nor rotate. So, I mean, that's an astrophysicist who should have known that the statement he used was not analogous with the model he was claiming is real.
Yeah, so even based on the model, he got it wrong. Because that's what he was actually saying, that no, we have the model and that's what we go by. We don't go by the physical and natural world out in the field. We don't go and verify. We don't go do that. If it checks out with the model, then that's good enough. But even in that model, he doesn't even get it right. So it's even worse than just having a model and saying that it's this way, because he can't even provide evidence in the model, which is even like, wow. That's what I'm saying, man. These guys, for whatever it's worth, they're just taking the information that they learn in school and passing these exams and getting a certificate saying that they are an authority figure. And then that's it. Like, I mean, there's no real like critical thinking. As long as you know the material and you're able to regurgitate it very well, then you're pretty much really in a good situation there with that particular field. You don't really need to divert too much. You can think about it in a particular way within the parameters of the education that you have attained. But as far as like thinking critically how it was possible in the first place, then that's not really needed, I guess, in this case. Which is what he was kind of leaning towards, saying that if I'm not in a particular, that, you know, they asked him certain questions prior to this meeting with me and him. Elijah and the rest of the gang were talking to him before, which is his kind of obfuscation or out, was that he would say, answer the question, why I'm not of that particular field, so I can't answer to that question. So let me just speak to what I know. You know what I mean? And so he kind of stayed away from those other topics where he felt he didn't know, by sticking to the ones that he claimed that he did know, which is even like, as Elijah was describing the model, he still doesn't even know that. So it's very curious. And these are the guys that the Globers are looking up to when they say, I'm not a scientist. The scientist is over here.
I've heard several debates and discussions with scientists and people with credentials. And to me, they're a complete failure if they're trying to defend this globe Earth position that they're trying to defend. I find that in their fields of study, they may know some things about their field of study, but they're not even experts in their field of study sometimes when pressed on an issue. And then they always want to revert to hypotheticals and, you know, like, can we do a mind experiment? No, we want a real experiment. Okay, we don't want a thought experiment. We don't want a hypothetical. We want evidence. And, you know, these guys are always saying, well, we can't do it, and the evidence is the earth. Well, you can't claim the evidence to be the earth. You know, that is the thing that's in question. You know, so I'm very disappointed when I hear these credentialed people come in here and have discussion. It's really disgusting to me.
Well, it's like you would think they would have more substance to their conversation and a more in-depth kind of understanding, because they took the time to go through like certain classes to become, you know, knowledgeable in the field that they're in. but it also should encumber the other derivative understandings of like why they would even think about the specific field the way they do. You know what I mean? Like it should be an expansion. Like there shouldn't just be like a narrow view of like, oh, I only know this one thing and that's all I know and everything else is left to somebody else and I don't really know anything else but this thing. It's like,
Right.
how
So
can
then
you?
why you come in here to discuss this issue when it's made of multiple different aspects? It's not one thing.
Yeah, and I mean, even in the model, like which is why Elijah was saying, the static equilibrium was kind of disproving like the case of what he brought up to Wolfgang in the conversation that we were having last night, to disprove the model that he was presenting, which he was presenting a different hypothetical, which was like he was putting a balloon inside of a bucket. The bucket was in the vacuum, or I want to say it was a vacuum chamber, but it sounded like after Timbo cleared up, like it was a vacuum of space, that he was probably talking about like out in space, the vacuum of space, and getting this bucket, spinning it around really fast, and then popping the balloon inside that bucket. And he would say, well, you see how the gas doesn't go anywhere when it's inside that bucket? Like
I heard it. I heard the part of the discussion last night, but I couldn't stay on.
Oh, yeah.
And I did have an opportunity to listen to the Week Snatcher show this morning, so it's all good.
Yeah.
I got caught up.
What? I mean, and that was a hypothetical though that he was bringing up. So it's like that wasn't even something that could be done if it was possible, because the scenario was like in the vacuum of space, which is another idea of like how they perceive the vacuum of space as the medium that you can actually travel to. It's like that's something else we haven't even discussed yet. So that's like on top of it.
Hurt when you agreed with hypotheticals and you told him, well, I agree with most hypotheticals. And, and he got so butthurt, like, hey, no, but if I put a gun to your head and look, and Timbo came in and slapped him around a bit.
Yeah, because you say, well, that's a real world example. You're talking about something you can actually go and do, but on this other thing, you can't do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're saying, on the one hand, a hypothetical, if I had to when to go put a gun to your head, but you could actually get a gun and you could actually, do that to me, put a gun to my head. But you can't put
hearts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I told him I would agree with you for anything that you say, because like you're saying, it's a hypothetical, and we're not talking about the physical and natural world in a way that you and I can go and test in the field, and that's the most important part about this. Like we have to figure out when you propose something, right? If that's something you say it can be done, let's go and do it, right? Like. Talk is cheap kind of thing. Let's go and see if that thing matches up to what you're saying. And that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where we're like the aha moment comes in, like, oh, so it does work or it doesn't, like we're going to find out.
Exactamundo, where the rubber meets the road. And these guys don't want that. They want to go back to thought experiments and hypotheticals.
Yeah, because I mean,
they want to say that their model includes predictions and all this other jazz.
Well, he's dealing with things that you look up in the sky, and which is kind of the other thing he wanted to do, talk about other planets. Well, we can see and observe other planets having the atmosphere and gas and all this. Like, wait a minute, like we're not even talking about those other places. Like, we got to first figure out how gravity is a container here on Earth. Like, why do I need to look at like other planets to, you know what I mean? Like, so
yeah, the illogical way that he went through that was like, okay, so I can't prove it in reality here on Earth, so I'll provide another example of something that can't be proven in the same place, in the same atmosphere, in the vacuum, just differently because gas is being contained, which we know doesn't happen. And Earth is also in a vacuum. We're talking about the gases on Earth if it were a planet. So he just went to another one of the same thing that he didn't prove in the first place. Interesting.
Yeah, quickly
At
getting
first,
away.
he was getting questioned on how do you know it's a planet, and he quickly moved away from that.
Yeah, they all do. They have no choice. From Matthew Learns all the way up to this astronomy guy. They have no choice. That like they're smart enough to know when their own dialogue is trapping themselves into a corner, they're painting themselves into a corner. They seem to know or intuitively know, I better get out of this discussion because I'm not doing well and it's not going to end very well unless I diffuse.
It's like Elijah said the other day, right? They have that moment in their mind when they realize that they're trapped in a lie. And as opposed to recognizing it, they just go deeper or they divert. And that's what he was having right there when you asked him about, well, what are these planets that you're looking through this telescope? I mean, how do you know these things are planets and things of that nature? And he knew he was caught. He knew he was caught. He knew there was no explanation. You can't prove it. You can't provide any evidence. All you could do is see the lights through the telescope.
Yeah.
So, and it's one of those Elijah moments.
So at that point,
exactly.
All they can do is run back. All they can do is run back to their paradigm when that happens, and that's what they do. They run back to some other little facet that they can jump into. You know,
it's kind of. I was going to say real quick. It's kind of like watching a really good chess player play somebody. When that person thinks they made a really good chess move, and then all the good chess player does is moves a pawn forward, and it forces that person back, and then they move another pawn forward, and it forces that person to another position. But anyway, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, no, I mentioned to him, this isn't an agree to disagree position. If it was, then I would say, yeah, possibly, right? I can agree to disagree with you on what you're saying, but this is not the case. What we're doing here is identifying what is right and what is wrong. If it is wrong, what I'm saying, then it could be demonstrated as wrong. And if it's wrong what you're saying, it could be demonstrated as wrong what you're saying. So it's a right and wrong position. It's not an agree to disagree. This isn't up for a debate. It's a rejection of what truth is. So you're rejecting the fact that you're providing some sort of evidence to state the fact that it is true that what you're saying, because it can be demonstrated, or you're not doing it, and it's going to be very curious as to why you're not doing it. Because I guess his example was, if we were going to do it, we would need something the size of the Earth to do it as a test, because the Earth, we couldn't do it on the Earth. So that didn't even make sense too, even when he said it to me. Because if you needed something the size of the Earth, well, you already have the Earth. Like, why would you need something else? Like, you said you need something the size of the Earth. Well, what about just using the Earth? It's already the size that you want.
Yeah, they're trying to poof their evidence into existence. That's what they're trying to do. If I could just poof my evidence into existence, then that would prove it.
Right. Or poofing it into existence, or looking at something else other than the thing that you're trying to prove has the thing that's talked about, like gravity, pulling all the air down. Because, remember, I said this place with the air that's here that we're breathing, why is it not leaving? And so he's like, well, we can look at other planets. It's like, we're not on those other places. We're on this one. Like,
you can look at all those planets and imagine that there's gravity there too, huh? Just imagine that there's gravity on these other planets. Go on.
That's where he wanted to go with it. And so if I indulged it, he probably would have, if I would have said, well, tell me, how do we have, gas on those other, like, he would have probably loved that. He probably would have went into like his, catalog of like how he can describe all of these things. And it's like, I don't really need to hear that, because we're not talking about those things. We're talking about this thing, like.
And I couldn't have articulated it any better than Elijah. And I thought about it before. I'm like which element, which gases how does gas attract gas? But Elijah really goes into detail. Look at the periodic table. Which element attracts to which element? Well, what do you mean? Like, get a bunch of gases of each element, put them together, and then explain to me how they attract to each other and form a planet.
I don't know if this guy's an astrophysicist or even if he's an astronomer, because Flatsy got him right out the gate when she said, well, what about the gas pressure? And he says, I think he says the atmosphere is the container. And she says, well, air can't contain air. Gases can't contain gas. I mean, that was like at the beginning of the conversation.
Well, that's very curious because he switched it over to gravity when I spoke to him, so he must have had a change of heart on that answer.
Well, that's the thing.
Well,
That's the
that's the fact
underlying
we
premise
corrected him.
that they want to lie about. They don't want to say gravity because we're going to say, is there any experimental evidence? And they'll say, well, thought experiment. No, that's not what I meant by experiment. But it's crazy because I mean, why do we need to look further than the periodic table of elements? The periodic table of elements will tell you exactly how much a gas weighs because it has weight, because it's a mass, and masses are attracted to masses. So show me some gas mass that's attracted to some gas mass. What's the problem with that?
Right.
Yep.
No, it's a great. I'm glad that you were able to put that together. It's a great observation.
I just thought it was really ignorant that anyone would say that the atmosphere is a container for the atmosphere. Okay.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things that stumped Jim Panda when he used to come in here. I was like, okay, explain to me how. And it used to it sounds so simple, but I'm like, well, a gas particle has mass. He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, and it's attracted to masses. He's like, yeah, okay. The Earth is a mass. The gas is a mass. Why isn't it attracted to the Earth? What's the problem?
So simple. It's supposed to be a law of nature, isn't it? Like if all these things are the way they are, then it should be so simple to explain.
You think? You think?
How do you ask the astronomer which gravity is he speaking of? And he says either one. It doesn't matter. Einstein or Newtonian.
Elijah was like, pick one. I don't care which one. He's like, but it doesn't matter. It's like, oh my God. This guy is...
Well, when one can't explain what's going on, he needs to be able to jump to another one.
Well, he said it didn't matter. So Elijah picked for him. How about that?
That's why I don't pay these guys with letters behind their names any attention whatsoever. Bro, you gotta prove that. Just because you sat up through class and you prove that you was able to go through some sort of regiment does not make you any more intelligent than anybody else I've met. Period.
Correct.
Yeah, and I'm equal opportunity. I was going to say it before, like that I think they should get paid the same amount as any village storyteller, like someone out at the park reading poetry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They get paid like 200,000, 100,000, 200,000, and somebody
Really?
back. You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it, and nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, "Damn, this dude's mic is terrible," and then they hear me screaming. But I did some working. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie? Right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie. Because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So he grew up in the church. He worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text, to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not changing. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually existing. You're lying. But anyway, So it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, yeah, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying. So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the Earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the cursed body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, well, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check. University libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more 58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
Well stated. When I hear that question, why would they lie? I look at it as if they've already defeated. They've given up. They have no evidence to present, and they have no answers or rebuttals to the evidence that we've presented. And so they immediately go to is incredible. So I know that they've already lost. I know that they have no evidence. I know that they don't have an argument to present, and they just want to cry and bitch and moan at this point when I hear, why would they lie?
Yeah, my bad. I didn't know that I was on my headphones. So if I was mad low and I couldn't hear y'all, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got Perceptive Owl in here. Perceptive Owl, you're hot mic, brother.
Oh, my bad.
Just letting you know. Who else we got in here? Oh, Jimmy. Oh, what's up, Jimmy? We had your son come in the other day. Shout out to Jimmy.
Yeah, he told me.
Yeah, it was eventful too, because yeah, we were talking to him for a while. You know, just having a conversation with him. So that was awesome.
The J, the I, the M, the M, the Y, the J, the I, the M is Jimmy. Word up.
Can I you mind if I keep going, guys? Like,
yeah.
When I talk, I like to, drop information for others to, see versus me just saying stuff and coming up with nifty arguments and stuff. It's like an argument is an argument or an idea comes from knowing something. So I don't need my ideas. I'm just one person. I need everyone else to have their own ideas by way of the truth. So I just try to give people the truth. So as far as atmospheric refraction is concerned, because we talk about that a lot, and honestly, the horizon not being geometric should be enough to undo the spell. But again, it's not about the Earth. The spell is actually on the religion of space, and Earth just happens to reside in space. That's why it's the hardest thing for them to let go. But when we talk about the horizon being geometric, some of these anti-flat earthers that argue against us, they're pulling from Andrew Thomas Young. And then the rest of them are pulling from the people that are pulling from Andrew Thomas Young. This is the source. If you want to understand how a globe earther is bullshitting you every time he says refraction, I mean, on one hand, you could just look up Snell's law. You understand that you need two media for light to pass through for it to be some form of refraction. Like, you can't just have air in different density. All that bullshit is bullshit. But even still, within their paradigm, because we like to go there, right? At the very bottom of Andrew Thomas Young's paper, in the first portion, where he does all of his observations, okay? So this is the real world part. The real world part. The real world information is what came before what I'm going to read to you. So that's all you need to know. If you want to know more, just go to the paper and I'll link it for you. So this is at the bottom of that paper. Atmospheric refraction. Calculating atmospheric refraction. All the discussions above deal with plane surfaces. So all the discussions that have to do with what he actually did out in the real world, all of that was discussing on plane surfaces. Then he says, but the Earth isn't flat. To deal with refraction in a curved atmosphere, we have to introduce some geometrical considerations which have been put on a separate page. Meaning, he's going to take this real world information and try to mathematically fit it on a globe. What else do you need? What more do you need? Like, you think that they have something because they say refraction? No, it's telling you right here, everything that he did based on refraction is on flat surfaces. However, because of my belief of the Earth being spherical, let's go ahead and consider that and try to compute all of these let's superimpose all of this onto a sphere surface, since we already know we live on one. Anybody want this paper?
Yep.
I do.
Absolutely.
Me. Send it to me.
You should drop it in the chat. I've seen Andrew Thomas Young or Young Thomas paper before. but you should definitely drop in the chat.
Yeah, he's pretty much telling you the truth. So he's like, he's a good hostile witness to use.
Well, when he says that at the end of the paper and he makes the second addendum for curvature, it's kind of like the same thing that when they say that they have to correct for curvature when they're doing their maths or something.
Yeah, the only reason they would have to do that is if they're deviating from a planar surface, which we know they are.
So it seems like all of
Hold
the
on, I got even
documents
more.
that they put out. Oh, go on.
I be forgetting the shit that I find and I drop. Like it's a look at what this shit says. 2021. Hey, look at this. Now, mind you, every time they talk about refraction, they say, well, because the light is traveling through different densities of air, yada yada yada. Right? That's what they said. Right? That's what they said. Am I tripping? Glober, am I getting anything wrong? If any Globers out there, am I lying? That's what y'all said, right? Okay. Some people have worried about how to. Oh, some people. You mean like me? Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser or less dense air in the stratified atmosphere. The solution to the horizontal ray paradox, first of all, he's about to say it, is to remind ourselves that rays are unrealistic mental constructs. In reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist. So not only do you have different boundaries and densities and bullshit but in order to overcome this, you're going to use a model that utilizes infinitely narrow rays that do not actually exist.
Yeah.
What in the entire fuck are these guys doing out here? Embarrassing themselves.
Yeah, the entire, for sure.
This guys use 7/6R, right? Why are you using an improper fraction? Right? It's improper. Stop using improper fractions. Change it to a whole number in the decimal. 1.17.
Look at Andrew Thomas Young on. Look at him. He's the reason. He's one of the citations that we give for the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Look, if h is in meters height, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. Where the fuck is refraction in any of that?
Yeah, he does it separate. You know, like I'll tell you, I haven't read his entire work, but once I read most of what he was writing on refraction, he drops his wig several times. And he does this I mean, they had pre-thought about what they were printing in these books or these articles. And he basically is saying that if, I don't know, you got to get the wording right. I don't want to plagiarize him. So, but he's basically saying
He's basically saying that you can consider the Earth to be 6 times its size if you're going to use refraction. Guess what? The observation of the horizon beyond the oil rigs definitely blows past 6 times.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we talking? What are we talking about?
I think we're talking about refraction.
Yeah, I'm gonna find an excerpt from his work. Let me take a look. I thought about actually going and trying to see if I could do a visit. He's right here in town, close by to one of my favorite beaches.
Dude, if we called him, because his number is public, and listen, I don't want to hear anybody fucking harassing anybody. we could call him and have a conversation. Just
Yeah,
like we could call an engineer and have a conversation. People have done that over at GeoServer. We could call a surveyor. Like we could talk to these people and they would go, "What the hell is this guy talking about?"
Why are they
Why?
asking me?
Because all of the anti-flat earthers that have told us information, the people in these areas have no idea what the fuck a globe has to do with any of their day to day. So they're confused when we ask them what's refraction and what's this and what's that. They don't know because it's bullshit.
And I love when the Globers say that, yeah, no, it's definitely not optical, it's geometric, right? But then they say, well, you can't see it because of refraction, right? And it's like, well, once you start introducing any part of optics, and what they like to do is they like to take an aspect of optics, whether it's humidity, weather conditions, refractions, yada, yada, yada. They want to take any aspect of optics and break it out as if it's not optics, right? And then they want to try to apply it to an argument that fails, because once you introduce any aspect of optics, you're saying we cannot see anything else other than the optics, because that's what it's about, right? So you destroyed your own argument. I mean, I hear Jedi say that all the time, right? And it is so true. You can't just take any aspect. And they think, well, once you discard refraction, we'll go to another aspect of weather conditions. What was the humidity that day? What was the this that day? Listen, none of that matters. All right, because once you start introducing any part of optics to your argument, you destroy your own argument. Period. Right? I'm not going to argue with you about any aspect of it. I'm going to give it to you flat out. All right? You have no geometric curve once you introduce any aspect of optics. And it cannot, that means you could never have measured it, because there was never a time that there wasn't an aspect of optics around here. Period.
Right.
So,
Right. Because they like to talk about Eratosthenes, but really they don't like to talk about the Middle Eastern people. They don't like to talk about Al-Biruni and how he supposedly calculated the radius of the Earth using what? Optics. How the fuck can you do that if you can't do that?
exactly. So at best case scenario, what they have is a consensus to agree on something. Worst case scenario, they have a flat out lie. Flat being the key word.
Well, we'll just start giving this little document a little look over again. There we go. Talks about everything.
They skateboarders hate me when I tell them they can't skate like that on a ball.
I tell them that too. You can't do an ollie on a spinning ball. How would you land it? Let alone 11 or 12 stairs. The bottom of the stair would have moved at least a couple of feet.
I know most of you guys give your origin stories. Y'all often tell how you guys fell into it. I kind of never believed the story to begin with as a child. I was always one of these curious kids. I was up to my own devices a lot. I got to do a lot of my own childhood experiments. And when I first found out that the Earth was moving, I needed to validate it right then. And I couldn't validate it. And so I gave up on it, and I knew that it wasn't true. I didn't believe it. Nobody could convince me of it because no one could prove that to me, and at the age of, 7, 8, nobody's talking about, the physics and the math behind it. Right. So, since you guys couldn't prove it then, I never believed it. So when the internet comes about and these groups come about, and it's like, finally, I'm not the only one. Right. But then it goes further, because I just thought it was a ball, just stationary, perhaps, because, Star Wars and Star Trek and, Battlestar Galactica, I'm one of those kids. And, well, I'm not a kid anymore, but, I was one of those kids. And so the idea of going to space was great. You know, I kind of have like this old memory, and I know it sounds kind of crazy, and I don't know if it's a memory or a reoccurring dream or whatever, but that I saw a spaceship. It was probably, just a reoccurring dream of something I saw as a child, but for whatever reason, it persisted with me throughout my adult life, this idea. And so when I found out that there wasn't no space, right, because it took me a long time to educate myself to catch up on the things that I didn't know, I damn near cried. It's like, wait, there's no space. And it's simple. It's an easy to understand idea if you understand basic physics. If you understand that, low pressure is going to go to high pressure or vice versa, that is going to try to find its equilibrium. It's going to, and that's how that works, period. In every test that you can do here that we've ever seen, that it's a law. You don't need to explain it. It just happens all the time, period. And so when I find out that, that space is supposed to be a vacuum, 17 to the 72, whatever, I'm like, oh shit, we wouldn't have any atmosphere or to breathe if that was a vacuum. All of it would just go up and rise. I mean, everything that you even saw in the movie shows you that, the pressure is going to equal, the plane crashes and, if a window opens on the plane, how things get sucked out and automatically, all this other jazz. So, and cabin pressure, yada, yada, yada. So the pressure was easy to understand. Say again? Gotta fix your mic, Elijah.
I was just
there
saying,
you go.
Total Recall blew my mind. Like when I saw it, and they're like, well, in Mars, because there's no atmosphere, you kind of need a dome to hold it there. And I was like, oh shit, like what?
So there's all sorts of gems out there, and there's all sorts of pieces that I think maybe some other people have figured out throughout life, right? Some people with money behind them, they put them in movies. You can find little gems here and there. What do you guys call them? Like these little information packages. The stuff that you guys, Easter eggs. There's all these little Easter eggs throughout history, throughout books, throughout movies, where people are trying to tell you the truth, but they know if they come out and say it that they're going to be vilified by the community that exists. So they just try to leave little Easter eggs, little lead you in this direction, sort of things. And even the people who lie, at the end of their days, they have this tremendous amount of guilt, and they kind of want to, let you know that I've lied my entire life. And some way, shape, or form, there's some sort of Easter egg out there. Now, because it's not, usually clear and descript, saying, oh, I lied, people take different takes on, people's quotes and things like that on their deathbeds and things like that. But there's all sorts of information. We are not the only ones who knew in history. I think we all knew that. There are physicists, astrophysicists, astronomers, everybody else who challenged this current narrative, but they get squashed out because the powers that be are powers for real. They're not like gravity, some fake power. They really have some sort of leverage, and they know how to use it. And so like Elijah was getting to, why would they lie? All of the money, the economic collapse of the whole system, pandemonium when people find out that their government has been lying about something so huge. Now they want to question what they all lied about. So it's a huge thing. It's a huge thing. And I say that to say that if there anybody out there with any evidence who would like to discuss this further, explain to me why I'm wrong about anything that I've said, come on in. Let's have a discussion, and we can talk about our different positions about where we think we live. there's like a couple of different type of Globers that come in here to have a discussion, right? You'll have the anti-flat earther, right? I label them as completely disingenuous because they've been in enough discussions to have been presented enough evidence for them to go out and verify it themselves or understand how their whole paradigm is incorrect. And they choose, right? It's a choice. They choose to discard real information, real physics, and real science to go with a story that they know doesn't work. And they continually come in here to try to get more information, to try to make their argument stronger, but they don't have an argument to stand on. But they keep coming back like they're masochists or something, or they think that they're going to find a way that they can prove something that can't be proved. So, you know, those guys are completely disingenuous. And then you have your scholarly types, right? They come in here, they have a degree in some sort of field of study. They've educated themselves at some university for a few years, and they've heard this discussion and it's getting under their skin. So they figure they're going to come in here and set us straight. And they come in here with their nice tones, congenial. Oh no, you know, you don't believe I'm a this? Well, I definitely am, and yada yada yada, you know. And then holes start getting poked in their arguments. You start asking them for the evidence. You start asking them for who measured what. And they don't have any measurements, of course. They go to calculations and they say, calculations are good enough. You know, well, why do we need to measure anything? Well, in order to know how big something is, you would probably want to measure it. You know, a calculation is going to be off. And it's going to be off to each observer. So, you know, I don't think a calculation is what you're looking for your argument, especially when you're trying to go to space based off the radius of the Earth. You know, you would kind of need to know these things and not just calculate. You would need to be able to measure them somehow, and they have no way to measure them. And these guys get hung up and they tell you, well, I don't know anything about that subject. Let's stick to the subject that I know stuff about. And they get all caught up in the stuff that they think they know about, and then they try to deviate, and then it goes back and forth because you say, well, this, and that. They say, well, I don't know much about that. Let's go back to what we were just talking about, where I was just getting destroyed. And it's like, come on, guys, right? Then you have like your Twitch and your gamers who's just listening, want to have some fun. They want to come in and they want to troll a little bit. So they pull up Chat GPT, and they're going to bring it to us, and they're going to bring the pain. But then they leave their butt hurt because Chat GPT ain't got no new arguments, no new information or anything like that. And you just get all of these different types of Globers who find out just how ignorant they are about what they claim they know.
I thought I'd seen some new people in here earlier. Did they leave?
No, I didn't see them.
Yeah, they left.
What's going on, sheepdog? You've been kind of quiet.
I'm trying to listen a little bit more personally, but I'm at work as well. I was cooking and getting things like made up for the next couple of days, so I don't have to do anything because work's moving ahead pretty fast right now. I got a little bit.
That's what's up.
Besides, when Elijah is talking, you kind of have to listen. You'd be dumb not to listen.
100%. Elijah's going to bring some information.
I just want Elijah to know I recorded that that little stint that he had where he was talking about why would they lie. I went ahead and recorded it and pulled it. So I'm going to shorten it up and add it to the server.
Nice, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Really very concise.
It really is a team effort. One of the things that I heard the past couple weeks, whether you believe in Jesus or not, it just understand that it just like, well, I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna do it for the sake of simplicity. Just like space, it has its story within it, and you're like, okay, this is all of this works within this story. If that's the case, and if things can, then if you think about Jesus didn't do anything by himself. Before he did any miracles, he needed a team of 12. Isn't that interesting? We can't do shit. We can do things on our own, but if everyone else is like, you're crazy, it kind of is hard to move the needle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like all of the stuff that you guys bring, newcomers, conversations that you guys have. A lot of times I'm just listening on the YouTube, or I'm listening. Just like that guy said, the only reason I'm going to be talking about static equilibrium is with an astronomer now. Why? Because it's a conversation where it came up, and you guys have really good conversations. And sometimes I'm listening to go, is that true? How did? And then I'll just go look into it.
And I mean, I that's something else I might do as well. Like y'all were saying, like you would appreciate more people to go in there into the archives and pull out some of the old content and everything. And I'm not even gonna lie, like right now, I've got a lot going on. I'm trying to save money to buy a house, so I have a lot more space. But I mean, I'm really considering buying like terabyte drives and just saving nothing but like this Discord stuff on there. I mean, $100 can go a long way on some terabyte drives, and then you just spend the time listening to the old YouTube stuff. I hear the conversation. It's the same conversation every day, and sometimes we need a little break from that, and that's something that I may hopefully do in the near future. Is just sit down, save some information, cut the information out, redistribute the information, and make it in a sizable format where people can download it for themselves and share it everywhere else.
And that's so important, man. I thank you for doing that. The reason is that it's important is because a lie graduates. A lie morphs, changes, and me looking at all of this Andrew Thomas Young stuff, which has been like a couple of years. I just go off of memory now. You kind of you don't remember how the person you're talking to's tune has changed. And so you kind of just evolve with the way that they evolve. And then you go back to the old stuff, and because what they're doing is lying, I'm like, oh shit. At some point, you had to switch your position, which is in complete opposition to what it says right here in 2021, which you also said. Wow, that's amazing. Like, and you got to, in order to see that, you got to go back to the old stuff. Like, case in point, boats, ships go over the horizon. Very old thing. But it wasn't all that hot until we went back and figured out, oh shit, they were arguing for a geometric horizon, specifically in this episode on FED. Okay, look, here's the math. Here's the diagram right here. And they're literally saying that the distance to those buildings is blocked by the horizon. Now they're like, oh, I don't know who said that. You guys are strawmanning us. Well, not according to this recording of you 3 years ago.
When you said a lot graduate, I think of some of the anti-flat earthers that I heard in their early debate said, no, I took some classes in physics, or I learned a couple of courses in physics. And 3 years later, they got a degree in physics, and they didn't go back to school. So, a lot graduates. Yeah, Elijah, you're right. I listen to some of the old stuff because it's important to listen to the old stuff. To the early stuff as much as I can find it, but it's hard to find because the algorithms have changed and a lot of things have been taken down by the content creator themselves, and so but yeah, if you can store that information, that's a good idea.
And who knows for how long you can archive stuff.
Elijah, I didn't know you had a brother in the server, bro.
Who?
Max.
Out. Who?
Jemsy, we're all brothers, Jemsy.
Yeah, you guys sound alike, laugh alike, speak alike. I mean, sounds like brothers to me.
He's
It's a New York thing.
look, remember what I said.
What I said the other day about it not being race and it really being culture. Well, Jimsy identifies us as brothers, not because of how we look, but because of us both being from New York City and having the same mannerisms. Look at that.
Exactly. That was great. But we're all brothers here.
My brother.
Well, there's some sisters too.
Yeah, this is true. There ain't no pushovers.
I love that. Days without Glover tricks.
Man, Max, you would have loved Sassy, man. I really miss Sassy. I miss Sassy so much. She was hot.
What happened to Sassy?
Well, like a lot of people, she she's no longer in the server. I'll say it like that. Do I agree with most people in the server? No, but I got over it.
She hasn't been on Discord for quite a while. I talked to her about a year and a half ago, and on a politics server, and then was like, "Yeah, it's just not kind of what I was expecting, and whatever." And yeah, it's Sassy, undeniable. I mean, it was like that was one of the best people on the server.
Yeah. She, you know what? Because she, not only was she really like one of the strongest female debaters in this area, like, I'm only saying that because I've heard her have conversations. As a matter of fact, there's a very strong unit of women in here that really do debate really well. Flat C's up and coming. I really like how she gives it up. But with Sassy, man. Yeah, she was special. She's literally the reason that there is now a segment on YouTube where Neil deGrasse Tyson goes to Katy Perry's house and re-indoctrinates her, because Sassy and her friends got Katy Perry on live stream asking her basically some of the shit we ask here,
And she was like, I guess it could be flat. And Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, no, hell no, not one of those major pop stars. No. Reel it back in. Yeah. It's definitely a globe.
Wait, you got you said she got Katy Perry.
Yeah, she was on a live stream, not on this live stream, but she was on she raided a server or raided a live stream where Katy Perry was there, and she asked her a couple of questions about certain things, like the way we ask here, and it got Katy Perry basically saying the Earth might be flat. And in the very next couple of days, she had a segment with Neil deGrasse Tyson at her house, to get a correcting, to get a talking to.
Oh wait, because I did see Neil deGrasse with Katy Perry. I didn't look at it, but I did see it floating around on YouTube. So wow, oh snap! So that was in response. That's dope.
Look, where they're trying to debunk flat earthers, that one about the Selenilian eclipse that's up there, them trying to debunk a straw man of what I said, because it was me. That shit wasn't on their website until I brought it up. So it's like we may think there's not really a big audience or this, that, and the third. No, they are paying attention very closely.
They're always watching. You don't fool yourself. You'll bring up stuff that you guys didn't even think about. Like I'm on some of these other globalist servers, and they'll bring up stuff that you kind of just vaguely heard, and or the people just talking back and forth because common banter. They know anything. They know where you all live. They write down. They got files on every single person who goes to the server. They are deeply obsessed with flat Earth. I said, if you focus that energy on the globe, what you could learn.
Damn, I think you just scared me.
Not just that. If you
I'm scared.
if you scrutinize the globe.
Oh yeah,
I'm not even scared. I'm like, this is my time to try to amount to what people like Malcolm X have done. This is our time to try. We see that even though they're lying and they're saying this and they're saying we're insignificant, they change their tune because of what our insignificant selves say. Like what we say matters, and it's like I mean, I don't know how far I could take this thing. I mean, I'm not just trying to be rich. I'm trying to be fucking wealthy rich, and then I'm trying to influence pop culture. I don't think that's going to be, because one of my heroes in finance makes a ton of money, doesn't know shit about debating. It's not the money that they care about you making. It's the truth that you can put out there with the leverage of money that becomes the problem. I'm willing to die for that. I'm not willing to die for anything other than my family and the truth. I can't not step into that light because I'm afraid. I just can't do it. In fact, I'm curious. I have to see what will become of me trying to step out into that. I have to see how they react, how they respond. Just so my little soul here on this earth knows, right with the last breath, if that was the, I don't mean to speak morbidly, like that wasn't even right. I don't mean to speak like that, but even with my last dying breath, I'd be like, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew you guys were lying.
It's like the end of Soylent Green, right? It's humans.
You'll be saying something greater than that.
They probably wouldn't kill you, but they'll bring up like some 30-year-old case that you don't even remember and you don't even know if it's true, and they'll like dehumanize you.
Yeah, the
only thing they can do. The only thing they can do is finally make it legal to where it's like these phones that they say aren't recording. They'll just like randomly pull up some moment where I was digging up my nose or some shit. Like that'd be embarrassing. Like,
yeah.
Like
I think
What else could they do?
they've learned that creating martyrs is not the best way to do it.
Listen, it's hard to be a martyr, right? It's hard to be a martyr when they think that you're crazy. When they label you with a tinfoil hat, it's hard to be a martyr. I understand exactly what Elijah is saying that he'd like to do, and he'd like to be able to affect this on a great scale. And more power to him. I love it. But again, you have to do it as a group. Like you said earlier, right? Like, we got to move as a unit. An individual with a tinfoil hat, no, you need to at least have a whole group of tinfoil hats. You know what I'm saying? At least a group, you know? Because they're going to make a mockery of you. They're going, like they said, they're going to discredit you. You know, they're going to strip you of any power that you may have had, you know, financial or otherwise. And, you know, they're going to put you in a cell with R. Kelly.
I consider
and that's the beautiful part. That's the beautiful part about the other side of what I talk about. Now, I was talking with one of my dear friends about finance, and we were talking about, you know, Kanye West and Kyrie Irving, and she's like, "Man, look at how they silence them and shit." I was like, because the way they attain their wealth isn't freedom. Like, but that's the one. If it's not a job, you want to be a sportscaster, you want to be a rock star, you want to be everything that will actually tie you down harder. I couldn't find a better word than harder. Tie you down tighter, whatever. But there are ways to make money that they can't fuck with you other than literally kill you. They can't freeze your, like, they can only take certain things away. They can take Kanye West's money away. It's not his fucking money. Oops. That's why it could be taken away. They could take away Kyrie Irving's basketball career. Probably not everything he has, but they've given him something that he doesn't want to lose. I will not be making a penny in any area that can be taken from me if I'm speaking certain rhetoric. I will not make a dollar. If I can't say something, I'm out. Because I never wanted to come back to bite me in my ass. My riches and my wealth will be just that. It'll have nothing to do with oh, let me take this endorsement. Oh, you know what? Let me close this bank account. Nah, you can't do that, homie, because I know the government better than you, because I'm God's child and I know the government is really the system that God put in place. Therefore, I'm going to find your lie and expose it.
Elijah, right now, I hear what you're saying. That right now they have these legislations that they're passing. That probably doesn't even matter, but they're trying to go against what you're saying and saying, hey, we're going to be able to block your bank accounts and block your access to money if you're saying certain things or affiliated to certain groups. That's under legislation all over the United States and many other nations.
Yeah, I want to chime in because if you don't think, when I retired, if you don't think that they can just go in, so it would have to be a completely separate monetary system. If you're anywhere in their system that has that address, you know, that unique identifier, that they just go in electronically. They don't ask for your permission. They just went in and took the money that they've been saying I've owed them for years, that I've denied for years and years and years. They just go and delete it.
But guess what? When you have reputable businesses on paper that you put on paper and you put tax codes out there, which is what keeps the government running. If you try to shut my shit down, guess what? I know exactly what questions to ask. Because did you do it justifiably or did you just want to fuck me in the ass? I don't know. Maybe the public would love to know. Maybe I have a good relationship with Byron Allen. I don't. I'm just saying. Like, you can create relationships to where if somebody tried to bite you in the ass, it's like, well, how you gonna do that in front of all these people, my man? It's just, I really truly believe that we can play this game much better than they are, and we can do much more good.
That may be. I
don't know if that's true.
You can only play the game if you're of equal power, and I don't think that's the case.
We are of equal power.
Well, You know what I mean?
Well, okay, we have the capability to be of equal power. Like the only reason we're not of equal power is because we're not of equal mentality. Because people hate poor. Like if somebody says poor is a mentality, because then they'll say you're really gonna say the cost of shit rising. That's a poor mentality. No, my man, but you knew 20 years ago that the shit that's rising now would be rising. So either you were gonna increase your earning potential, or you was gonna cry about it 20 years later. I mean, yes or no? So it's because we've been mentally stagnant in certain areas as to why things are getting tighter now. That's the
I
only
think
reason.
the environment is being put in place to something closer to what you're talking about. Because I agree with you. It's just that the environment is a little toxic for that kind of. But I think it's moving towards that you're gonna be able to do what you're saying without having the economic repercussions. Because there's gonna be more independency of the old monetary system into a more level playing field that is actually being spoken by the probably all the nations about keeping the economics more away from one group of people and more into the communities and the families and the individuals that can actually don't need the government's permission to make money or to keep their money, right?
But I firmly have faith that and this is faith. I'm keeping it real with y'all. It's not something I know. It's faith. I have faith, the utmost faith, that you cannot put a system together that everyone can't be a part of. If you try, there's really no laws for this. The laws are not going to work out for you. So they put it. So if they whatever, I don't give a fuck what system it is. I don't care if it was the system that was back in 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. I don't care about the system today, because ultimately, whatever system you put me under, you're under the same system. And you're under the same set of rules, which means if I know the rules like you know the rules, unless you kill me, you cannot get over on me. And if you're lying, I'm going to play the game better than you and take what you have. Because how could I not if I'm playing by the rules?
I think the rules don't apply to everyone, though.
That's right. No, definitely, bro. I wish it did, but it does. Well, the rules under God, I think it applies to everyone.
Yeah,
but,
the rules under God, yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking. In the government, and the reason that we can govern, and the reason that it takes a certain amount of people to make a functional work environment, and that includes teams at the NFL. You have a certain amount of players. Basketball, same shit. Certain amount of players. Then you have to have the manager. Certain amount. Then you have to have the CEO. It's the same system for everything. So once you get your mind out of, well, they're doing this and we're doing that, and you look at systems versus rhetoric, you begin to start to see, and there are books on this too, you begin to see that actually everything is pretty much the fucking same. The game is they're trying to make us look at it different. No, it's all the same shit. I don't care what system it is.
Things, right? So the system is in place with many avenues, and maybe you are just looking at one avenue. Oh, this avenue doesn't work for me, but there's other avenues that you can use, but you need to know how to operate. Yeah, for sure.
All right, now take this bit of information in with what Jimsy said. Their main goal is to get you to go down a specific avenue, even though there are other avenues available to you. That's why we're where we're at. Because
ways around the
avenues that they.
I said there were ways around the laws, and there were loopholes that can be used so that they can have the advantage.
No, loopholes are just. Well, the wording is the wording. So a loophole is really just, no, I'm actually allowed to do this. So it's not. So again, this is what I'm talking about. If you're knowledgeable about what you can and can't do, they don't actually have a one-up on you. They just spent more time doing what you haven't done. So they have what we don't have. That's all it is.
Yeah, you just need to learn what the rules are and what the loopholes are. That's all. Yeah. I'm not saying
And they're
there's
not
some
really
secret
loopholes. That's
that
what's
they do.
crazy. It's like we all signed contracts. I told the guys about how my ex was trying to get a warranty, and I could hear the guy doing his Glober thing, where he's like, well, he's asking her a specific set of questions, and I'm like, he's asking her this because he doesn't want to pay the $2,000. And guess what? He got her to say enough things to where he's like, well, see, under our warranty, he didn't even say that she wasn't covered, but he was trying to convince her that she should just use the manufacturer's warranty. So she just so that they wouldn't have to pay out of pocket whatever they would have to pay out, because she bought their warranty separate from the manufacturer's warranty. So all she had to say was, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I want the warranty. Yeah. Manufacturer warranty is nice, but I bought yours. Yeah. The speaker's broken. Yep, broken. Thank you. Run me my money. But she fell for what he was doing.
And she agreed and said, yeah, okay, I agree with what you're saying to your offer. Thank you. Oh, and he was like, yeah. Go speak to the other guy.
And he made it look like it was a favorable thing for her to do. Oh, you could save your warranty with us. Just go ahead and use that other warranty over there, even though you've been paying that you paid for this one. It's like, oh wow, bullshit.
She paid for
to use yours, motherfucker.
When she bought the product, they offer two avenues, because there's already a manufacturer warranty, and then they offer another avenue. Hey, if anything happens, we gotta cover you. So you want to pay extra? Yeah, sure, pay extra, because she wants to cover both sides. But then when she came to claim it, he was ready to give him all this Glober BS to not fulfill the agreement that. And she would have been like, hey, I paid the warranty. This is why I paid it for. So this is what I want. I pay for it. And she's just been doing the Glober tap dancing stuff. And she was like, okay, keep dancing. And thanks for your dancing. Thank you.
Exactly. And that's how it is. That's if we think that these people that have more leverage than us right now, or more power, whatever, it's not magic as to how that's happening, is what I'm saying. It's like you can stop it from happening.
Yeah, you can own this stuff.
But we kind of, when people in a suit, people with certain credentials, like they talk fast and with authority, and then you go, ooh, I guess you're right. I don't want to be rude. I mean, you're the person, with a company or affiliated with then they kind of intimidate you into losing the curiosity behind what you were trying to discover. Because ultimately, when you call someone with an issue, it's because in your mind there's a discrepancy, and their job is to wash that discrepancy in your mind away. It's not to prove it wrong, it's to wash it away so that you're not concerned with it. And that's how finances work. They're going to wash your concerns away, and they're going to give you an option that's not good for you.
But you're going to pick it anyways, because you're going to pick that option because they sold it to you.
Isn't it more about
for sure? I deal with it every day.
Isn't it more about distracting you from one issue and going to something else?
You don't think Kanye West had like all the lawyers, and I mean, I'm pretty sure he had plenty of money, and yeah, look what they did to him. Jesus Christ! Like,
yeah, but it's not about lawyers. It's about how he attained his money. Is it his? Nobody can take away something that is yours. If the bank takes my house, it was not mine. I entered into a contract with them. See what I'm saying? You can't.
There's a lot of people who made money, right? I'm just going to go to like music artists, right? Those are the ones that I know of. And there are some music artists who fought to get their masters, right? And they were able to obtain their masters, right? Yet and still, somehow or another, throughout this life, they ended up, distressed, their money dispersed, not having the wealth,
like
getting
Prince with
killed,
WB.
right? So sometimes
they were unalive.
they can't take your money while you're here. So what do? What's the easy equation, right? If you're fighting that hard and you know that much, well.
Oh, you cut off.
He might have got a call, but yeah, they'll
with
just
how we
unalive
assess
you.
situations.
You're gonna have to go back 20 seconds.
My bad. Now you had cut. You had cut. Go back 20 seconds.
Oh, I cut out? That's because I'm on the move a little bit. Yeah, let me find a spot before I try to chime back in. Give me a second.
Yeah, but basically, they'll just unalive you.
Look for example, some famous players.
So I was saying with
That's
the
what
music
happened
artists.
with Prince. Because Prince had a big
oh yeah,
fight with the WB over his music.
On behalf of Sony. And Sony's been in lawyer fights with Michael for years. And Michael had an ironclad contract. Michael was a killer when it came to this sort of stuff. People didn't understand. They see this guy, he speaks funny, he does all of the surgery things, he got a lot of issues. That doesn't mean he's not genius in certain other areas. I mean, apparently he was. I mean, that's how he got to be who he is. Genius, there's a trade-off. A lot of times there's some other instabilities in other places, right? However, that said, they couldn't get out of the contract, so what do? They get rid of the problem, and then once you're out of the game, it's easy to take your money now. Nobody will protect it. Nobody knows as much as you, and so that's what ultimately ends up happening to guys who are really, really smart about the system, know how to work the system, and they get out there and they work the system, but then they buck against the system at the same time. You can't just go bite the hand and feed you, they say, right? And that's how they see it when you do that.
Exactly.
I mean, look at the guy who's
real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. To my surprise, R. Kelly was included in all this. I thought, no, that nigga's definitely a pedophile. It is what it is. But even still, he's been what he's been this entire time. It wasn't until he made a financial move, that then all of this Gayle shit comes out. We know that part is bullshit. That's like the propaganda train for all women. But then I'm like, what? Even him. It's like you can't tell. Yeah, they're gonna definitely try to unalive you, or deplete your funds in any way that they can.
He was on Gayle King. He should have just go to the earth is flat, man. I mean, since you're going down in the ball of fire, stand on where you live, man.
Yo, I most definitely would have put money on his books. If he would have said Earth is flat, I'm like, yeah, that's a real nigga right there. Okay.
That would have been awesome.
Yo, but you know what? They would have edited it out, and he probably did say the Earth is flat. Fuck him, fuck y'all. He probably did say that. Look at all the backlash. I wish I could sit and have a conversation with Shaquille O'Neal. As a matter of fact, I can't wait to get around some of these celebrities. I'm not even going to ask them questions, because I've had these questions so long that I know that if I just listen to them have a conversation, those questions would be answered. Like, I just want to be a fly on the wall and just listen to them talk. Because ain't no way in hell you coming back from flat earth back to the globe. It's just no way. There's no way.
Well,
there's no way you could be like, no, it's
I don't
definitely
think he
flat.
looked deep into it. I think he looked at it and it made sense. But then when he said something and all of the backlash, I think that made him stop looking into it any further and just accept, the narrative to keep his job and not push back. We all know how Kyrie Irving handled it. Kyrie just didn't say anything. He was like, yo, I said what I said. I stand on that. We're done with that conversation. He didn't retract his statement while Shaq did.
Right. And then the little pushback that Mike Tyson, did you see that?
I heard about it, but I didn't get a chance to see it. I don't know who he was speaking with about it.
He was speaking to Jim Jones, and it's if you look at the entire interview, it's not as riveting as the small clip makes it look. Like it's not like he was saying the Earth is flat, but he did say, "You think it's really raining diamonds on Jupiter?" And then Jim Jones was like, "That's what they say." He's like, "You believe him?"
Is that really what they say? No.
Yeah, no, that's really what they say. They say it's raining diamonds on Jupiter. You didn't know that one? Yeah, they say that. That is part of their story, yes.
Wow. I'm just saying.
So where do the diamonds flying though? Because it's a gas planet. So do they just go straight through? Are they orbiting through the planet? What's going on with those diamonds?
I'm just saying, if you have enough influence, enough attention, and you get put in jail, and you have names to people who went on your island, I'm not going to say his name though, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, you know what? We can't really take you out because we couldn't find the books yet. So we're going to just make a scene and shed some lights out and stuff like that. And we're going to get you back to the house. If those books come out, man, we cooked.
Yeah. If you look at that case, dude, it's crazy what happened. It's fucking crazy.
You know what? One of my favorite appearances was on Killer Priest podcast because
Weiss,
you know, me. I was on.
Wait. You were on it recently?
Maybe like I don't know, 6 months ago, something like that. I think I was on this. Was I on there twice? I was supposed to be on.
How come I never heard about it?
I gave y'all. Yeah, you did.
No, man. Maybe. I mean, I've been through a lot in 6 months, though. So yeah, it could be me.
Yeah, we did a watch party live.
Yeah, it might have been my absence.
Yeah, no. When I did it, I was like, yeah. So I was on the podcast, and everybody's like, "What? I love that podcast." I was like, "Yeah, it's pretty cool."
Oh, I remember now. You did say
it was right, like that helped, right? But I did. I came in here and I gave like the link, and I was like, yeah, you know. So like the crazy thing about it is like, yes, I love all of the flat earthers that Killer Priest, you know, allow onto his platform, and I just felt like it needed that Nathan Oakley flavor, meaning we need to introduce what the scientific method is versus what it isn't, and we need to discuss, you know, what is a belief, you know, what's absolute, and things like that. I told him, you know, about, you know, my father, he's a 5%er, so I understand that nation like being really, it's probably a hard hell no. I get that. But you know, I was able to just represent as in, because that's not really thing that people like. People try to do. I'm maybe that. I'm gonna stand firm, and I'm gonna be like, this is what it is, and this is what it isn't. He wanted me to come back. I think I think my boy said that I might have been one of his famous flat earthers. And if Dave made him a flat earther before, he was definitely a flat earther after I left.
I'm going to check for that episode. But I did enjoy the one with Weiss because you get to see Weiss be a little fiery.
Yeah, right? Yeah, he was. You know why? Because this dude is a fucking asshole. I forget what the dude's name when he was like,
I know what you're talking about.
the water. How could you say that? The water is flat, the surface, but underneath it, it's a globe. How could he say that? I said, no, he didn't say that. No, he didn't. No, but he did. Then there's that other, I forget his Rasul. Yeah. So I was doing my ones and twos about the
Your robot now.
I started hitting him with. Is it me roboting? Because I think I'm in a bad area anyway.
Yeah, it's just intermittently, like we're catching like a few sentences, and then you start into one and it fades.
But I'll get y'all the episode if y'all want it.
But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, man. Actually, I could look it up. I just have to do the search and search. When I search for everything that you've posted, or anybody, or a lot of people actually, like
4 months ago.
You do that search, you get a plethora of stuff, man. So yeah, that's a good way to get content too.
Right. All I know is that guy keeps saying that, it's a globe because the most perfect shape in the universe is a globe, and that's why everything is circular in life. He cracks me up.
That is insane. How is that even true? Like,
well, that's what the originators, that's what they believe. So they still believe the same thing. It's the most perfect shape. That's what we're going to go with balls and like 500 years.
I've heard people saying that the most perfect shape is a sphere. I don't know about that because there's such a thing. There's such a thing as the shape of creation, and I don't know if the globe is included in that. I mean, not the globe, the sphere. But
are you saying there's natural observations of shapely things that are more appealing?
The only thing I can think of is like rocks. They always seem to be kind of round, I guess. That's the only thing I can think of.
There are no perfect spheres. They're talking about the lights in the sky. And I guarantee you that any light that can shine so bright that you would see it from that far would look almost the same way. It would radiate. You wouldn't be able to tell the exact shape. It would look circular. Whatever. I don't subscribe to any shape being more perfect than another. But if people choose to believe that, that's a relative perspective for me.
Mm-hmm. So to think all those other things like Astro Boy that we had in the other day, you have to believe all kinds of little stories like the sun is what they're saying it is, that planets are just created. You have to take the whole ball of wax. They have no choice. They're not going to dip out, duck, dodge, and dive away from the question and say that's not my. And then claim compartmentalization. What? Now we have compartmentalization, but everybody else that comes in says like they don't even understand the idea. Oh, that's not my field. That's the answer. That's not my field. So gas giants can still exist, and I'm still going hardcore on that this whole scenario is correct. No. The water's flat, but the land underneath it is curved. Well, wouldn't the water lift off from the surface?
Dude, I just did a gas giant in my truck seat.
Did you try to light it on fire? I bet. Never mind.
No. I tried to get it into my gas tank.
That would be efficient, wouldn't it? Too bad there's not a hookup. No, thanks. That's kind of weird. That would make a great comedy sci-fi part, though. Yeah.
Can it get quiet?
Yeah, pretty much.
Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. The king was stationary and level. Something happened. There was a very silence that came over him. No one can explain exactly what happened at 5:18, but it did. Research of intelligent life. Anyone out there with intelligent ideas about the designs and the dimensions of where we live, feel free to enter and prepare to be educated or to educate. Hello, is this thing on? Is this thing on?
Yeah, you're on.
Joan Rivers was great.
Ain't that the one that was famous for the Michelle Obama comment?
Yeah. He's the one who broke the scoop and then suddenly dies in surgery.
Can't even get a Zeppelin. I don't care how rich you get, you can't get you a Zeppelin. Why the hell don't you have those anymore?
I'm disappointed in that, actually, quite. Because by now I could have a little personal Zeppelin with wheels on it. You could just take, go up the hill to the park, cruise along, and then just lift off. What's so hard about it? We have the technology. I guess we destroyed the Zeppelin technology, and it's painful to build it back.
You know what I got to do? I got to get in contact with Tazadoc, man.
That would be nice, though. Have a Zeppelin. Have a nice big porch or patio on top of it. Take it nice and high up. Go out on top of it and just have a sit.
I mean, sun deck. You could have a little pool area. I mean, think how stable that is.
Yeah, no. So many ideas.
There could be like Zeppelin condominiums floating out there. You could go out to one of those and have a vacation or something, while you cruise over the flat plain for a couple of days. That would be awesome.
Come join us in the clouds.
Yeah, this area
That'd be
here,
so dope.
this area here we're passing over is quite level and horizontal. You can see the horizon many, many, many more miles than the globe Earth, which was an archaic idea that is no longer accepted now that people have come to their senses. Thank you.
There it is, guys.
So what about this? They're bringing back all this archaic technology like electric trolleys. They destroyed that technology, then they reinvented it and brought it back again. Maybe that's going to be the way the globe goes.
Yeah.
Flat, man. I'm with you, man. I wish I had some of those really good cultivated products like that. But yeah. What's the latest news on Mars? They say they've been going out to that thing with probes for like 30, 40 years. What the hell? What did they accomplish? Better CGI, I bet. It's still not working, though. Guys, you're going to still have to ramp it up. I don't know how it's possible. I better go outside soon.
Me too. Check on the animals and stuff.
I posted the Killer Priest podcast that I was on, and I was also saying that, man, I have to get in contact with Tazadoc. Because the shit that I was saying, that brother, he was really locked in, like he had heard it for the first time. And he seemed really interested. And he has a wealth of knowledge as far as he's kind of like oh my god, I hate when I get these calls. Yeah, he's kind of like when Hank Hill talks about like the laws and this, that, and the third. He's really knowledgeable on that stuff.
Yeah, when I saw Dave Weiss on there back a while back, I listened to a couple of things, but other shows, just brief moments of it. But yeah, I don't know. It didn't seem like he was too knowledgeable, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, I bet he's got a clue now, though. I don't see how he could not.
Are you talking about Elijah Vinny? That guy Vinny? Is that who you were referencing?
I'm talking about Killer Priest, Sonny. I'm talking about Tazadak. He's put out a lot of books, and I was in bed. You know how you be asking me, do you know of this person? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, oh God, this guy, how the fuck does he know stuff and not know anything about anybody? He's so uncultured. Tazadak, he has a ton of information.
Yeah.
Check. I'm gonna have to check for
him. Isolated. I kind of live an isolated life, life of a hermit. I know you probably weren't talking. What's that?
What are you in a small town, Sonny?
Yeah, small town, San Diego. It's the third largest town on the West Coast. Yeah, it's pretty small. Compared to LA, it's small. No, it's a large city now. I lived here when it wasn't so large, but yeah. At least 3.5 million, I think, in the city confines now. There was less than 1 million when I lived here back in the 80s when I was in the Navy here. There was only 800,000. Yeah, we're coming up in the world, I guess. I don't know if you'd say that, if I'd say that, actually. It's always been a big military town, beach town. It's been a big surf place for years and years and years. And
San Diego had a cool reputation.
Oh yeah, some places got the full reputation. I could tell you some stories about some of the areas down here at the beaches where the Hells Angels used to run the places. In the 60s and 70s, I talked to people that have moved away and lived in Washington State. When I moved to Washington State, I talked to a lot of people that were ex-Californians that moved up there. And the stories they told about the places I actually lived in later in life here in California, San Diego, it was the wild, wild west. These are dangerous places. Even today, actually. These are dangerous places to walk on the sidewalk on Friday and Saturday night in fear of getting run over. Literally. I mean, it's not like that all the time, but it used to be worse. Crazy shit.
And with a chopper or a hog? Are you talking about the Hells Angels, or are you talking about just walking in general?
No, yeah, the Hells Angels used to run this one place, Ocean Beach. Yeah, they used to run the place. The police didn't even come into the area back in the day. Yeah, I would stay out of there. Not so much that way now, but there's a lot of people that live there that don't put up with any shit. And there's some psychotic people that live there that don't put up with any shit. But they don't know what shit is. So they're like, it gets kind of dangerous. It's pretty bizarre. The zombie population has definitely gone up in the last 3 or 4 years, if you know what I mean.
Man, imagine if they were spinning. Man, that would be really some shit.
Well, they shut the beach down. I mean, they tried to tell people you can't go to the ocean. Like, think about that. That was pushing the boundaries. That was pushing the boundaries. But a lot of people didn't put up with that either. So what are they going to do with hundreds of people going out and surfing no matter what they say? They were, I guess, stopping people in the parking lots from parking. But a lot of these people live walking distance, so I'm sorry. For a while it kind of worked, but then people were like, no, I'm not buying this. And that's why I think they did it. See how far they could push the limits.
Tried to shut the beach down. City, the municipality.
Yeah, the city. All the cities, they just folded over like dominoes.
What's up, Bear?
Anyway, I got to cut out for a little while here. I'll talk to you guys later. Nice hearing all of you today.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, I dropped a link of Elijah's great paper that he wrote. He was nice enough to narrate it for us. I'm in the future, anybody who wants to record their testimony, or even if you record your testimony in the live stream and you'd like it to be featured in the playlist spot, just give me the date and time of when the testimony started, and then I'll go back and review it and clip it, and I will add it to my YouTube channel and create playlists for the bot. And, just testimonies of like what it was like when you came to the truth. What were some things that were just absolutely clear that you were being lied to? And just be as genuine as possible.
Yo, that's an awesome offering from Sheepdog. Doing what sheepdogs do, herding them sheep in here. But no, that's definitely a great proposition. I know some of you guys should take them up on that.
Yeah, I'll get one of my own in here, or one of my own. I'll narrate it and everything like that. I'll sit down and write it, so that way it's it won't be as good as Elijah's, but I think it'll be felt. I think everybody, if you want to be featured on that, you should just be genuine about it. If you have a hard time getting your thoughts together in the conversation for the live stream, sit down and put pen to paper. Spend a couple of days formulating it, writing it, editing it, and then when you get into the live stream, just say, "Hey, I'd like to read this," and then go ahead and DM me the time of when you read it, if I'm not here, and then I'll go back and I'll flip it. I think it's important for everybody to know that it's okay to step away from the mainstream rhetoric and think for yourself. Ask questions. For sure, wave mixers. All right, let me get myself organized. Is it really Tuesday? I'm so lost on time right now. It is. Got 3 more days. And if anybody in here right now, since it's quiet, if anybody in here has a testimony to share, now is your chance to share it. Like you were saying earlier, Max, when you're like, I didn't always believe it. And when I remember as a kid, like thinking like, how come when I go up in a helicopter, or when a helicopter pilot goes up in the air, they go up and they fly around for an hour and hover for an hour and then go back down. Why doesn't the Earth move underneath them?
Exactly.
And I was probably like 6 or 7. Like it didn't add up.
Right. I think most kids probably. I can't speak for most kids. I mean, I think we're a curious bunch to begin with. This is why we were able to find our ways here and question the things that we do. We're just not rebellious for no reasons. However, I think there are a lot more people out there who kind of went through that same process, but kind of just left it alone and didn't kind of tinker with it and think about it, while it kind of stayed persistent for folks like us.
You know, my daughter, her and I were having a conversation about the Earth spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. And she looked at me like, wow, really? We're spinning that fast? I said, yeah. I was like, if I put you on a merry-go-round and I spun you 1,000 miles per hour, what do you think would happen? And she goes, you would fly off. And I said, that's exactly right. I was like, why don't we fly off on the Earth? And then she started thinking about it and everything. And I was like, the Earth isn't curving, right? And she's 9. She's like, the Earth's not flat, Dad. I'm like, you don't know awesome. That. I just gotta keep that seed in there, man, because otherwise, her curiosity will go away.
At 9 years old, they already got her though conditioned. You know what I'm saying? She already rebelled and pushed back hard. She stood her stand. She stood 10 toes down. 9 years old. I am sure of this much, Dad.
Yep.
They get them early and they get them good.
And they get you with parlor tricks, man. Like I asked my daughter one week, I said, hey, what did you learn in school this week? She's like, we played with magnets. Like, really? Why are you playing with magnets in second grade, right? I'm like, what did you learn last week? She's like, we learned about gravity. I was like, oh, all right, touche. I'll have to question some things on her later on in life. You know what I mean? Like put some little questions back in her ear, make her question the narrative.
And that's exactly what you should do. Just plant it. Your dad, and she's always going to go back to it. She's going to rebel against you. You don't know anything. The teachers are right? This is where kids stand most of the time. You got to argue with them because the teachers are right. No matter what you say, somehow or another, Mrs. Johnson or Rebecca, whatever they call these teachers nowadays, they come home and they'll tell you that they're right. Listen, we've eroded the system so much where we started calling, losing the lines of boundary between adults and children. And it's just become like a free-for-all now.
It's just amazing. Man, if you call, you didn't even, I didn't even know my teacher had a first name for like the first 5 years of school.
Exactly.
When I found out my teacher had a first name, like I seen kids call their teacher by the first name, and man, they got like verbally lectured on that shit. Like, I don't want that.
Yeah, they got a lashing. Yeah, they got corrected. They were reprimanded harshly.
You don't call me that. I am the authority. Oh shit.
I think there needs to be a reinstallation of these sorts of boundaries. I am one who do believe that children are the one who change the world, or what we consider children nowadays. I think we infantilize these children too much, and but that's my personal opinion. Because I know the people who built this world, they were very young. They weren't 30 anything. They were checking out the game at 35. They were dead at 28. And they already made their great discoveries and built their great structures and did all of their things. Nowadays, these kids are 28, still at home, not out of school yet, fiddling around at what they want to do because we infantilize these kids, man. It's crazy. It's, in my opinion. I'm sorry. That's just my personal opinion. That's it.
No, I mean, I have my own theories on that too. I can save that for speculation Sunday, but I'll just quickly say, like, I just don't think the history we were told is what really happened. oh, they were doing it in their 30s, they were checking out by their 30s. I don't think there's anything new under the sun. I think people were harder working back then. But we don't know the technology. We're just told what the technology was. But again, speculation Sunday. But yeah, no, just a reevaluation. I mean, I've been saying this probably for like the last 3 or 4 years. We need to get back into the village mindset where, it takes a village to raise a child. You know what I mean? Like, we should all be looking out for each other's children. We should all be helping each other. I miss the days where I could walk down the street and my neighbor knew my name. I miss the days where, we'll go trick-or-treating and all the kids are staying out till 2:00 in the morning on Tuesday night, on Halloween Tuesday night, and you didn't have to fear for your child to be taken. I miss those days.
I remember knowing my neighbors. I remember not being able to do things in front of your neighbors. You couldn't use profanity. You couldn't be a bad kid, get caught smoking. They would reprimand you, and then they would tell you to your face, "I am telling your mother. I'm telling your father."
Yep.
I think a lot of it is just fake. Like, just to scare you.
No, a lot of it is to separate us, and that's what they've done successfully, and people don't realize it. And I understand, that there are generation gaps, but this is more than a generation gap that's been created, right? We are now more separate than ever. You don't know the people in your own community. If you live in an apartment building, you may not even know the people on your same floor, and you don't feel comfortable speaking to them either. And, our whole lives are built on the connections that we make. And this is how the whole world operates, through some sort of connection, through one another, through some other operations, right? And they're disconnecting us. And this is why people are acting so irrational, and we're having so many irrational events that happen. And, the sheep are completely convinced and blinded right now. And this is why they believe that they can go over a curve on a boat when, all the scientists says, "Oh, no, that doesn't happen anymore." But people still believe that anyway.
Yeah. It definitely, people are convinced that, I don't even know, man. It's so hard to sit there and have that conversation because, number one, we're at where we're at, but number two, people don't want to listen. People tuned out.
I mean, I live in Miami, and I don't know. I don't see any of that stuff. My community is pretty tight. We have like community patrols. We have kids in our neighborhoods. We have when trick or treating, when it's Halloween, kids do their thing.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I gotta say that's awesome because, it's not like that everywhere.
No, it's not. Definitely not. But here it is. Florida's the best. I'll tell everyone that.
Texas is better than Florida. I'll tell you that right now.
What?
Texas is better than Florida.
I don't know, man. We're competing, so.
But I think other places should take note. We should all strive for that improvement to get back to the way things used to be.
Like every day I pass by the park and there's kids playing at the park. There's so many things. Like, I don't know, nothing's really changed in Florida.
It's going to take a community though to watch out for each other and support each other in order to get back on track to the way things used to be. It's possible, but we're going to have to start trusting each other again. We're going to have to start looking to each other. We have to start calling each other out.
We have to start connecting to nature again. We have to start taking in the world around us outside. We have to make sure that our kids are not just sitting in front of some box or in some tube all day long. We have to make sure that they are getting out there and connecting to the world around them. Then it's easier to see the truth. If you're locked up all day and just taking in indoctrination all day, then it's going to be really hard for you to be able to tell, truth from fiction. And we don't want to put them in that position. So if you do have children, make sure they get a healthy dose of being outside and connecting with the universe and connecting with the world. And same to all of the rest of us.
And cook for them. Stop buying all this processed food. Go out and like cook real food. Start with the basics. You can scramble some eggs up, right? You can throw a chicken breast on the grill. Start with the basics. Let's get back to our healthy ways.
100%, guys. I think what Max said about nature is, I noticed a big difference when after we come back from a camping trip with no technology or anything. I noticed their behaviour and how relaxed they are when we get back for a week or 2 weeks, and you teach them how to light fires, how to cook on a fire, go on bushwalks, search for waterfalls and look at birds, and it makes a big difference in them every single time.
Yeah. Go feed the animals. Like, go get some breadcrumbs and go to the park and just toss some breadcrumbs out for the birds. Or,
Even if you're in the urban area, find your way to your local zoo, to your local petting zoo. Go to your local beach. Go to your wharf. Go to your ports. Go to your piers. And try to take off your shoes as much as possible. And try to connect with the earth. Do all of those sorts of things. To bring yourself back around to connecting with nature. I mean, it makes the truth so much easier to see.
No, I don't know what it's like there for you, Max, but like even like half an hour out of the city or an hour from the city, like it's just total nature and bushland. I'm not sure what it's like in the New York area, but you could just go for a drive and then go for a walk in the forest somewhere. Like it's only an hour out of the way as well for people. People should be doing that stuff. I know it's probably a lot more built up there in the New York area.
Yeah, you have to leave the city limits, but it's not that far. You drive, an hour, 2 hours at the most. We have state park. We have all sorts of things. You go a little further, because New York State is huge. So, you go upstate New York, it's like going down south. It's farmland, A lot of people think New York City, and they think that's all New York. No, you go upstate New York, it's apple trees, it's cows, it's corn, it's nothing but fields.
Yeah. I've even noticed it here, like, we've got a huge kind of camping culture in Australia, and it's slowed down a lot. A lot of people don't seem to leave the city anymore, and there's only 2 massive cities, like the rest are small country towns, pretty much.
One thing I have noticed is a lot of kids and a lot of people are riding around in like these motorized, like, I don't know what they're like. I guess they're like skateboards or with like the handles. I don't know what they're called. I don't know how they're getting exercise like that.
Electric scooters.
Yeah, the electric scooters. Yeah, like I've noticed that, a lot of that.
Yeah, everyone's got electric bikes here. It's so fucking lazy. What happened to pedaling
Yeah, I've
yourself
seen that
around?
too.
Like,
Yeah, like
Hey, I've got a foot pedal scooter. Me and my daughter, we get on the foot scooters and we push.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
I gotta check out, fellas.
And they have to do a leg. And
what's that?
The doctor noticed that his right leg was much bigger than his left in muscle mass, and he was wondering if
From
that
a scooter.
Nah, from a skateboard.
Oh, okay.
That's funny. It's like the arm wrestlers. That happens to arm wrestlers too.
Hey, sheepdog. Haven't seen you in a while, buddy.
I've been working for the last week, actually working and making a paycheck, so I'm happy about that.
Awesome, mate.
Yeah, just been taking a break. Fortunate for me, been dating a lot of women, so been nice.
Oh, you have been?
Yeah, I'm talking to like 6 right.
Ah, you have to pick one soon, mate.
You spinning plates, bro? That's awesome.
Oh no, I may not pick any of them. I just gotta figure it out.
Yeah. Don't get greedy and try and take them all. There's only enough for one, mate. I don't know how people try and fucking have two.
Oh,
That would do
I'm
my head
looking
in.
for the one. If
Yeah.
I find the, I'll find the one because I know that she'll adore me and trust me with all her heart.
Just don't be so narrow-minded to only look for a flat earther.
Oh no. I'm convinced that like. So here's the thing. She obviously is going to have to accept that I am a flat earther. She don't have to be a flat earther. But I mean, I hear all y'all stories in the whole argument, like when somebody like there'll be like a house party or something like that, and somebody will pipe up about flat Earth, and then like I could see my wife looking at, giving me that look, like, don't you fucking say That's the kind of woman I want. That she knows I'm a flat earther, and she's still gonna be around.
Yeah. As soon as someone mentions space, mate, I get those two eyes right on you.
Right.
Don't you fucking do it.
Oh, did you see this new rocket? And the Falcon X9 is getting ready to go up. Don't you say anything.
Yeah. They're our friends.
What are they going to do when they go up? I'm like, how high do you think they're going to go up?
It's like you want to unload on them, but you got to be gentle, you know. Like, oh yeah. Have you ever seen these rockets go all the way to space? Do you know where
First,
they
you have to define space.
Shut up.
Is space in the vacuum, or is it 65,000 feet up?
What is space? Can you have gas pressure?
Well, what do you
without a
mean?
container? I've never seen that
What do
before.
you, what do you mean? You're not a flat earther, are you? What if I am?
Yeah. You were one of those flat earthers.
Oh, you're
You're
going
one
to
of those
indoctrinate me.
retarded globers. You're one of those
Make you ask
retarded
questions?
globers that never seen a curve.
What are you talking about? I've seen a curve.
Yeah, from an airplane, man. Oh, check out these photos, man. I was flying back from Perth last week. And it was, so you got to fly west, you got to fly east. Perth back to Melbourne. And it was at sunset. Some of them look a bit curved because they've got a wide angle lens, but
I gotta see this. And I gotta let you go because I gotta do a mud check.
sometimes a poster goes to the wrong place. There we go.
That's what I'm thinking too, because it didn't show us. Oh yeah, look at that.
Look at those colours,
It
mate.
doesn't
That's
look
just
like it's curving. That's not curved. That's circle of view.
no.
There's a difference.
I took a wide shot and it starts to curve at the edges, but it's just because of the lens changes. But mate, you
No,
look
it's a
out
circle
there,
of view.
flat as fuck. But so those colours, that sky was more purple than that. It was so good, man. I just my missus, she thought I was a retard or something. I was just staring out the window for like 4 hours. She goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "Look at it. It's amazing." Yeah. Whatever excites you. Whatever excites you.
Like this. Have I ever showed you this, Timbo?
No.
So
States.
houses that's out in the
when
middle
you
of
when you're looking straight out in front of you, directly out in front of you is the furthest you're going to see, and then everything to the left or the right starts to curve inward towards your vision because of your circle of view. You get the same idea if you take a pin on a piece of paper. You put a pin in the middle of that piece of paper with a string. You take that string and put a pen on it, and you draw a circle all the way around it. That's called a circle of view.
Yeah. I hate saying this, but like it's the edge of your atmospheric dome, your personal atmospheric dome. But I hate using those terms, but it just makes sense because you actually we were staying near the beach as well, so on the west coast, and I was down at water level, and you go, yeah, you can only see a certain distance, so it does look like you're seeing in a circle. Like it does. You can't say it doesn't. And you go, yeah, it's because you can only see. You got in front of you 100, in front of you 20 miles, to the right of you 20 miles. So everything as it comes around in a circle starts to look like it comes in. I don't know how people can't work that out.
It's it's loud out
who
here.
was trying to?
All these little beepings and everything. Go ahead.
I think someone was trying to jump in before and say something. If you want to jump in, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask the Aussie if he's ever been to those houses that are in the desert region, but they're underground.
Yeah, Cooper Petey. Yeah, I've stayed there before.
How is it?
Yeah, it's they dig them under because it's so hot there. It gets like 45 degrees, but I don't know what that is there. 45 degrees centigrade.
Yeah, that's hot.
So it's constantly 24 degrees underground. So it's very comfortable. They build in they dig in swimming pools and everything.
So do they dig the ground, fill it with concrete, or do they dig the ground and then put in the metal walls and hold the dirt back? Or do you not know?
No, it's all it's all, so they dig it out and they leave the walls as like clay.
Oh.
So they'll smooth them out, maybe put a hardener on it or something like that, and use like a solid plastering kind of technique and smooth it out. And then the hardener hardens the walls so it doesn't, every time you rub up against the walls, it doesn't rub off on your clothes. And then the floor, I think they can pour concrete down there on the floors, but a lot of the ones I saw were tiled. But it's really comfortable. But you can see, if you go there, you can see why they do it. It's just red dirt with a couple of bushes around, and it's a pretty harsh landscape,
Yeah.
Not much survives out there.
I think if I wanted to live in Australia, that would be where I would go get a house.
You don't need to do it there. You can do it anywhere you want.
Well, yeah, I know. Where I'm at, if I dig 10 or 15 feet to the ground, then I got to put in a water barrier so that I don't have water filling my house.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're above you're at the water line there, are you?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it doesn't rain much there, so.
Why would you choose to live there?
Did I hear you just say that your water table is only 1 foot down in the ground?
No, you did not hear me correctly.
Oh, what did you say? I'm just curious.
Now, if you're in Florida, the water table is, just about a foot underground. For sure.
Wow, that's bizarre.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they've taken a lot of the southern portion of Florida and brought it up out of a swampy environment by laying the ground with limestone and shale rock, so that it's above the sea level. So that's why it's the number one flattest state in the United States, because at sea level.
Yeah, they've been telling me we're going to be underwater for about 20 years now. Or more.
The Okeechobee, from Lake Okeechobee, everything south of that was swampland, and then the Caloosahatchee River that runs west, and everything south of that had to be raised from out of the water level in order for it to be inhabitable, because otherwise you was just living in swampland. So like that whole portion of Florida was practically the Everglades. Now the Everglades is just limited to that southwest corner, because Miami had to take the southeast corner.
When was Miami raised?
Oh, I don't know. Google.
Do you have like a concrete slab on the houses, or are they on stilts,
crazy.
and lifted off the ground?
Depending on where you're at, a lot.
No,
like
all of us here in Miami are on ground. I don't know.
They'll pour a concrete slab down and they'll build a house on top of it. If you're in the Everglades area, like in Chokoloskee, your house is up on stilts.
Stilts, yeah. Okay.
A lot of the houses,
so
rivers.
what they do with the slabs though. So before they pour the slabs, they drill down into the ground until they hit like clay, and then they put these cylinders down in the holes, and then they fill them with Rio and concrete, and then they put the slab on top of them. It's the only way to build on unstable ground. Yeah.
I don't know, and they told me they had to drill like 2 meters down, but when I dig into my ground, it's clay straight away. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. No, they're looking for
much
bedrock
clay.
Yeah.
I
want to get through the clay, but
the house that I live in is about maybe 50 years old. It's been fixed up a little bit and added, right? There's been some extensions to the house, but it's basically, there's none of that. It's raised a little bit off the ground, but it's not like there isn't anything special to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's old school. That's what they do a lot. Most of the old houses in Sydney are like that too.
Basically, there's a space under the house for like the plumbing and stuff, and I can go down there and But other than that, there hasn't been anything made specially for like flooding or anything like that. Like I've lived here 20 years. I've never had flooding in Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. My parents got a really old house. And you could go underneath there. You could run pipes. You could run wires. You could store shit. It's pretty cool in a sense. But it's more inducive to pests and stuff like that as well. So it's kind of pros and cons. Plus, it creaks a lot, and the pillars move and shit, and you have to, because they didn't really do the piers like they do now as well. They just put a bit of concrete and just chuck some pillars on top of it.
Yeah, I see them all the time. All the piers, all the mortar starting to like fall out. All the piers are getting. That's why they go under and replace them with concrete stumps now.
Yeah. Some
Jack up
cases
here.
they like lift the whole house up basically and
Yeah,
redo them.
they
Hey,
do. They
like,
put
it's
these.
crazy.
They put these big bearers. They slide a bearer up from each end, and they pick up the original bearers. They lift it with bottle
It's like
jacks.
a pneumatic.
Yeah,
Bottle
and then
jacks or
lift,
like with air. Yeah.
yeah, they lift the whole house and dig the old or just dig next to the old stumps and replace them with concrete ones. Then they drop the house. Pretty fucking cool, man.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Get a lot of cracking though after that.
It was cracking anyway. It already was.
But they
the
did
other place I've got as a mud brick is mud bricks. It's crazy on the
man.
on the inside. It's you can't see it anymore because they plastered it up, but it's all mud brick walls and shit.
Rip the plaster down, mate.
I know. I wish I could, but I'm too. There must have been the guy who did it. There must have been a reason why he covered it up and didn't use it as a feature. Like it mustn't have been that great. But yeah, so I will at some stage attempt one part of it and see what it looks like. But yeah, it would be cool. It's funny how they changed the way they do things. Hey,
That guy was talking about Florida. We did the same here in Melbourne with there was swamps all down near the river, and what they had to do was they had to fill in. There's another story about Melbourne how they raised the whole city. Why we have these underground levels. You know, everyone goes on about Tartary and mud floods and stuff like that. There's actually documentation where they raised the city, raised the street levels by I think it was 12 or 13 feet to cover up for the swamplands, so they could build on the swamps. I don't know if it's just a made-up story but that's what they did. And
from a builder's point of view, is there any reason to have a window halfway through the floor, like half under, half above?
Ventilation.
Yeah, but big windows?
No. But if that's all they had to work with, then that's what they'd use, you know?
Yeah.
If there's one window
Sydney's full of that
manufacturer in the whole city and he makes one size window, then you're just going to use that one size window, yeah?
Yeah, true. Yeah, I try to be pretty skeptical about that, but when I look at things and they're telling me it's only 80 years old or whatever, or some dumb number, and, you know, there was basically no one living here, and then the first thing they built was this monolithic Catholic church. It's like, get lost.
Yeah, or a mental hospital up on top of a hill.
Yeah, mental hospitals. Yeah, right. Penal colony, my ass.
Build it, but the detail that they put into it. Would you like everything today is built like out of cinder blocks, square buildings?
Yeah.
It's just ugly and it's the bare bones minimum. If you're building a mental hospital, why would you put so much attention to detail and ornamentation? Things like that.
It's crazy. It's such a grand house, you know.
And allegedly, the guys that are coming here are the bottom of the barrel, convicts and whatnot. This is the official story that they tell us at school.
You know what was interesting? I was watching an AC/DC video. It's called "It's a Long Way to the Top" if you want to rock and roll. And they're from Australia, and they're on the back of a flatbed truck. It's sometime in the early '80s or late '70s, and you could see these trolley cars, electric trolley cars with tracks in the streets, in these grand old buildings of a massive city. I'm like, wait, wasn't it just Australia settled by just a handful of people? How is the city this big? And this is in the 70s or early 80s, right? And these buildings looked old. So keep in mind, that's a while ago, and those buildings were already old, and it was built out. So I don't know the total population of Australia in the 80s, but that all had to be done previously to them because, like I said, the buildings had age on them. I don't really know. The story doesn't make sense to me that just a handful of convicts landed there, and then there's all this infrastructure built out in a very short amount of time.
You've been watching the history of Flat Earth, haven't you?
What's that? Well, a long time ago, I got into this. There's a guy called Flat Earth British. He would talk about it, and I looked into it myself. A lot of stuff. I'm like, holy shit! And I noticed like the similarities of all the Capitol buildings, even from China, United States, buildings in Europe. They all had a similar architecture. Even in Mexico, they had aqueducts that looked like they belonged in somewhere in Italy and Rome or whatever. It's like, dude, those look like Roman aqueducts in Mexico. And I'm scratching my head. I'm like, how do they have all these different places all over have similar architecture? South Africa, places remote, like it shouldn't have this. Like China, you think everything looks like the Chinese takeout food cart and like that's their style of architecture? No, it looked just like you would see in ancient Rome. It looks so out of place. And that's why in Japan had it too. Like the whole excuse for these wars, they wiped out tons of that shit.
Yeah,
and you know what's funny? The building that survived in Hiroshima, guess what it was? It was a Jesuit building. It was 8 blocks from the epicenter, from the ground zero of where they allegedly hit with a nuke, right? So this building was spared, but everything else was leveled. It's like, you can't make this shit up. It's like, oh, I was praying in my building, we were spared. I'm like, get the fuck out. They expect, and people buy that shit. The bomb discriminated from the Jesuit building, but everything else was leveled.
It is funny that that purportedly that these buildings were built in an era when they had less sophisticated, tools.
Supposedly.
And now we do have that sophisticated technology to be able to easily build stuff like that. We don't.
The buildings are made for shit, cinder blocks, right? These buildings were made to last forever. They're made out of different, like, cut stone, and the stone is cut to such precision. I was talking about this yesterday. I'm like, look, there's only one way you can make polished granite or marble slabs and stack them to that degree of precision, right? Repeatability. You had to have precision machine tools. There's no way around it. You're not going to chisel a block of stone like granite and have it polished and perfect and square. It's impossible to do with a chisel. It's like if you saw a welded bead, right? Someone took a welder and made a bead. You obviously had a welding machine. You're like, oh, that's a weld. I can identify that as a weld. I can identify that as polished granite and it's square. It wasn't obviously done with a chisel, hammer and chisel. There's something being hidden from the story. They're leaving a big part of the story out. The building exists. We know that. How the fuck did they build it? Horse and cart, hammer and chisel, no electricity, no power tools, no diamond cutting wheels. How the hell did they do it?
Well, they wouldn't need a diamond cutting wheel. They would just need high water pressure because you can cut granite with water pressure.
No, you can't. They use in a water jet. They use aggregate mixed with the water. It's not just pure water. Go do your research, dude.
Okay. Say it again.
If you're interested in this stuff, there's a guy.
Aggregate.
Crushed. It's garnet, zirconia.
I'll say this. There's nothing new under the sun.
Right. So then if we can do it now, they couldn't do it then? That's the only thing.
They obviously did it. The question is how. It's obviously exists. The question is how did they do it?
Well, how did they electroplate stuff?
Electricity. There you go. They had it.
Egypt? In
Someone
ancient
had
Egypt?
knowledge of it.
Bro, I'm telling you that they're telling you that they were archaic and simple-minded people, and they were hunter-gatherers. No, there's nothing new under the sun.
The buildings,
civilization has been like this for a long time.
The buildings disprove all that, and that's the reason. Like, oh yeah, people built it back. I'm like, wait, even the clock. There's a flat Earth clock somewhere in Europe, very sophisticated. I'm like, holy shit! Somebody had.
So when it comes to electroplating, though, like in ancient Egypt, right? So we've got two choices. One, somehow ancient Egyptians were able to electroplate, stuff. Or two, the guys that supposedly dug it up didn't actually dig it up. And it was electroplated. It was electroplated in modern times.
It's hard to say. I mean, it's hard to trust anything that they tell us, right?
What are we talking about here? Pot batteries.
We know they lie about things like the Earth, like outer space. We know that.
Flat batteries. Flat batteries and flat Earth. That's what we're talking about.
Baghdad batteries.
I just came in from Pet
Back to flat Earth. Save some of that.
Speaking
Yeah,
of,
it's the-
yo,
it's the
can you
history.
guys play this video?
Who's calling us out?
I was asking if you guys could play this video.
Very funny. Thank you, Elijah.
I mean, this is the most cringe video I've seen probably ever. I can't say.
Oh, why?
Oh, really? I thought I was the most cringe thing.
From my frame of reference where I am now, my understanding of how fake all of this space bullshit is, watching these children and this guy do this is like on another level. Like, I'm so glad I was sober when I watched this because, yo, it's ridiculous. Somebody play it on the bot.
What is it?
Mute the live stream as well.
Space School.
Planetary Posse.
It's got to be cringe because there's no way you could make that and actually make it sound good.
Oh, trust me. Especially when the guy
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I love how Uranus was like a fat guy. He's like, hey, hey, hey. That was fucking weird.
Yeah, we're not against rap. We're not against rappers, but we are those planetary thugs.
Planetary thugs.
Planetary thug.
Had everything in it, didn't it? Gravity. I didn't hear them mention the Big Bang. That was.
It's a cult for sure.
Did they? It said Mars said that it had H2O. I thought they didn't find. Is that legit?
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.